Chapter 301. Defeated, completely defeated. I didn't expect the powerful world army to be defeated so quickly. Even the great elder of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building might not have the ability to annihilate the world army, but that sickly-looking middle-aged man actually managed to completely wipe out the 300 world army. This person's ability is too tyrannical. Could it be that he has the ability of a king-level expert? Is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other in shock. They were at a loss and couldn't digest this news. The world army, that could easily kill mystic spirit experts, was actually defeated by a middle-aged man. Almost no one from the 300 world army survived. Other than a few who left, the rest were all dead. It was fine if the world army died, but 3 commander-level experts died. That was horrifying. The sky was turned upside down. After personally witnessing the middle-aged man kill 3 mystic spirit experts, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building became infinitely larger in their eyes and became an existence that couldn't be provoked. Your Excellency has great skills. I admit defeat. The great elder flew over. If he was still unconvinced before, then after the other party killed the world army, he was truly convinced. The great elder had experienced the power of the world army. Powerful defense and powerful attack. Even with Xianling's strength, he would have to use all his means to be able to contend against them. Otherwise, the Under Heaven army would not have become the strongest trump card of the world gang. Just the mention of it would cause one's face to change. Great Elder is also powerful. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building has been able to contend against Jinxia. Great Elder has contributed a lot. Lin Fei said to the Great Elder. A hint of joy flashed in the Great Elder's eyes, but he said modestly, "That's nothing compared to you. It's not worth mentioning." Most of the 300 world army were dead. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was shocked. They usually had to be careful when they saw the world army. They never thought that one day, the powerful world army would die in front of them. The elders were shocked. The deacons were shocked. The disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were also shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building is mighty. It was unknown who started shouting, but soon after, it became a chorus of heartfelt excitement. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building that had always been at a disadvantage finally had their morale greatly boosted after killing the world army, sweeping away their previous dispiritedness. At this time, as long as they made use of it, the combat power of all the disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would once again be united. They could even kill the powerful world army, so why should they worry about Jinxia's counterattack? That was because that mysterious middle-aged man had become the role model in their eyes. With such an expert overseeing things, would the Golden Breeze Drizzle building need to be afraid? The answer was, of course, there was no need to be afraid. Although Jean Feng was a woman, her mastery of momentum was not inferior to that of a man. She quickly seized the opportunity to pull up the previously depressed taxi. If Jinxia attacked now, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would have the morale to fight. Morale was such a simple thing. When the army was defeated, they were at a disadvantage and their morale was low. Once they saw the hope of victory, their morale would easily rise again. Why was the army defeated like a landslide? It was because they had lost the morale to fight, because they could not see any hope of victory. When the powerful world army died in front of them, everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building felt delighted. It was refreshing to kill. It was refreshing to kill, and it was good to kill. The world army was nothing more than this. They would still be killed. The world army was defeated. 3 commanders had died in battle. The news was like a spring breeze that swept through the entire mountain river city. The big and small forces were all shocked, and the same sentence hung on their mouths. How could this be possible? It was only when the spies sent back the news did they confirm that the news was not wrong. The world army was defeated, and 3 cryptic late-stage commanders had died. Something big has happened this time. All the clan leaders said the same thing. The world army was almost completely annihilated, and there were only a few survivors. This was already terrifying. With the death of 3 commanders, Tianxia had lost 3 experts. If Tianxia did not show an attitude, how could they make everyone look at them differently again? The big and small forces that received the news all noticed that the sickly middle-aged man had almost single-handedly annihilated the world army and killed 3 cryptic late-stage commanders. What was the background of this middle-aged man? Everyone had this question in their hearts, and it was followed by speculations about his strength. Cryptic Great Circle. Or a king-level expert? If it was the former, Tianxia was completely capable of killing the other party. If it was the latter, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It would definitely be a battle of life and death. The spies in Mountain River City were fully activated, paying attention to the latest developments of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building in Tianxia, for fear of falling behind. It could be said that Lin Fei's attack had turned the calm pond of Mountain River City upside down. For a moment, Mountain River City was like a pool of muddy water. In a quiet room in Tianxia, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered. It seems that Brother Xian Qi is going to lose this game. Chen Tianba put down a black chess piece and killed a small white dragon. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sitting opposite him was Lin Fei's old acquaintance, Xian Qi. He reached out and put down the chess piece. Lost. Brother Tianba, this game is getting more and more powerful. It has a courageous momentum, just like the momentum that Tianxia is in now. Chen Tianba laughed. Brother Xian Qi, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the care of the Black Tortoise sect that Tianxia can have today's achievements. Otherwise, Tianxia would just be a first-rate sect. You have the strength, so you can become the spokesperson of the Black Tortoise sect. You and I will benefit from each other and take care of each other. Brother Tianba, you don't have to be so polite. Xian Qi shook his head and said seriously. Dong dong dong, the sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and the door was pushed open. Father, something bad has happened. Chen Tianba raised his eyebrows and seemed unhappy, even if this person was his son. He scolded, Little Guang, who let you in? Don't you know that I am entertaining a distinguished guest? Chen Yaoguang was the second son of Chen Tianba. He looked fair and clean. When he heard the scolding, he could only bite the bullet and said, Father, big brother is dead. What? A horrifying aura broke out. Chen Tianba stood up with a whoosh, and his anger soared. The objects around him were turned into powder under the strong wind of the true yuan. Xian Qi, who was sitting opposite, also showed a surprised expression. What had happened? Chen Yaoguang knelt down with a puff, unable to bear this wave of horrifying aura. Big brother is dead, the 300 heaven army is also annihilated, and the 3 commanders are also dead. Chen Yaoguang's forehead was full of cold sweat, and it took him a lot of effort to say what had happened. The people who killed them were from the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Kacha, the quiet room was instantly razed to the ground. How hateful. My son. Chen Tianba's eyes were red. The death of his beloved youngest son was enough to make him distressed. He did not expect that after a few months, his favorite eldest son was also dead. His future successor was dead. Chen Tianba felt like the sky had collapsed. Golden Breeze Drizzle building, I want you to die a horrible death. At this moment, Chen Tianba was extremely angry. Within the surrounding area, the strong wind of the true yuan mercilessly strangled some objects. Nothing good could be found in the surroundings. Brother Tianba, calm down, Xian Qi said. Among the people present, only Xian Qi was qualified to speak. Chen Tianba calmed down and did not dare to continue to release his powerful aura. I have let Brother Xian Qi see a joke. If you need any help, just tell me. Such a big thing has happened, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building must answer for it, Xianqi said. Chen Tianba's eyes were filled with anger. I really need Elder Xianqi's help in this matter. The death of my son must be avenged. This time, I will uproot the Golden Breeze Drizzle building and not give them a chance to breathe. Xianqi nodded. This time, the Black Tortoise sect will definitely help you. Brother Badian, go ahead and do it. The other forces will not interfere. I can guarantee this. In front of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, Lin Fei brought over a chair and swaggered to sit in front of him. He looked like he could hold back 10,000 enemies by himself. In fact, this was Lin Fei's mentality. He was waiting for them to come up. After killing so many people in Tianxia, I don't believe that you, a coward, can hide for long. After killing you, I will also kill the elders, and then Tianxia will fall. Lin Fei guessed. Lin Fei did not want to stay in Mountain River City for too long. Calculating the time, half a year was almost up, and he still had to return to the Divine Force sect. Today's killing was to force that bastard out. Uncle Lin, is it too dangerous to do this? Jean Feng walked lightly and appeared beside Lin Fei. Naturally, the people behind her did not dare to call out her full name. There's danger in everything, but to me, there's not much danger today. Lin Fei smiled. I believe that without the higher-ups of the World Gang, your position as the floor master will be stable. Are you going to leave? Jean Feng suddenly asked. Lin Fei looked back and saw a flash of reluctance on Jean Feng's face. I have no choice. I was born to work hard. You know. Will you come back? Lin Fei blinked. Of course, I will come back. I believe that when I come back, you will be the building head. At that time, don't whip me again. The Golden Phoenix burst into laughter. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Here comes the show. Jean Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked at the end of the street and saw a large number of people moving toward them. An earth-shattering aura rushed toward them like a dark cloud, giving people a strong shock. Disciples of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, gather. Jean Feng ordered, and the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Who killed my son? Come out. A loud rumbling sound reverberated in the air and spread throughout the entire street. Almost half of the Mountain River City could hear it. Chapter 302. Chen Tianba's attack caused quite a stir. The loud rumbling announced that the leader of Tianxia had come in anger. He was not only here for revenge, but also to destroy the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Just the black mass of Under Heaven army behind him was enough to make people fearful. No matter where they were, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. And the one who would not be able to eat or sleep in peace was the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Not to mention the Under Heaven army, the experts that Qin Badian had brought were enough to make everyone fearful. They did not dare to fight against Tianxia. It was a one-sided situation. Tianxia was really going all out this time. They were prepared to teach the Golden Breeze Drizzle building a lesson. Old thing, are you blind? Can't you see that I am the one who killed your son? Lin Fei did not try to control it. His loud and clear voice rang out like thunder on a sunny day, landing in everyone's ears. Whoosh, everyone's hearts were in their throats. This middle-aged man was really arrogant. Did he not know that it was Qin Badian in front of him? He was the leader of Tianxia. He was a big shot that could shake the entire Mountain River City. Now, there was someone who did not give Qin Badian any face. Calling him old thing directly. He really did not know how to spell the word death. If not for the previous scene, they would have suspected that there was something wrong with this person's head. How dare he provoke such a big shot? Once Qin Badian attacked, this person would not have a good ending. Between the middle-aged man and Qin Badian, everyone was more optimistic about Qin Badian. This was because Chen Batian had once escaped from a king-level expert. A king-level expert was a terrifying existence. Everyone could imagine the result. This was because king-level experts were the ones in charge of small empires. The strength of a king-level expert could disregard warriors below the king level. It could be said that no matter how many came, they would be killed. In any empires, if anyone dared to rebel, even if they were strong and had many helpers, they would not be able to stop a king-level expert. They would all be killed. In the past, there was a large family in a dynasty that was preparing to rebel. They raised a large number of experts, most of whom were profound spirit realm experts. They used their strength to sweep through the world and almost took over the dynasty. In the end, the dynasty arranged for a king-level expert to mercilessly kill them. Even if they worked together, they couldn't block a single blow. The strength of a king stage expert was still fresh in everyone's mind. The fact that the leader of Tianxia was able to escape from a king-class elite was a testament to Chen Batian's abilities. Later on, no one at the same level dared to fight Chen Batian, as they didn't have much confidence. Although the two of them had similar strength, the difference between them was huge. One was like the sky and the other was like the ground. Therefore, they believed in Chen Batian's strength. This kind of provocative action would undoubtedly cause Chen Batian to die even faster, because no one had ever dared to call Chen Batian an old thing, especially in front of so many people. This already put Chen Batian on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few figures landed on the long street. The one in the lead was Chen Batian. His eyes were like lightning, and a murderous aura locked onto Lin Fei. "You killed my eldest son." Lin Fei didn't stand up and said lazily, "Old thing, you've already guessed it, why bother asking? I really don't know how you became the leader. You don't even have the ability to analyze things, what a failure of a person. You're courting death." Chen Batian was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. Roar! The roar of a tiger soared into the sky. A white tiger, several meters long, leaped several meters with each leap. It pounced at Lin Fei, turning everything in its path into ruins. "Xiao Feng, stay back." Lin Fei stood up with a swoosh, and slapped his hands in front of him. Boundless true essence gushed out, and the space around him crackled like beans being fried. Boom! The green gale blade slashed down and landed on the white tiger's body. The white tiger's huge body was smashed into pieces, and a ravine was left on the street. "Old thing, it seems like your attack is useless against me." Chen Batian had just used the white tiger killing fist. The white tiger was mainly used for killing, and this fist technique also carried a murderous aura. He had always used this move against ordinary people. "You do have some ability, no wonder you dared to kill my son," Chen Batian said coldly. He was shocked, and had already classified his opponent as an expert. Luckily, his opponent wasn't a king-level expert, so he was relieved. If he wasn't a king-level expert, then everything would be fine. The two exchanged a quick move, and it was a peaceful exchange. The result was beyond imagination. This guy is really strong, to be able to block Chen Batian's fist. Chen Batian's strength belonged to the top in the Mountain River City, and he was famous for being able to escape from a king-level expert. His fist technique had always been ferocious and filled with murderous aura, and he had always killed people in less than 10 moves. Lin Fei took a step forward and laughed. "If I wasn't strong, how could I have killed your son and annihilated the world army? Today, not only will I kill your son, I will also kill you, old thing, and let you accompany your son in hell." Arrogant, Lin Fei already had the capital to be so arrogant. Lin Fei hated war of words the most, and the feeling of killing someone in front of him felt really good. In the past, he might not have had the confidence to do so, but Lin Fei now had enough strength, and he didn't need to worry about this powerful Tianxia. He could just pack up and leave. While the crowd was shocked once again. How could there be such an arrogant person? Calling him an old thing was already arrogant enough, and now he said, "I will kill you, old thing." If it was them, they wouldn't have dared to say such words. The elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building heard this, and they felt especially carefree, a carefree feeling that they had never felt before. These words could only be said in their hearts in the past, but now that they heard it, it was as if they were the ones saying it, and it felt really good. This Uncle Lin is so mighty. Ever since Chen Batian became the leader, he had always been scolded as an old thing, and now he actually said that he wanted to kill him. His tone was really not ordinary. Did he really think that he was a king-level expert? Your tone is really big. If you want to kill this leader, you have to show your strength. You don't know how many people wanted to kill this leader, but in the end, they all died in my hands. Chen Batian did not get angry, but instead laughed, as if he was looking at a stupid person. Lin Fei laughed loudly. The person beside you is Elder Xian Qi, right? Xian Qi was also startled. You know me. Xian Qi did not have any impression of the person in front of him. From the moment he appeared, he had been sizing him up, but he couldn't remember such an expert, especially that this person knew him. He was quite surprised. Of course I know you, because today you will also die. While the crowd was shocked again, this tone, after a wave of injustice, another wave was born. What kind of person was Xian Qi? He was one of the elders of Black Tortoise Sect, and was quite powerful. The power behind him was Black Tortoise Sect, which had more influence than Tianxia. If Tianxia was already strong enough, but in front of Black Tortoise Sect, they did not dare to make a sound, as the power of life and death depended on one sentence. If killing Chen Batian could be said to be arrogant, then killing an elder of Black Tortoise Sect would mean going against Black Tortoise Sect, and that was really arrogant, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Xian Qi's face darkened. Your Excellency, do you know who I am? Do you know who is standing behind me? You are going against Black Tortoise Sect. Don't you know what will happen to you? Lin Fei originally wanted to kill Chen Batian, then go to Black Tortoise Sect to kill Xian Qi, but now that he had met him here, he would not be polite, and kill him at the same time, saving him a wasted trip. As for Black Tortoise Sect, Lin Fei was not worried at all, nor was he afraid. Black Tortoise Sect would not want to go against a king-level expert, right? The Black Tortoise Gate wouldn't fight to the death just for an elder who had the strength of a king-ranked expert. Although Lin Fei was not a king-level expert yet, his battle power had already reached king-level. Unless the king-level expert from Black Tortoise Sect wanted to die, Lin Fei did not mind killing him, at least it was experience points. Black Tortoise Sect. Just a lowly sect. If I kill you too today, you will not live to see tomorrow's sun. Lin Fei took another step forward, his eyes cold. Xian Qi had never been called out by name like this before, and even wanted to kill him on the spot. Although he was not strong, he was at the late stage of cryptic spirit, and he had a huge Black Tortoise Sect behind him. A sect's influence was the biggest deterrent. Crazy, he's really crazy. The Great Elder was in a good mood, but after hearing these words, he was in pain. Who was this person? Why did he look like a mad dog? Black Tortoise Sect. That was the most famous and powerful sect in Shanhe Province. If the Black Tortoise Sect wanted to kill someone, unless the person left the Shanhe County, he would die without a doubt. Who asked the Black Tortoise Sect to have such a powerful master? To be able to compete with the Divine Marshals Sect for so long, they should have at least one king-level master, right? No matter how good Xian Qi's temperament was, when faced with this kind of words, he would fly into a rage. Moreover, he came from the Black Tortoise Sect, so he had always been arrogant. Seeing someone humiliate the Black Tortoise Sect, his heart was filled with anger. True Yang's sword art. Xian Qi moved. This person dared to provoke him, so he must be taught a lesson. The scorching sun was burning, and the blazing True Yuan was like a burning sun, floating behind him. The temperature of the whole street suddenly rose, and the hot air made it feel like he was in a desert. Scorching sun, burning sky. The fiery sun turned into a long sword, emitting the true yang qi, and slashed at Lin Fei from the sky. Hualala, the ruins were incinerated into nothingness under this long sword. Lin Fei was suddenly in a hot environment, facing the scorching sun. Lousy true yang sword art, let me show you what a real scorching sun is. Boom, destructive qi burst out from Lin Fei's body. Golden suns appeared behind him, and the destructive qi was earth-shattering. Immediately, the golden suns turned into long swords and slashed at Xian Qi. Scorching sun versus golden sunday. With the destructive qi, how could the scorching sun be a match for Xian Qi? The suns were destroyed one by one, and the scorching sun pierced through the blockade and slashed at Xian Qi. True Yang shield. Xian Qi's heart skipped a beat, and the scorching sun surrounded him as he retreated. Boom boom boom. Chapter 303. P.S. Thanks to Dubious Little Girl and Uncle Bill for their monthly votes. Such a powerful attack was not something that Elder Xian Qi could withstand. Lin Fei's annihilation sword art crushed over mercilessly, crushing this Elder Xian Qi to death. His physical body was crushed to a pulp. Even if he had a miraculous elixir, there was no way he could survive. Old thing, it's your turn now. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the golden millstone once again pressed down towards Chen Badian, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. Rumble, the horrified millstone pressed down from the sky. The giant millstone, which contained the intent of destruction, immediately caused the experts of Tianxia to feel a sense of danger that could kill them. Elder Xian Qi died, and they could not react in time. The killing move arrived with a loud bang. Madman, this guy must be a madman. He even dared to kill Elder Xian Qi, isn't he afraid of the revenge of the Black Tortoise sect? Damn it, I don't want to die. As the giant millstone approached, Chen Badian grabbed the air from his left and right, and two figures were caught in front of the giant millstone, trying to block the attack. Walala. The two figures directly turned into a mist of blood, and a rain of blood immediately fell on the street. Damn it. Chen Badian raised his eyebrows, and the destructive aura locked onto him, as if it wanted to crush him to death. I don't believe that you can last long with this big move of yours. Once again, they grabbed left and right, forming a human wall, trying to block the attack. The most tragic thing was that the experts were caught and thrown by Chen Badian, becoming a scapegoat. No one would have thought that they would become a scapegoat. Ah, old thing, are you afraid? Today, you will die. Lin Fei stepped forward, and the great millstone continued to crush over. Everywhere he passed, everyone was crushed to death by the great millstone, not leaving a single survivor. His methods were extremely cruel. Killed XXX. Obtained 150 sin points. Killed XXX. Obtained 250 sin points. Killed XXX. Obtained 180 sin points. Every time the giant millstone crushed a person to death, the system would immediately send out a cold voice. Awesome, this is too awesome. It feels so good to kill people. Along with the system's voice, Lin Fei was in a good mood. This kind of opportunity to gain experience by killing people was really rare. Moreover, these people from the World Army had sin value. Based on this conversion, I'm afraid it will be at least millions or even tens of millions of experience points, right? Lin Fei thought. Chen Badian, the leader of the Tianxia sect, was in a complete mess right now. To think that the leader of the Tianxia sect would be forced into such a state by a single person. He didn't know how many of the Under Heaven army had died because of him, but he still couldn't block the other party's attack. That damned killing intent was undoubtedly going to kill him. White Tiger Killing Fist. Chen Badian was infuriated. Seeing him being chased like this, he couldn't help but think back to the time when he was chased by a king. In fact, Chen Badian himself knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely die. If he took a gamble, he might have a chance. Roar! This time, Chen Badian's berserk true origin surged out, and a boundless killing intent gathered together. The 100 Zhonglong white tiger emitted a terrifying aura. In the white tiger killing fist, the most powerful move, white tiger biting kill, was activated by killing intent. It consumed half of the true origin to activate this powerful attack, killing without mercy. Just in time. Rumble. The great millstone's aura spread out and directly collided with the white tiger's body, crushing it from left to right. The white tiger let out a roar, obviously extremely angry. Crash! The huge white tiger was mercilessly killed by the great millstone again and again. Old thing, you can die now. The great millstone streaked across a stream of light and crashed into Chen Badian's body. Instantly, a violent gust of wind was set off in the surrounding area. Those with low strength nearby were suppressed to the point that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Not dead. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the ruins. Because there was no notification from the system, he couldn't help but start to doubt. Boom! A figure soared up into the sky and stopped in midair. That person's entire body was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, like a beggar on the street. At this moment, he was dancing with joy. I have finally advanced to the profound king realm, becoming a king-level expert. Thanks to you, I managed to advance to the profound king realm. Now, let's see how you will kill me. The person who came out from below was none other than Chen Badian, who was blasted down. At this moment, his powerful aura made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Oh no, Chen Badian actually became a profound king realm expert. Everyone was shocked, especially the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Once a martial artist advanced to the profound king realm, the gap was like heaven and earth. Even if it was the early stage of the king level, his strength would soar rapidly and was far from what a profound spirit expert could contend with. No one would have thought that Chen Badian would advance to the profound king realm in the face of a life and death crisis. Lin Fei was very surprised. Old thing, your luck is really not bad. To be able to become a king-level expert before your death, it seems that you will be able to leave in style. Chen Badian laughed. Soon, I will let you know what the true strength of a king-level expert is. Xiao! Chen Badian leaped hundreds of zhang and appeared in front of Lin Fei. He punched towards Lin Fei's face and grinned, die for me. Rumble! After advancing to the king level, his speed was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people below were shocked by this speed. How many people could block such a blow? No wonder it was said that no matter how strong one was below the king level, it was impossible to contend against a king-level expert. They would die without a doubt. Uncle Lin. Lin Fei was about to be blasted into pieces. Jean Feng couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't bear to watch any longer because the speed was too fast. What she saw was the scene of Lin Fei being blasted into pieces. Old thing, your speed is too slow. A lazy voice suddenly came from behind Chen Badian. Not dead. Chen Badian was shocked. What he destroyed was just an illusion. Immediately, a figure attacked and kicked Chen Badian. You want to kill me with this speed? Dream on. Bang! Chen Badian was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed into a house and immediately turned it into ruins. Dust flew everywhere. There was complete silence. The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. This man was a king-level expert. Other than king-class experts, no one would be able to react fast enough to block this sudden attack. Everyone in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building was stunned. King-level expert. Jean Feng also stopped crying. Her heart was in turmoil. Previously, she had estimated Lin Fei's strength to be between the cryptic spirit late stage to the complete cryptic spirit. She had never thought that he would reach such a terrifying level. How on earth did he cultivate? Jean Fong couldn't think of a reason. Even geniuses couldn't cultivate at such a speed, right? I am a king-level expert. How could I not block it? Chen Batian stood up from the ruins. His eyes were filled with fear. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He was a king-level expert, but he couldn't even block a single kick and was sent flying. This was too much. Seeing that you are a king-level expert, I will use the most powerful method to send you to hell. Lin Fei rushed over. The sword array formed behind him. Total annihilation. Killing must be done in a spectacular manner so that no one would dare to look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. This scene would be remembered by everyone. Lin Fei believed that all the spies present would bring the news back. They wouldn't dare to hide anything. Rumble. 2 white sword rivers rushed down. The sword chi slammed into Qin Baishan's body. 720 flying swords. Even the strongest experts of the 18 clans were injured and had to flee. Moreover, he was only at the initial stage king level. He hadn't even consolidated his strength. After the total annihilation, the ground collapsed. The houses became ruins. At the same time, a huge crater appeared. The surrounding cracks were like spider webs. It was horrifying. Lin Fei's eyes turned and fell on the World Army and the other experts. His eyes were cold. Chen Batian had died when he became a king-level expert. Not to mention the opponent was a king-level expert. Swoosh. 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 The experts of Tianxia panicked. They ran in all directions. They were scared out of their wits. Die. 720 flying swords turned into a sword light and flew in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. Those who ran away were all killed by the flying swords. Their corpses fell down. The whole street was full of corpses and blood flowed like a river. After this battle, all the experts of Tianxia were killed. As for the World Army, they died in Lin Fei's hands. They were exchanged for a lot of experience points. Surrender was unnecessary. It was better to exchange them for experience points. Boom! Lin Fei blasted out a sword light. The people of the Black Tortoise Gate are so uncultured. You want to sneak attack. In the sky, a figure was blasted away. His face was aghast and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Senior, you misunderstood. With my strength, how could I sneak attack you? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate secretly wiped their cold sweat. They regretted coming to check the situation. They met an existence like a fiend. A king-level expert could easily kill him. He was a king stage expert, and he had almost been killed. Lin Fei frowned. Really? The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. His face was pale as if he was seriously ill. Senior, even if you give me 100 guts, I still wouldn't dare to do it. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Go back and tell your Black Tortoise Gate master that I have a grudge against Xian Qi. If he has any thoughts, he can come and find me. Also, Tianxia was also destroyed by me. If you are not satisfied, you can come and find me. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate hurriedly shook their head. Xian Qi is no longer a member of the Black Tortoise Gate. He deserved to die in the hands of Senior. Tianxia has nothing to do with us. They offended Senior, that's their own business. At this time, this expert of the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to say anything. Chen Batian had become a king-level expert, but he was still killed so quickly. Their Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to offend such a king-level expert. Elder Xian Qi, the Under Heaven Gang, they didn't dare to say anything. Offending such a powerful king-level expert would greatly damage the Black Tortoise sect's strength. Chapter 304. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Recently, Xiaoku has returned from Qingming. My body isn't feeling well, so 10,000 has become 6,000. I will explode in a few days. What is shocking? What is awesome? The corpses and wreckage on the streets were the best proof. No one at the scene could have imagined that this person could be so powerful and cruel. Chen Badian advanced to the king class expert before his death, but he was still killed. The casualties of the Tianxia experts he brought was almost the same. It was a shocking bloody battle, and the one who made the move was a king class expert. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king class expert standing behind it, which made everyone fearful. What did it mean to have a king class expert overseeing the place? Everyone was clear that at least in the Mountain River City, no one dared to not give him face. This was the deterrent force. Even if you were gnashing your teeth in hatred, you still had to maintain a smile on your face as you couldn't afford to offend him. From now on, no one would look down on the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Its influence suddenly rose to the level of a household name. Even the Mountain River City Lord would have to be polite to them. The Black Tortoise Sex Elder expert didn't even dare to make a sound in front of a king class expert and was as respectful as a turtle. This was strength. Elder Xian Qi was still an elder previously, and the Black Tortoise sect didn't dare to question him. Instead, they expelled him from the Black Tortoise sect. As for the entire Tianxia, they were abandoned because they didn't want to offend a king class expert. Chen Badian became a king class expert and was killed so easily. Unless the Black Tortoise sect wanted to be entangled to the end, they wouldn't be angry over this matter. Once they offended a king class expert, their Black Tortoise sect strength would definitely be greatly damaged. The Black Tortoise sect swallowed the insult and humiliation, and that was the best choice. Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. If the Black Tortoise sect made a move, he wouldn't mind going to their doorstep and might be able to extort a huge sum of money. Unfortunately, the Black Tortoise sect didn't fall into the trap. Elder Xian Qi was expelled, and Tianxia was abandoned. Most of the Tianxia experts were dead, and countless of the Under Heaven army were slaughtered by Lin Fei. Tianxia's strongest force was lost by at least 2/3. What would the result be like? Everyone would kick a collapsing wall. You can scram now. If I find out that your Black Tortoise sect is playing any dirty tricks, I'll make your sect leader pay attention to his own head. A cold voice resounded throughout the street. The experts of the Black Tortoise Gate did not dare to breathe loudly, nor did they dare to show any dissatisfaction. I will definitely pass on Senior's words. The Black Tortoise Sex expert let out a long sigh of relief as he was able to escape from the hands of a king-level expert. He was so close to dying at the hands of the king-level expert. The reason why Lin Fei let the Black Martial School's elder go was because he didn't want the Black Martial School to hold a grudge against the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. He landed again and appeared next to the Golden Phoenix. Xiao Feng, you can now arrange for people to clean up the battlefield and launch an attack on Tianxia. Lin Fei knew that with him here, no one would dare to make a move. Once he left, Tianxia would definitely become a fat piece of meat for everyone, and everyone would want to take a bite out of it. Tianxia was such a big piece of meat. If Lin Fei wasn't in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, he wouldn't be able to eat it, and he might even be pushed out. Lin Fei was a super strong existence, and he was the best deterrent. If they wanted a share of the pie, they would have to think about whether they had the ability or not. Uncle Lin, I will listen to you. The Great Elder also said respectfully, I will personally take action and kill the remnants of Tianxia. Very soon. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved. Although it was constantly being suppressed, and had lost a part of its strength, its current fighting strength was like a ferocious tiger that could devour people at any time. Following the order, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building moved at the fastest time, heading straight for the headquarters of Tianxia. After losing Chen Badian and the other experts, coupled with the matters outside, everyone was already panicking. When the Golden Breeze Drizzle building attacked Tianxia and met with a brief resistance, they took the opportunity to blast open the main gate and kill their way into Tianxia. The Black Tortoise Sect's elder Xian Qi was killed. Tianxia's Chen Badian, who had advanced to the king level, was killed. The world army was defeated. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had produced a king-level expert. The entire Mountain River City was in an uproar. When they heard this news, their first thought was disbelief. A king-level expert was a high-level fighting strength, how could he be killed? But when the news came, they were shocked. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had a king-level expert, and his strength was especially tyrannical. Chen Badian, who had just advanced, was like a child in front of him. A gang, with a king-level expert overseeing it, would have a completely different influence. The Black Tortoise Sect was powerful, right? Facing this king-level expert, the Black Tortoise Sect elder lowered his head, not daring to have any thoughts of going against him. He also understood that this king-level expert was not to be trifled with. After this news was confirmed, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The powerful Tianxia had disappeared just like that. With such a king-level expert overseeing it, all the forces in Mountain River City didn't dare to interfere. A big piece of meat. But such a big piece of meat also required strength to eat. Everyone understood that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would become a bigger force than Tianxia in the future. Even if this king-level expert was Jin Yang's good friend, as long as he existed, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building would be free of worries. As long as they didn't offend the public, who would dare to attack the Golden Breeze Drizzle building? No one dared, and no one dared to do it. Tianxia was a big force in Mountain River City, and its leader, Chen Badian, had many experts under him. But all of this was like an illusion, broken with a light touch. From today onwards, Tianxia would become a thing of the past, a memory in history that might occasionally be remembered by someone. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the mission to annihilate Tianxia. Obtained 10 million experience points, 100,000 points, 10,000 points of special elemental energy, and a lottery ticket. The system's voice sounded in Lin Fei's mind as he sat in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. A warm feeling flowed through his body. That was the benefit of leveling up. After leveling up this time, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. What is this special elemental energy? When the mission was issued, there was no mention of special elemental energy. Only after receiving the reward did Lin Fei know that he had obtained this elemental energy. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be surprised. Special elemental energy, a super explosive power that doesn't belong to this world. Once it explodes, it will produce a huge force. Congratulations on killing the enemy. There's such a power. Lin Fei thought, damn, could this elemental energy be from the upper realm? Isn't this too awesome? The appearance of this kind of power really surprised Lin Fei. He didn't know that the system had such a heaven-defying function. Lin Fei didn't care about the experience points. With 100,000 points, he felt really good. In addition to his previous points, he had about 200,000 points. I wonder what kind of power this elemental energy explodes with. Lin Fei opened the system and found that the experience points had increased from 100 million to 500 million. It was a 5-fold increase, which was within the normal range. On the system attributes, Lin Fei found the elemental energy interface. When he saw the label, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was too heaven-defying. This elemental energy can actually be extracted from the body of a powerhouse. The system rewarded him with special elemental energy, and he immediately unlocked the super elemental energy branch. Elemental energy, 10,000 points. The branch introduction was very simple. 10,000 elemental energy exploded, and the combat power actually reached a level that Lin Fei didn't even dare to imagine. It actually reached the profound Emperor Great Circle. Awesome, a group attack skill. Lin Fei was beaming with joy. This branch system was too awesome. In online games, there had always been supergroup attack skills. For example, back in the day, Lin Fei once played Fantasy World. There was a super large group attack. That kind of super large group attack had a time constraint. Now, this required elemental energy, and it could only be obtained by killing powerhouses. It was equivalent to magic mana potions in games. This attack started with 10,000 elemental energy as the driving force, and when it was unleashed, it displayed a powerful lethality. The strength of the Profound Emperor Great Circle was such a terrifying attack. This feels great. Out of all the breakthroughs, this was the one Lin Fei was most satisfied with. He did not care about experience points, but he cared about elemental energy. He believed that after activating this branch, he would have a chance to obtain elemental energy by killing experts in the future. After calming himself down, Lin Fei started the lottery. At this time, no one would come to the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Lin Fei happily started the lottery. This time, Lin Fei was much calmer. He opened the lottery page and opened the system. This time, he was going to rely on his luck and draw whatever he got. Previously, he had used the 72 mortal flying swords and the strengthening skill stone to strengthen his wings of the wind and increase his speed. He wondered what he would get this time. Lin Fei thought. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei, you have obtained the strengthened version, Water Fire Lotus. The system will immediately upgrade it for you. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei, strengthening skill completed, obtained strengthened version, Water Flame Lotus. And why did I get this? Lin Fei was very surprised that he actually got the strengthened version, Water Flame Lotus. His luck seemed to be too good. The Water Flame Lotus could be said to have helped Lin Fei solve a lot of problems. After his strength kept increasing, the power of the Water Flame Lotus couldn't be increased. This time, Lin Fei was also very surprised to get this ability and suspected that he had seen wrongly. Water Flame Lotus. With a thought, a lifelike lotus appeared on Lin Fei's hand. When this Water Flame Lotus appeared, it emitted a powerful and dangerous aura which was far stronger than before. Now, every leaf of the Water Flame Lotus was vivid and lifelike. One could feel the aura of fire on it. This was something that didn't exist before because previously, it was just a form. But now, the Water Flame Lotus not only had a form, but it also had an intent. When placed in front of him, it seemed real and couldn't be seen as fake. Chapter 305. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the second leader. Mountain River City. What was the most noteworthy event in recent days? It should be said that the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the biggest gang in Mountain River Prefecture. Especially after taking over the remaining forces of Tianxia, no one dared to underestimate it anymore. 3 days passed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building had finished digesting its forces. Under the jealousy of the public, it had completely digested the territories that it had swallowed before. Someone should have asked if it was possible. One could not become fat with just one mouthful of rice, let alone the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. What if there was a king-level expert in charge? The situation would be completely different. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building would not have any trouble when digesting the territories, nor would it give the public a chance. They could only watch helplessly as they were digested. During these 3 days, the Golden Breeze Drizzle building had become the target that all the forces in Mountain River City wanted to rope in. Even if they could not rope in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, they could not become enemies, especially since they had a king-level expert. In the end, it all depended on the king-level expert. When the head of the Black Tortoise sect came in person, no one knew what had happened. However, everyone could see that when the head of the Black Tortoise sect came out, his face had changed a little. A fight between king-level experts? Or, that was unknown. At least on one point, the Black Tortoise sect admitted defeat. After the head of the Black Tortoise sect left, everyone knew that the situation in Mountain River City had changed again. In the afternoon, the city lord of Mountain River City also took the initiative to visit. He was very polite and obviously wanted to rope in Mountain River City. The meaning was obvious. It was worth the city lord's initiative. Lin Fei stayed in the Golden Breeze Drizzle building for a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, it was nothing more than a deterrent to other forces, especially the secret fight with the Black Tortoise sect, and so on. Now, it was all gone. Lin Fei's task was completed. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building only had time to develop. One night, the building master, Golden Phoenix, came to Lin Fei's room in person without any servants. Even so, Golden Phoenix already had the aura of a superior. In these few days. Brother Lin, are you there? The door is not locked. Come in. Lin Fei's voice sounded from inside the room. The Golden Phoenix pushed the door open and entered. Lin Fei, who was in the room, had already returned to his original appearance. His bronze skin was filled with the scent of a man. The black robe he was wearing was very fitting. How is it? Have you gotten used to it? Fortunately, I finally understand Father's painstaking efforts and hardships to be the building master. Jin Feng sighed softly and sat down beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei also heard the sigh and didn't know what to say. To be a tower master, to be a member of a sect, the price one had to pay was freedom. Xiao Feng, this is for you. I believe you will be able to use it at critical moments. Lin Fei took out a small bag. It was the runes bag, a disposable item. Are you leaving? Jin Feng said faintly. She didn't take the bag of runes. Lin Fei was indeed ready to leave. He nodded. It's time to return to the sect. I've been out for more than half a year. It's time to go back. It was a very casual sentence. Jin Feng actually burst into tears. Before Lin Fei came back to his senses, she directly hugged him and pressed her hot body against Lin Fei. Don't say it. Let me remember this feeling again. Lin Fei was not a stone-hearted person. He held back the words he wanted to say. Smelling the faint body fragrance, he already understood what it meant. Jin Feng liked him. Lin Fei never thought that he would be liked by a girl. It seemed that he had always been the one chasing girls. No girl had ever chased him. At this moment, Lin Fei was very proud. It should be no problem to push her down now, right? Somehow, Lin Fei came up with this idea. Lin Fei didn't move. Jin Feng didn't move either. At this time, the atmosphere between the two was very ambiguous. Half an hour later, Jin Feng hugged Lin Fei and slowly released him. I will remember this day. Lin Fei, who turned his head, saw Jin Feng's red eyes. Lin Fei sighed softly, why are you doing this? Suddenly, Jin Feng kissed him. I do. I like you. You are the first man who made me fall in love with you. This time, Jin Feng actually confessed her love. Last time, he was counterattacked and kissed. Unexpectedly, this time, he was counterattacked again. Last time, he didn't pay attention. This time, it was the same. Damn, counterattacked me. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. His brain was full of blood. He directly counterattacked and kissed her fiercely. For more than half a year, Lin Fei stayed away from girls. In addition to the counterattack and the matter of practicing martial arts, he had been suppressing his desire. In terms of kissing skills, how could Jin Feng be the opponent of Lin Fei? What wet kiss, what tongue kiss, Jin Feng moaned and gasped. Her face was all red. Her whole body collapsed in Lin Fei's arms. She was weak. Apart from moaning, there was nothing else. Brother Lin, take me. You don't regret it. I don't regret it. I know you will have many women in the future. As long as you can occupy a part of your heart, I will be very happy. Jin Feng was firm. Lin Fei reached out and kissed her. From now on, you are my woman. That night, Jin Feng became Lin Fei's woman. The first woman in Xintian continent. Lin Fei stayed for another 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei accompanied Jin Feng. On the day of departure, Lin Fei left a large number of pure elemental pills and treasures to Jin Feng. It was enough for her to cultivate for the next 10 years. It would not be a problem for her to become a Xianling expert. Just like that, Lin Fei left Mountain River City with Jin Feng's heart. She didn't know that it was 10 years later when Lin Fei came back again. Out of Mountain River City. Lin Fei had a feeling of parting. No one can resist the charm of Wen Wenxiang. It almost makes me want to stay and be the king of the mountain. Lin Fei sighed. He finally understood why those heroes and ancient emperors were willing to abandon their country and country for a woman, all for the woman in their hearts. Withdrawing his thoughts, the wings of the wind appeared behind him and he flew towards the Divine Force sect. The last time he went down the mountain was 7 months ago. Lin Fei was travel-worn. This time, it only took him 1 day to reach the territory of the Divine Force sect. After arriving at the territory of the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei simply stopped and leisurely went to the Divine Force sect. Anyway, there was more than enough time for the promise of half a year. When standing at the foot of the mountain again, Lin Fei sighed. 7 months ago, I was just a low-level martial artist. Now, even a king stage expert is no longer a match for me. I'm afraid none of the geniuses in the divine martial arts sect are as strong as me. Lin Fei lifted his head and looked at the mountain path. The divine force sect was as usual. The path at the foot of the mountain was filled with disciples of the divine force sect. Many of them were new disciples because the divine force sect had recruited a new batch of disciples. The first thing Lin Fei did when he returned to the divine force sect was to meet Gao Chang. They were his only friends in the divine force sect. When he was in the divine force sect for 5 years, he only had a few friends, and Gao Chang was one of them. After finding the direction, Lin Fei went straight to where Gao Chang was, which was where the low-level disciples were. Junior brother Li Wudi, you have to think this through. If you're going to protect this person, then you're going against senior brother Eternal Wind. You've just been promoted to an inner disciple, while senior brother Eternal Wind is a veteran inner disciple. I advise you not to offend him. On the training field of the Divine Force sect, the atmosphere was tense. Li Wudi stood in front of Gao Chang, who was supported by someone behind him. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he was injured. In front of Li Wudi were a few inner disciples, who were staring at him impolitely. Li Wudi said coldly, "Forgive me for not being able to accept senior brother's request. Gao Chang is a friend of mine." Furthermore, during the sparring earlier, it was clearly that person who launched a sneak attack on him, which resulted in his dantian being destroyed. All the disciples saw it clearly. Even if this matter were to be reported to the elders, you would still be the ones to suffer. I believe senior brother Eternal Wind wouldn't blame the elders for this, right? Gao Chang was very excited. Although he knew that it was because of Lin Fei, he was still very excited. Senior brother Wudi, this matter was caused by me. I, Gao Chang, will take responsibility for what I did, Gao Chang said in a low voice. He knew that senior brother Changfeng was powerful, and he did not want Li Wudi to be involved. Most of the veteran inner disciples had reached the mystic adept realm, and they were qualified to become elders in the Divine Force sect. It was not a good thing to make things difficult for these inner disciples. Li Wudi glared at him. I'm good friends with Lin Fei. Your matter is my matter. Junior brother Gao Chang, you don't have to say anything. Li Wuti, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If it was something else, we could let it go on account of your talent. It's hard to avoid mistakes in sparring, but this friend of yours injured senior brother Changfeng's only nephew and destroyed his dantian. If you want to be a good person, let's see how strong you are. The man snorted coldly. Attack! The surrounding disciples did not dare to say anything. Senior brother Eternal Wind had a resounding reputation among the inner disciples. Adding on the fact that such a huge matter had happened, even some of the elders would give him face. Moreover, Gao Chang was only in the 8th level of the martial path, so he had no value at all. Whoosh! 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 2 of the 3 rushed at Li Wuti, and 1 went for Gao Chang. Li Wuti's face darkened, and he immediately felt a great pressure. In half a year, he had risen from Mystic Adept Realm to Mid-Stage Mystic Adept Realm, and the 2 rushing at him were both in the late stage. Icebound World. Whoosh! Frost Origin energy swept out, and the surrounding area suddenly turned into a white world, trapping the 2 disciples. A moment later, they broke out of the ice, accompanied by disdain. Icebound World, so this is the basic battle technique. One of them sneered and threw a punch at Li Wuti. Tiger Cannon 3 punches. A tiger's roar resounded through the air. Li Wuti's face darkened again, and he was immediately surrounded. Humph, who dares hurt my friend? Pfft. Chapter 306. As the 2 late-stage abstruse disciples were sent flying, everyone was shocked. A young man had appeared in front of Li Wuti at some point in time. He looked angry, and everyone present could feel his anger. It was an undisguised anger. What's going on? Just who is this person? He's so angry. Did he attack just now? What terrifying strength! He sent 2 senior brothers flying with 1 move. Why does he look so familiar? Right, isn't he senior brother Lin Fei, the dark horse of the Outer Sect Assembly half a year ago? What? He's senior brother Lin Fei. How can he be so powerful? I remember he was only at the 7th or 8th stage of the martial path. How long has it been? How did his strength soar so quickly? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The person who had appeared was none other than Lin Fei, who had rushed all the way from the foot of the mountain. With his powerful perception, he could easily see the situation on the field. That was why he attacked in a rage and sent the 2 disciples flying. Even so, the 2 disciples would have to be bedridden for at least half a year. If they were somewhere else, it wouldn't be as simple as being heavily injured. They would have been killed on the spot. Junior brother Lin Fei. Li Wuti was also shocked and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Gao Chang, who was behind him, was also shocked. The inner disciple who had pounced on him was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for his aura, he would have suspected that he was already dead. More importantly, he didn't even see how Li Wuti attacked. Lin Fei turned his head. Yeah, I'm back. If I didn't come back, how would I know that my friends were being bullied? Li Wuti knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in Mountain River City. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he felt that his strength was unfathomable. Lin Fei, you're finally back. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Gao Chang was happy, but when he heard Lin Fei's words, his heart warmed and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei appeared in front of Gao Chang and took out a healing pill. Don't talk. Eat the pill first. Someone wasn't too happy. You're Lin Fei. Qizhen glared at him with a stern face. Lin Fei turned his head and with a whoosh, appeared in front of him. He closed the distance of several dozen meters in an instant and grabbed him by the throat. With a wave of his hand, he slapped him. Paw 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 paw, the deafening sound reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. The crowd was in an uproar. "Humph, you dare to offend a friend of mine, Lin Fei. How dare you?" Lin Fei coldly snorted and immediately pointed his finger. "The Divine Force sect has more trash like you," causing the Divine Force sect to be in a foul atmosphere. "Ah, my Dantian." Lin Fei waved his hand and slapped him again. "So what if I cripple your Dantian? You attacked my friend for a martial arts disciple. Now that I've crippled your Dantian, do you have the ability to fight me?" Qi Zhen was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. He looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He had not expected that in such a short period of time, he, who had been strutting around earlier, would turn into a cripple in the blink of an eye. "Ah, bastard, you destroyed my Dantian. The Elder will not let you off." Lin Fei waved his hand and Qi Zhen was thrown out like a piece of trash. He fell to the ground and rolled away. Then, he clapped his hands and looked around. "Those who know him, feel free to go and report. I, Lin Fei, will wait here." A mere inner sect disciple, Lin Fei did not take him seriously at all. Qi Zhen was a profound perfection realm expert and was only one step away from the mystic adept realm. The disciples did not expect that Lin Fei half a year ago would be so brutal and cripple Qi Zhen's Dantian as soon as he attacked. This was a profound perfection realm expert disciple and an inner sect disciple at that. Yet, he destroyed his Dantian with one finger. Crazy, he must be crazy. Could it be that he was not afraid of the law enforcement hall's punishment? No one could figure out what was going on. "Lin Fei, you were too impulsive. How could you destroy Qi Zhen's Dantian? What should we do now?" Li Wudi's face was full of worry as he frowned. The Divine Martial Gate did not forbid martial arts competitions. Even if someone was injured, it was pardonable. But once it involved the destruction of someone's Dantian, it was a serious matter. Lin Fei chuckled. "Brother Wudi, since I dared to make a move, it means that I had full confidence. Don't you think that they went overboard just now?" Li Wudi nodded in anger. "They did go overboard. Gao Chang accidentally destroyed his Dantian during a spar. That was a sneak attack and hidden weapons. He only has himself to blame. Instead, they wanted to take Gao Chang away. The Divine Martial Gate's rules were broken by these disciples. I still have to thank you for today's matter. Otherwise, Gao Chang would not have been able to keep his strength," Lin Fei said gratefully. Li Wudi glared at him. "If you treat me as a friend, then don't say such words." Lin Fei could feel that Li Wudi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although they had not known each other for a long time, Li Wudi had stood up for Gao Chang when he was in trouble. "Haha, of course you are my friend. You destroyed Qi Zhen's Dantian. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall will be here soon. Why don't you go to Uncle Zhang Wen and explain things clearly? They won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore," Li Wudi suggested. Lin Fei shook his head. "No need. I just want to see if they will protect Qi Zhen and his group, or, Lin Fei, I think Brother Wudi's suggestion is good. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all inner disciples. Maybe one of them is familiar with Changfeng's group." Gao Chang's complexion had improved. Li Wudi and Gao Chang were worried that Lin Fei would not bow down. Especially since he had crippled Qi Zhen and injured 3 inner disciples, the Law Enforcement Hall would not be polite. Moreover, there were also veteran inner disciples behind them. They might put pressure on them. Inner disciples could be mighty in the Divine Martial Gate, but they had no confidence in front of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Any inner disciple who was taken away by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall ended up in a miserable state, especially when something so serious happened. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall had arrived. They were in groups of 15. They were dressed in black and held black locks in their hands. Killing intent surged from them. One look and anyone could tell that they were not easy to negotiate with. Suddenly, a vacuum appeared on the training field. The disciples of the Divine Martial Gate were so scared that they left. Not good. I know the disciple leading the group. Lee Woody's complexion turned ugly. He recognized the origin of the disciple leading the group. He's in the same circle as Chongfeng. Gao Chong's expression changed as well. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Senior brother Chongfeng's influence was really great. He even made the law enforcement hall take action. Disciple Lin Fei is in trouble. Who doesn't know that Qi Jin is senior brother Chongfeng's man? Now that he crippled Qi Jin, senior brother Chongfeng will definitely not let this go. The disciples of the law enforcement hall are all here. Anyone brought in will definitely suffer a great deal of damage. I wonder if senior brother Lin Fei is going to obediently leave, or is he going to resist? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they mentioned the law enforcement hall. Then, they looked at Lin Fei with schadenfreude. A newly promoted inner disciple had offended a veteran inner disciple. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? If it were them, they wouldn't do such a thing even if they were beaten to death. We're from the law enforcement hall. Who's Lin Fei? Come out. Wang Chong was expressionless. At the same time, he noticed that Qi Jin, who was being helped up, had a strange expression. Senior brother Wang Chong, he's Lin Fei. Qi Jin's eyes were filled with resentment. He was the first to point out, but he was extremely weak. With his Dantian destroyed, Qi Jin's only wish was to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. With his Dantian destroyed, it couldn't be repaired unless it was a miraculous pill. You're Lin Fei. Wang Chang's eyes were cold. You really have guts to destroy someone's Dantian in front of everyone. And the two of you, come with us to the law enforcement hall. Behind Wang Chang, 4 disciples of the law enforcement hall walked up. They were all mystic adepts. Mystic adepts were the most basic requirement to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Don't worry. With me here today, I want to see who dares to touch us. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He couldn't help but shake his head. He was very dissatisfied with the way the law enforcement hall handled things. Take him down. 4 law enforcement hall disciples, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, charged at Lin Fei. They were already used to dealing with this kind of person. The black iron chain coiled over like a long snake. This was the auxiliary spirit treasure refined by the Divine Martial Sect. It could suppress Xin Yuan and prevent martial artists from using it. The strength of a martial artist lay in their true essence. Once their true essence was suppressed, it was the same as losing their strength. When the Divine Martial Sect's law enforcement hall made a move on a disciple, no one could stop them. They could only obediently be taken away by the law enforcement hall disciples. This was mainly because of the auxiliary spirit treasure. No matter how strong one was, they were nothing if they couldn't use true essence. Get lost. 4 streaks of light shot out, and the 4 law enforcement hall disciples were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Li Wudi and Gao Chong felt their scalps go numb, their mouths agape. When did Lin Fei become so strong? He actually defeated 4 mystic adept law enforcers in one move. It was like a dream. The surrounding disciples of the Divine Martial Sect were all stunned. Lin Fei really made a move and even injured the law enforcement hall disciples. Didn't he know how strong the law enforcement hall was? Something big had happened, something really big had happened. Go back and tell senior brother Chongfeng that if he wants to make a move, let him do it himself. Don't sneak around. Lin Fei said indifferently. You law enforcement hall disciples can only scare ordinary disciples. It's useless against me. Wang Chang's face was cold. He was shocked. Didn't Lin Fei just become an inner disciple? How can he be so strong? I can't see through his strength. Did he have some fortuitous encounter outside? Being able to become a disciple of the law enforcement hall and a squad leader, Wang Chang's mind was deep. His own strength was only at the late mystic adept realm, and his 4 disciples were sent flying. Naturally, he wouldn't go up and look for trouble. If he didn't bring them back today, he would lose face. How would the people in the law enforcement hall look at him? How would the disciples of the Divine Martial sect look at the law enforcement hall disciples? What should I do? What should I do? Wang Chang was at a loss. Suddenly, Wang Chang frowned with a hint of joy in his eyes. Chapter 307. It was a hot potato. Wang Chang, a disciple of the enforcement hall, finally understood what it meant to be a hot potato. If a disciple of the enforcement hall couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner disciple, he would be a laughing stock. In fact, he really couldn't suppress Chi. Just as he was worrying about what to do, Eternal Wind's appearance resolved his embarrassment. At least he had a reason to step down. Qi Zhen is Eternal Wind's man. It's good that he's here. If Eternal Wind can suppress Lin Fei, then everything will be fine. If Eternal Wind can't suppress Lin Fei with his strength of a mystic adept, then I can only ask the elders to take action. Wang Chang had become a disciple of the enforcement hall and a captain, so he was naturally scheming. He planned to observe for a while before making a decision. Senior Eternal Wind is here. A sword light flew over from the horizon, and a person could be vaguely seen standing on it. As the sword light flew over, many streaks of light appeared in the surroundings, all of which were inner disciples. News of what happened in the arena spread quickly. Coupled with the fact that Eternal Wind was very famous among the inner disciples, it naturally attracted the attention of the inner disciples. Moreover, it was very rare for a newly promoted inner court disciple to dare criticize a veteran inner court disciple. Lin Fei, we've caused a lot of inner disciples to be unhappy. Li Wudi said in a low voice. Even though Li Wudi was famous among the outer disciples, he was only slightly famous among the inner disciples. So it was only natural for him to be nervous when he saw so many famous inner disciples. Did they teach you a lesson? Lin Fei was very direct. Li Wudi laughed dryly. This is already the inner sect's rule. Newly promoted inner disciples are always challenged by others. Just take it as a lesson to prevent new disciples from challenging veteran disciples in the future. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. I was just wondering why so many inner court disciples showed up. It turns out I'm the one who broke the rules of this trade. Li Wudi smiled bitterly. That's why we're in big trouble. It's said that among the inner disciples, there are very few geniuses who haven't been taught a lesson. You're an exception. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had only made a move to teach someone a lesson, but he had unknowingly broken the unspoken rules of the inner court and actually incurred the displeasure of the inner court disciples. However, this is also good. Uncle Zhang Wen recommended me to participate in the dynasty war. I am a newly promoted disciple and have no reputation among the inner disciples. Everyone will not agree to it, and the elders will not agree to it either. Today, I can use them to intimidate them and save myself some trouble later. Lin Fei thought about it and clicked the pass button. Whoosh 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 silhouettes flickered and landed around the ring. Walala, his gaze instantly landed on Lin Fei, curiously sizing up this inner sect disciple. Arrogantly and despotically destroying Qizhen's Dantian, this method was really cruel. He is Lin Fei. It's just ordinary. I really don't know what gave him the courage to offend senior brother Eternal Wind and teach a law enforcement hall's disciple a lesson. Could this Lin Fei be cultivating some kind of special cultivation technique? Why can't I see his strength? The inner sect disciples gathered in twos and threes, quietly discussing. Then, they found Lin Fei was different. They couldn't see through his strength. The cryptic spirit realm. Someone started to guess. Then, all the inner sect disciples couldn't help but shake their heads. The cryptic spirit realm was a core disciple in the divine force sect, which was higher than the inner sect disciples. Usually, when they saw him, they had to call him senior brother. It was rare for more than 10 inner sect disciples to appear at the same time. Usually, the inner sect disciples were either cultivating or going out to complete tasks. It was rare for them to be so free. Today was the only exception. You are the Lin Fei who destroyed Qijin's Dantian? After landing, Eternal Wind in cyan clothes, glanced over with his eyes like lightning, and his momentum was oppressive. Don't try to test me. This pressure is useless to me. Lin Fei said indifferently. The pressure in front of him instantly disappeared. Qijin's Dantian was destroyed by me. If you want to help your people, just do it. As for the law enforcement hall, don't count on them. Eternal Wind was surprised. Seeing Wang Chang's apologetic look, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. You took my benefits and didn't do anything. What a bastard. Originally, Eternal Wind was accompanying his junior sister. When he heard that his nephew's Dantian was destroyed, he asked Qijin to bring the people over and let his nephew deal with them. In the end, Qijin's Dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple. Therefore, he asked someone to inform Wang Chang of the law enforcement hall to take the people away and then he would deal with them. After sending his junior sister away, Eternal Wind came in person. He didn't expect that things would change so much. Seeing Wang Chang's look, Eternal Wind knew that he had to do it himself. If he hadn't tested him with the pressure before, it might have been nothing. But the other party easily broke through his pressure. Eternal Wind had a bad feeling. Moreover, there were other inner sect disciples here. They obviously wanted to see him make a fool of himself. His nephew's Dantian was destroyed. His subordinate's Dantian was destroyed. He had to take revenge. Otherwise, how could he continue to stay in the circle? Junior brother Lin Fei, it's good that you admit it. Chang Feng said, since you dared to lay a heavy hand on an inner court disciple, senior brother will come and experience exactly how strong you are. Whoosh! Eternal Wind's long sword flew in the air, making a loud sound. Sword chi rain. Drip, 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 drip. Rainwater fell from the sky between Lin Fei and Chang Feng, hitting the ground. Everywhere the rainwater passed, the limestone was filled with holes. This was the rainwater sword principle that Eternal Wind cultivated. His swordsmanship had been cultivated to the great success level. As expected of senior brother Eternal Wind. The power of the rainwater sword principle is even stronger than before. With this move alone, I think that Lin Fei won't be able to break it. His defeat is inevitable. Senior brother Eternal Wind's moves are extraordinary, just like before. The sword rain fell from the sky, surrounding Lin Fei. If an ordinary disciple were to face this move, they would definitely be terrified. Its power was too strong. The strength of the divine martial gates disciples can't be underestimated. This rainwater sword principle is clearly a Tao that is close to the state. Could it be the rainwater Tao after cultivating it to the great success level? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. If this is senior brother Eternal Wind's strongest move, I'm afraid that senior brother is going to lose. Lin Fei walked forward leisurely, wandering through the rain. All the rain was blown away by the cool breeze. The sharp rain collapsed, not harming Lin Fei in the slightest. Uproar! The inner sect disciples were the most shocked. They had all experienced senior brother Eternal Wind's rainwater sword principle. Once trapped, it would definitely be a difficult thing to deal with and break. But now, Lin Fei was actually unharmed. They almost suspected that they had seen it wrong. If they were not wrong, how could he block the rainwater sword principle? His Eternal Wind took a deep cold breath. The rainwater sword principle inherited the rainwater. It was continuous and airtight. After cultivating it to the great success level, its power was boundless, and few could break it. It's just a bluff. Eternal Wind snorted and changed the rainwater sword principle again. Continuous sword rain. First clear after the rain. Violent wind and rainstorm. In an instant, Eternal Wind changed his moves and used his strongest moves. He rarely used them during sparring and treated them as his trump cards. Senior brother Eternal Wind is using his ultimate move. The inner sect disciples naturally hoped that Eternal Wind could defeat his opponent and teach Lin Fei a lesson. If Eternal Wind lost, they wouldn't be able to raise their faces. Even the senior inner sect disciples couldn't suppress a newly promoted inner sect disciple. They would all hold their anger in their hearts. Let's see how you block it this time. Eternal Wind sneered in his heart. At the same time, he secretly used the rainwater sword principle to cripple Lin Fei. Even if the law enforcement hall wanted to punish him, he could say that it was because he didn't fully grasp the moves. His nephew was crippled. This already made Eternal Wind angry. In addition, Qizhen's Dantian was crippled. With all these factors added together, he had to vent his anger. The wind came and the rain dispersed. Eternal Wind only felt a cool breeze blowing over. The sword rain that he executed actually drifted away with the wind and disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Eternal Wind was astonished. This was out of his expectation and imagination. Lin Fei's cold voice sounded in his ears. Originally, I wanted to teach you a lesson and didn't want to make things difficult for you. However, you used a sword move to cripple my Dantian. If it was someone else, they might fall for it. To deal with a narrow-minded person like you, becoming an ordinary person is the most suitable. No, Eternal Wind was terrified. His secret move was discovered by his opponent. His face instantly turned pale and he let out a scream. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger at Eternal Wind's Dantian. To deal with such a person, Lin Fei wouldn't show any mercy, especially when he was a narrow-minded person. Eternal Wind was sent flying and crashed into the edge of the stage. His powerful aura dissipated along with it. He was on the verge of death, no longer as mighty as before. Senior brother Eternal Wind, Senior brother Eternal Wind, his Dantian has been destroyed. It's over, it's over. The spectating inner court disciples didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Senior brother Eternal Wind, who executed a powerful move, didn't even last for a round before his Dantian was destroyed by Lin Fei. In a single day, the Dantian of 2 inner court disciples was destroyed. Furthermore, the one who did it was a newly promoted inner court disciple. This was no different from a slap to their faces. Lin Fei looked around and said, Senior brother Eternal Wind wanted to cripple my Dantian. This is called the cycle of karma. If there is a senior brother here who is dissatisfied, feel free to spar with me. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Arrogant. Arrogant. The inner court disciples felt as if they were slapped in the face. Lin Fei, you. An inner court disciple said angrily before he was sent flying. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Lin Fei looked at Wang Chang and said, Senior brother Wang, are you going to bring me back? Wang Chang was dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, he smiled and said, Junior brother, you're joking. This is just a spar. The enforcement hall usually doesn't deal with such matters. Chapter 308. Facing the ferocious Lin Fei, Wang Chang, the disciple of the law enforcement hall, had no choice but to lower his head. This was a result he had never imagined. When Changfeng's Dantian was destroyed and he became a cripple, Wang Chang knew that he had to lower his head. If he didn't lower his head, what if he became ferocious and crippled himself? Wang Chang didn't want to become a cripple because it wasn't worth it. So what if he lowered his head? Survival was the most important thing. Changfeng's rainwater sword Dao was extraordinary. Even Wang Chang himself couldn't break it, and his chances of winning weren't high either. But it was easily broken by Changfeng. This was called strength. What could he do if he didn't accept it? Changfeng had already become a cripple. He was no different from a dead man and had lost his value. It was like a living person and a dead person. No matter how mighty and domineering one was when he was alive, once he died, he would vanish into thin air. On the Xiantian continent, strength was everything. If you lost strength, you would lose the right to speak. Thus, Wang Chang smiled apologetically and left with the disciple of the law enforcement hall. As the disciple of the law enforcement hall left, the scene was silent. Then, the inner sect disciples also left, or rather, they left with grievances. The inner sect disciples were swatted away like flies. Lin Fei's strength had already made them feel fear. How could they dare to stay? This Lin Fei was too ferocious, terrifyingly ferocious. He would never reach the king realm in his life. Right now, the only thing they wanted to do was to bring the news back. As for the inner sect disciple who was swatted away, he had already left. He didn't have the face to stay. Whether he went to find help or something else, no one knew. At least, he was bitterly disappointed. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Fei didn't take the previous incident to heart. He wasn't afraid of the elder coming to find him. 5 years ago, he was in a sorry state. So what if he was high profile now? He turned around and found that Li Wudi and Gao Chang were looking at him as if he was a monster. What? Is there something on my face? Li Wudi and Gao Chang were both in shock. Changfeng and the disciple of the law enforcement hall had admitted defeat just like that. It was like a dream. No. The two shook their heads. Lin Fei suddenly understood what was going on. No matter how much my strength increases, the two of you are still my friends. It won't change because of the difference in strength. In the past 5 years, the Divine Force sect didn't leave many memories for Lin Fei, and he didn't have many friends. Li Wudi sighed. I thought I'd be able to catch up to him in half a year, but I didn't expect the gap to be so wide. I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him for the rest of my life. Senior brother Everwind is done for. Gao Chang did not have much admiration for the inner sect disciples. I realized that I can finally show off for a bit. Everyone has to be polite to me. Lin Fei and Li Wudi laughed. I'm happy today. Let's go drink. In the Divine Force Gate, there were many mountains. At this moment, on a mountain peak, an inner disciple landed on the peak of the mountain and immediately ran toward a residence. Junior brother Zhangxing, is someone trying to kill you? In the courtyard, there were 2 people playing chess. One of them put down a chess piece and joked. Senior brotherly, you guessed it right. If it wasn't for my good luck, I might have been crippled. Zhangxing sighed. You guys don't know, but something big happened today. Then, Zhangxing told him what had happened earlier. The two of them unknowingly stopped playing chess. You're saying that Everwind's rainwater sword Dao was easily broken by that person. Can't you tell what move he used? Asked the person called Senior Brotherly in surprise. Zhangxing nodded. It was a very strange attack. I only felt like a wind blew by, and then Everwind's attack was broken. He broke Everwind's Dantian with one move. It was unbelievably fast. Looks like something big happened, Senior Brotherly said in a deep voice. There's an amazing person in our Divine Force sect. Maybe he has already reached the cryptic spirit realm and can become a core disciple. The other person said with a grave expression. Zhangxing was shocked. Is that possible? Nothing is impossible. To be able to break the rainwater sword Dao so easily, he must be at the cryptic spirit realm. I'm afraid those core disciples will have a headache. This Lin Fei is really amazing. Interesting. I thought there were only a few people competing among the core disciples, but now there's this Lin Fei. He seems to be quite strong. He'll be a good opponent. Lei Meng stood up, his body making cracking sounds. Lei Meng was one of the core disciples. His position was a level higher than the inner disciples, and he was at the cryptic spirit realm. In such a large divine force sect, they would be the first to know if anything happened. Senior Brother Lei, should we go and rope him in? An inner disciple asked. Lei Meng shook his head. There's no need to rope him in for now because he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. He crippled 2 inner disciples in a row. Wait until he has to deal with the law enforcement hall and the elders' questions, then he will have the qualifications. Right now, the one with a headache is the blood shadow behind Changfeng. Changfeng was his right-hand man. Now that he's dead, it's the same as losing an expert. Let's see how his strength has improved. Don't look at how peaceful the inner sect disciples were. What they didn't know was that there were many factions within. Core disciples recruited inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples recruited outer sect disciples. They formed many circles, and the struggles were complicated. The divine martial gate's upper echelons turned a blind eye to this, allowing the inner sect disciples to compete more easily. On the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. In the Divine Force sect, anyone who became a core disciple would have a mountain peak, and they could choose a name for it. The Blood Shadow Mountain Peak was Blood Shadow's residence. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, you have to help me vent my anger. Junior Brother is finished. Changfeng, whose face was pale, was carried to the Blood Shadow Mountain Peak. He knelt on the ground and wailed. After his dantian was broken, he became very weak, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. Opposite Changfeng was Blood Shadow in a red robe. He was a core disciple of the Divine Force sect, and it was said that he had the chance to become a King Realm expert. Many inner disciples came to join him. Blood Shadow looked at his trusted man. After Changfeng broke through to the cryptic spirit realm, he became his right-hand man. He didn't expect that he would be crippled just like that. It was inevitable that he would be angry. If a core disciple wanted to have the right to speak in the Divine Force sect, he had to have many experts around him. Only then would he be able to call for help. Now that one of his right-hand men had been crippled, Blood Shadow felt pain and endless anger. There were very few things that could make a core disciple angry. Even the elders would give them face. Among the core disciples, Shuang was one of the stronger ones. Everyone gave him some face. Don't hit people in the face. This was the jargon. Now, not only did Lin Fei defeat Changfeng, but he also slapped Blood Shadow in the face. This was obviously not giving him face, and he didn't take him, a core disciple, seriously. Ever since Blood Shadow became a core disciple, he rarely got angry. Changfeng, you are one of my people. I will definitely avenge you. Blood Shadow said. Everyone knew that Changfeng was one of his people. He had to avenge him. Otherwise, it would be bad for the people below him. How do you want to deal with him? Tell me. Thank you, Senior Blood Shadow, for avenging me. I don't ask for anything else. I just want to cripple Lin Fei. Changfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. This was the only thing he could ask for. Okay. Even if you don't say it, I will do it myself and cripple that person. Blood Shadow's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Now, tell me in detail how you fought with Lin Fei. Blood Shadow wasn't a reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a core disciple. What happened in the arena spread like wildfire in less than half a day. Lin Fei's name shocked everyone once again. Half a year ago, he became a dark horse and made all the disciples remember this name. Half a year later, Lin Fei disappeared for half a year as usual. Everyone thought that he would be unknown. Who would have thought that he would soar to the sky again? First, he defeated Qi Xin and a few other inner court disciples. Then, he threatened the law enforcement hall disciples and crippled senior brother Changfeng. No matter which one it was unimaginable. Lin Fei, the inner court disciple, did all of them. In the Divine Martial Gate, Lin Fei became famous. His fame was not small. He was already catching up to those core disciples. His cruel methods were also left in their hearts. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. As for the disciples who had offended him in the past, they were all uneasy. They were afraid that Lin Fei would hold a grudge against them. Inner court disciples could be crippled just like that, let alone them. Martial artists weren't afraid of fighting and killing. The only thing they were afraid of was having their dantian crippled. No matter how strong you were, after losing your dantian, you would become an ordinary person, just a little stronger than an ordinary person. That night, in Lin Fei's courtyard, many inner court disciples came in person. Other than the polite words, there were more polite words. Other than the familiar face, they didn't want to offend this inner court disciple. There were even rumors that Lin Fei's strength was already qualified to become a core disciple. As such, it would be strange if the inner sect disciples didn't rush over. Inside the Divine Force sect, the inner sect disciples without any organization were like floating duckweed, without any foundation. It wasn't easy for them to mingle in the Divine Force sect, and their status was obviously one level lower than the others. If Lin Fei could become a core disciple, they could also straighten their chests and wouldn't have to lower their heads to others. Lin Fei thanked them one by one. He didn't reject them. Awesome! By the time he finished sending off the inner disciples, it was already close to midnight. Chapter 309. P.S. Home renovation, no electricity for half the afternoon, update late. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and update tickets, thanks to Dragon in Chu Tian and A Fiery Flood for their comments, thank you for your support. In the early morning of the Divine Force sect, the breeze was gentle, quiet and peaceful. As the sun rose, the Divine Martial sect, which was a huge sect, was like a machine that had been fitted with gears. It slowly started to operate again, welcoming a brand new day. Drinking without using true yuan, I will have a headache the next day. Lin Fei lazily opened the window and took a deep breath. The faint headache was a real feeling. Since coming to the Xiantian continent, Lin Fei rarely went to drink. Yesterday was an exception. He was too happy, too excited, and he didn't even know how much he had drunk, and he didn't even know when it was over. The true yuan in his body operated, and the faint headache disappeared. He let out a long breath, feeling refreshed and comfortable. First, he went to the yard and practiced a set of fish techniques, until he was sweating profusely. If only Blue Wan was here. Picking up the towel, Lin Fei thought of Blue Wan. He wondered how Blue Wan was now. Subconsciously, Lin Fei clenched his fists, hating the person who took Blue Wan. Soon, I will find you. After taking a shower, Lin Fei changed his clothes. There was a special canteen for the inner disciples. After coming out, all the inner disciples on the way came up to talk to him, or nodded with a smile. After hearing about yesterday's shocking action, which inner disciple didn't show off? It was necessary to be familiar. After going out for more than half a year, Lin Fei finally had time to sit down and enjoy breakfast. He didn't have to be in a hurry, as if he was fighting a war. Lin Fei ate while paying attention to the surroundings. He found that the surrounding inner disciples all sat far away. Lin Fei was amused by this. After breakfast, Lin Fei walked out of the canteen. Walking out of the cafeteria, Lin Fei frowned, and then a smile appeared on his face. Is it finally here? Ever since he crippled Changfeng, an inner disciple, yesterday, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. The only thing he didn't expect was that they couldn't sit still. That's fine too. Core disciples? This was even more of a deterrent. It's more satisfying to fight. Lin Fei thought, after teaching a lesson to a core disciple, I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble, right? Wallala, the road to the cafeteria was suddenly filled with tension. Senior Brother Blood Shadow is here. This is going to be a good show. I wonder how it will turn out. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, it is said that our Divine Martial Sect's core disciple has the potential to become a king-class expert. Lin Fei was just lucky. Now that he met Senior Brother Blood Shadow, how could he just obediently admit defeat and kowtow to admit his mistake? That's not necessarily true. Maybe Senior Brother Lin Fei will amaze the world again. Among the inner disciples, there were people who supported Senior Brother Blood Shadow. Of course, there were also people who thought highly of Senior Brother Lin Fei. Senior Brother Blood Shadow had a large group of inner disciples under him. It might not be beneficial for them to flatter him. However, if they were to flatter Senior Brother Lin Fei, if they really succeeded, the benefits would be unimaginable. Junior Brother Lin Fei. Blood Shadow was wearing a red robe. His eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. From yesterday's news, Blood Shadow had already recognized Lin Fei with a single glance. Senior Brother Blood Shadow. From the two's words, everyone could hear the killing intent in them. This made everyone sigh. This Lin Fei was really bold. He dared to be so arrogant in front of Senior Brother Blood Shadow, a core disciple. Blood Shadow was not surprised by Lin Fei's performance at all. This was why he was worthy of his attention. Otherwise, it would not be worth it for him to personally make a move. Because the other party must be qualified. Junior Brother Lin Fei, you are qualified for me to personally make a move. Blood Shadow said coldly, 3 days later, you and I will fight on the arena. No one would have thought that Senior Brother Blood Shadow would personally issue a challenge. This was different from a private duel. The influence was different. In a duel on the arena, no matter which side lost, it would definitely have a great impact. Especially for someone like Senior Brother Blood Shadow, once he lost, it would affect his position among the core disciples. Everyone was guessing whether Lin Fei dared to accept the challenge or not. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, aren't you just helping Senior Brother Chong Feng to vent his anger? Why do you have to issue a challenge? It just so happens that there is no one here. Let's settle it to our heart's content. Junior Brother still has things to do. Crash. Even though there were not many people eating in the canteen, there were still many people gathered outside. When they suddenly heard this, everyone was shocked. From his tone, could it be that Senior Brother Lin Fei wanted to settle it quickly? He didn't give any face at all. Indeed, Lin Fei did not give him any face. Core disciples had a high status in the Divine Martial Sect. Even the elders had to be polite to them, not to mention those elders who did not have any power. In the Divine Martial Sect, it was rare for a core disciple to reject a challenge. Because the other party was a core disciple. Every word and action of a core disciple represented meaning. Now, an inner sect disciple rejected the challenge and chose to settle it on the spot. If they did not hear it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that these words came from Lin Fei's mouth. It was a naked slap in the face. Lin Fei, do you know who you are talking to? The inner sect disciple beside Blood Shadow said angrily. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, with strength. Without any movement, that inner sect disciple was slapped in the face and flew out. He fell and rolled 365 degrees, causing his face to be bruised. Hiss. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Lin Fei looked at Blood Shadow. I like to do whatever I want. If Senior Brother Blood Shadow doesn't like it, feel free to reject it. Blood Shadow said in a deep voice, so, Junior brother Lin Fei is not giving me face. This meant that Blood Shadow was furious. A dignified core disciple was arrogant in the divine martial sect. When he personally asked, he was rejected. This had never happened before. The other core disciples did not dare to reject like this. Now, someone did it. This person was an inner sect disciple. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said sternly, "Face. Senior brother Blood Shadow is such an old man. Do you still care about face? Nephew Changfeng wanted to deal with my friend in a duel. He only has himself to blame for having his Dantian destroyed. As for your Changfeng, he is just using his name to cause trouble. In my opinion, you don't need to care about senior brother's face at all." Everyone's heart was beating non-stop. Crazy. Crazy. He didn't even dare to say such arrogant words. This was really a slap to senior brother Blood Shadow's face, and it was a slap to his face. The applause was resounding. If it was before, Blood Shadow would be polite before using force. However, after hearing this, he was filled with anger. Not only did he not give him face, he even dared to disregard him in public and even hit the people around him. Arrogant. He was indeed too arrogant. Could it be that he didn't know that the consequences of being too arrogant would be tragic? Junior brother Lin Fei, you're good. Blood Shadow said angrily, you're the first to speak to me like this. No wonder you were so cruel. Today, I will seek justice for Changfeng. Boundless Blood Sea. Boom! Behind Blood Shadow, a sea of blood appeared. In the sea of blood, there were figures moving. They were all shadows, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. A chilling aura swept across. This was the Blood Sea scripture that Blood Shadow cultivated, an upper yellow class martial art. If one's mind was not firm, their face would turn pale. It was terrifying. The sea of blood was like a vast ocean. It left a red trail of light as it charged toward Lin Fei's location. Within the sea of blood, an illusory figure with a blurry appearance slowly stood up. Then, it raised its hand and smashed down with a palm strike. Scarlet light filled the sky. When the inner disciples saw senior brother Blood Shadow's attack, they immediately knew how big the gap between them was. With just one move, the inner disciples looked at each other. The strength of a core disciple was indeed not something they could compare with. Senior brother Blood Shadow is really strong. Lin Fei was indeed strong yesterday. I don't think he's a match for senior brother Blood Shadow today. Indeed. Based on Lin Fei's strength yesterday, everyone had a guess. Would it be a one-sided fight against senior brother Blood Shadow today? Most people thought it was the latter. Scram! Following Lin Fei's roar, a dense quintessence surged out and turned into an azure beam. It was like a rainbow as it smashed into Shui Ying's palm. Shui Ying's palm shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, as if it was piercing through space, it lashed at Shui Ying's body again. It was so fast that no one could sense it. The only thing that shocked everyone was that thick and dense True Yuan. Walala Blood Shadow was sent flying by the whip. Or rather, he was sent flying by quintessence. There was no way he could withstand a whip of quintessence. Senior brother Blood Shadow was sent flying. How is this possible? Is senior brother Lin Fei even stronger than senior brother Blood Shadow? Seeing Blood Shadow being sent flying, the inner disciples felt as if they were dreaming. If yesterday, they thought that Lin Fei had gotten lucky, then today, they were completely convinced. Using pure quintessence and an ordinary strike, Lin Fan sent senior brother Blood Shadow flying. This was true strength, leaving everyone speechless. Blood Shadow's upper body was bare, and there were wounds all over his body. I actually lost. How can he be so strong? Even my boundless blood sea was destroyed. Blood Shadow had found out yesterday that Lin Fei's advantage was speed. Blood Shadow had thought of a foolproof plan to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat. In the end, he was utterly defeated. Senior Brother Blood Shadow, if you're not convinced, feel free to look for me. Lin Fei walked up, but there might not be such a good opportunity next time. Crimson Shadow was shocked, and the anger that he had gathered dissipated in an instant. Killing intent. True killing intent. That sentence just now made Blood Shadow's dantian cold, and he immediately panicked. Lin Fei wants to destroy my dantian. This was a blatant warning, a blatant threat. Blood Shadow's body shook slightly, and he squeezed out an ugly smile. I'm convinced. We admit defeat. His senior brother Blood Shadow admitted defeat. The result was unexpected. This was the result. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Inner Sanctum Disciple Lin Fei, please come with us. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, shadows moved, and a group of men in black appeared on the road again. Chapter 310. Senior Brother Blood Shadow actually lost. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so powerful. I really want to be his cultivation partner. He's so manly. Senior Brother Lin Fei is so mighty. Our Divine Force Gate will soon have another core disciple. While it's still early, let's go and curry favor with him. If he values us, we'll have a good life in the future. Senior Brother Blood Shadow took the initiative to admit defeat. This already left everyone shocked. It was no different from the sun rising from the west, completely destroying their understanding of the world. The ordinary and mediocre Senior Brother Lin Fei's status suddenly became noble, magnified endlessly, and they had to look up to him. Core Disciple. Senior Brother Lin Fei definitely had the strength to stabilize the strength of a core disciple. Everyone was enlightened by their previous conjecture. It turned out that Senior Brother Lin Fei himself had the strength of the cryptic spirit realm, which was why he dared to ignore Senior Brother Blood Shadow. It had only been half a year. How did Lin Fei cultivate? Then, this question appeared in their minds. Even geniuses might not have this ability, right? Monstrous, simply too monstrous. He had used his quintessence to send Blood Shadow's senior brother flying. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just when they couldn't digest this news, the law enforcement hall disciples came again, dazzling everyone. Lin Fei looked over indifferently and found that it was his old acquaintance Wang Chang. With just one glance, Wang Chang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that even Senior Brother Blood Shadow was defeated, he couldn't help but feel lucky that he had been lucky yesterday. If he had fought yesterday, he would also have been in such a difficult situation. Wang Chang thought to himself. His mind shook, and he made up his mind that Lin Fei must not be offended in the future, even if he was his friend. If he could curry favor with him and flatter him, that would be great. Bastard, how can you say that? You're not polite at all. Wang Chang turned around and glared at them, then immediately scolded, "Didn't I ask you to invite Senior Brother Lin Fei back? What are you talking about? Senior Brother Lin Fei is not a criminal. You're a bunch of brainless things." The disciples of the law enforcement hall were all dumbfounded. They were all confused. Didn't you tell us to say that? Moreover, why should we, the disciples of the law enforcement hall, be afraid of an inner court disciple? Who knows how many inner court disciples have been captured and come out with an unbelievably honest attitude. It was obvious that the disciples of the disciplinary hall were used to their current positions, and had no idea what Captain Wang Chang was worried about. Inner disciples were like dogs in front of them, and they were already used to it. They hadn't expected that Wang Chang would scold them because of a disciple. After scolding him, Wang Chang strode forward and smiled apologetically, "Senior Brother Lin Fei, please be magnanimous and don't bother with them. These guys don't know how to talk." At this moment, Wang Chang was indeed worried that Lin Fei would bear a grudge against him. After seeing senior brother Blood Shadow's miserable appearance, Wang Chang couldn't be arrogant anymore. He was just a small captain of the law enforcement hall. His identity could scare ordinary people, but how could he scare a genius like Lin Fei? Do you really think you've lived too long? How dare you go against a genius? You're definitely looking for trouble for yourself. Wang Chang, the small captain of the law enforcement hall, had a good reputation among the inner court disciples. It should be said that he had a bad reputation. When they saw such a scene, the inner court disciples couldn't help but be shocked. It turned out that the usually majestic law enforcement hall wasn't always strong, and there would be a day when they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Elder invited me. What elder? Wang Chang looked around and asked in a pleading tone, Law enforcement elder, the details. How about we talk about it on the way? Lin Fei knew that he had to go to the law enforcement hall, otherwise, it would be endless trouble and a headache. He might as well solve it all at once. Then let's talk on the way. Lin Fei turned his head and said to Shuang, Senior brother Shuang, help me tell those core disciples that whoever wants to spar with me should first consider their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing myself. Senior brother Blood Shadow nodded like a chick pecking rice. He didn't have the previous arrogance and carefully said, I will tell them. Seeing that Lin Fei and the law enforcement hall left, Blood Shadow let out a sigh of relief. Only then did Blood Shadow let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt an immense pressure when facing Lin Fei. He even regretted helping Eternal Wind and ended up failing miserably. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Blood Shadow roared, scaring away a group of people. The law enforcement elder is looking for me just to punish me. Lin Fei looked at Wang Chang indifferently. Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat, and his forehead was full of cold sweat. After a day's experience, Lin Fei was like a demon in his heart. Wang Chang knew how powerful senior brother Blood Shadow was, especially the Blood Sea scripture, which was a high-grade yellow-class martial art that could confuse the mind. Since his debut, he had killed many experts and gained some fame in the Bufalling dynasty. In the end, he still lost to Lin Fei and had to admit defeat. Not many core disciples could think of such a situation, and among the core disciples, how many could do it so easily? At least, Wang Chang couldn't think of anyone who could do it. We have a total of 10 law enforcement elders, and they are all old fogies. They usually like to maintain the prestige of the law enforcement hall. Yesterday's matter. I don't know how, but it fell into their ears, so. Wang Chang trembled, peeking at Yi Shiwen's expression from time to time. So they want to punish me. Wang Chang hurriedly nodded, I also think that it's wrong to do so. It's normal to make mistakes in a fight. But the law enforcement elder thinks that senior brother, say no more. Lin Fei interrupted Wang Chang, a group of stubborn old fogies. Wang Chang didn't dare to make a sound. Stubborn old fogies, only senior brother dares to say that. If it were any other disciple, they would have been suppressed, Wang Chang thought. How do those old fogies plan to punish me? Lin Fei asked casually. Wang Chang swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, they said that they want senior brother to face the wall for 10 years as a warning to others. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed with anger, a group of old fogies, they want to use me as a warning to others. This also depends on whether you have the strength to do so. Using me as a warning to others. Bah! Hearing this punishment, Lin Fei was very angry. Facing the wall for 10 years for no reason, Lin Fei didn't want to face the wall. In this way, another fight was inevitable. At this time, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The law enforcement hall disciples behind Wang Chang looked at each other, wondering if they had heard wrong. This is too arrogant. They were all law enforcement elders, although they had not reached the profound king realm, they were all at the Profound Spirit Late Stage and Profound Spirit Great Circle, which was also a first-class strength in the Divine Martial sect. Now there was someone who was not convinced. It seemed like a fight was going to happen. The law enforcement hall was located in the belly of a gloomy mountain. The gloomy atmosphere became the biggest feature of the location of the law enforcement hall. The natural terrain, coupled with the law enforcement hall's reputation for not provoking, over time, this place became a forbidden area, and few people were willing to appear in this place. Because they hated the atmosphere of the law enforcement hall. This is the law enforcement hall. Wang Chang nodded. Through the passage is the main hall of the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, this law enforcement hall is a prison, no wonder they are all afraid of the law enforcement hall. They have been here once, I'm afraid they won't dare to come a second time. Looking at the plaque hanging high, the black words, Law Enforcement Hall, a smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and he strode in. As Lin Fei was taken away by the law enforcement hall, the news of Senior Brother Blood Shadow's defeat spread immediately. The inner sect disciples were shocked. This news was too great a shock to them. Among the inner sect disciples, of course, there were some powerful inner sect disciples, who were eager to fight with Lin Fei, in order to raise their reputation. After hearing this news, the inner sect disciples opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Senior Brother Blood Shadow was a core disciple, and his strength was many times stronger than the inner sect disciples. Even if a group of them went up, it would be useless. The tyrannical Senior Brother Blood Shadow personally went up to Lin Fei, and he was utterly defeated. How would they dare to go up? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Then, the words that Lin Fei conveyed were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a turbulent lake, breaking the original peace. For a moment, a storm arose in the Divine Force sect. Even Blood Shadow was defeated. This Lin Fei is really surprising. Hearing this news, Raymond couldn't help but applaud. Lin Fei is a friend worth befriending. Blood Sea wanted to use the challenge ring to defeat Lin Fei, but I didn't expect Lin Fei to not give him face, and humiliated him in front of everyone. Good fight, Old Lei, like this kind of person. Hearing this news, Raymond was the most excited. But when he heard that Blood Shadow was taken away by the law enforcement hall, he couldn't help but frown. That brat Lin Fei didn't give Blood Shadow any face. I hope he won't cause any big trouble again. Those old antiques aren't that easy to provoke. But, I'm really looking forward to it. Some people were happy, and some were angry. A mere Lin Fei only defeated Blood Shadow, and Blood Shadow's strength is only in the middle stage of Cryptic Spirit, and he dares to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the law enforcement hall. If he comes out, I'll definitely have a big fight with him, and let him understand the rules. On a mountain peak, two core disciples had furious expressions on their faces. He is indeed arrogant. There aren't many people in our Divine Force sect who are so arrogant. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after defeating Blood Shadow? Seems like he thinks too highly of himself. We, the core disciples, haven't said anything yet. The white-haired young man said indifferently. Although his tone was indifferent, it carried a hint of disdain. It's really a pity that this brat was taken away by the law enforcement hall. I heard that those old antiques are quite angry. Maybe he'll be facing the wall for a few decades. A few decades. That's not a small punishment. His whole life is over. In the gloomy main hall of the law enforcement hall. When Lin Fei walked in, there were two law enforcement hall disciples standing on both sides, all of them expressionless. Chapter 311. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the update votes, Little Zia for the monthly votes, and Novel Addict for the comment votes. Thank you for your support. A show of strength. Hearing this, Lin Fei was enraged. I came to the law enforcement hall, and you want to teach me a lesson without saying a word. Are you looking for trouble? Are you really going to show me a show of strength? If it was a good thing, Lin Fei would not be angry. However, the other party did not take him seriously at all. Anyone would be angry if they wanted to teach him a lesson. They had just arrived, and they immediately wanted to show him a show of strength. This matter was completely targeted at him. On the way, Wang Chang had briefly introduced the punishment whip. It was a special method of the law enforcement hall. First, true essence would be suppressed, and then the punishment whip would be used. 100 whips should not be underestimated. Those who did not know would think that even if a martial artist could not use true essence, a martial artist's defense would not be affected by a mere whip. In fact, the punishment whip was not an ordinary whip, but a special kind of whip. It was specially used to break a martial artist's body. This kind of whip was useless against true essence martial artists, but for a martial artist with a pure body, it was a hellish pain that would be unforgettable. Some people would say that even if a martial artist did not have true essence, with a strong body and a martial artist's willpower, what could a mere whip do? If you thought so, you would be completely wrong. This was because the whip was not only made of special materials, but also soaked in a special potion. Every lash was unbearable. Even if one had a strong willpower, they would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. No matter how hard one's bones were, they would have to beg for mercy under this whip. If Lin Fei had not heard the situation from Wang Chang, he might not have understood the origin of this whip. It could be said that the whip of the law enforcement hall was equivalent to a killing stick in the yamen. No matter how strong one was, after their true essence was suppressed, their body could not withstand it. It was conceivable that when the disciples of the divine martial sect came here, they would turn pale at the mention of the law enforcement hall. Who could bear this kind of pain? Therefore, Lin Fei was angry. An ordinary disciple would not be able to withstand 100 lashes. Wang Chang had once mentioned that an ordinary disciple would only be able to withstand 20 lashes. 100 lashes was rarely seen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 4 law enforcement hall disciples rushed out from both sides. Their black chains were like venomous snakes, wrapping around Lin Fei's limbs. Once he was bound, his Xin Yuan would be suppressed, and only his physical body would be left. Lin Fei, do things in an open and above-board manner. I didn't expect the law enforcement hall to attack this disciple without any reason. Then, don't blame this disciple for being unreasonable. Lin Fei snorted coldly. His figure flashed as he punched at the 4 law enforcement hall disciples. Bang, bang, bang. When Lin Fei landed on the ground once again, the 4 disciples of the disciplinary hall were sent flying. Each of them had received a punch to their chests, causing them to vomit blood. Wang Chang, who was standing next to him, quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Senior brother Lin Fei's temperament is truly ferocious. This is the disciplinary hall, but he still dares to make a move. Truly ferocious. As such, Wang Chang moved cautiously to the side. If he was hit by Lin Fei, wouldn't that be courting death? He wouldn't go up even if he was beaten to death. Rebellious, rebellious. At the end of the hall, an elder was enraged. This elder was the 10th elder of the law enforcement hall, Shuesher-san. He had always been in charge of the law enforcement hall. Apart from cultivating, he rarely came out of seclusion. He would only make a move in person if he encountered a disciple that he could not suppress. Throughout the godly prowess sect, there were very few disciples who dared to hurt someone in the disciplinary hall. This Shuesher-san was infuriated. The old antique was completely enraged. He believed that it was necessary to punish this disciple. Take him down quickly. How dare he rebel against the law enforcement hall? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The disciples of the law enforcement hall on both sides immediately made their moves. Previously, when the disciples of the law enforcement hall were defeated, they felt that their honor had been destroyed. They had long wanted to take Lin Fei down. As they made their moves, the black chains turned into a giant black net. If Lin Fei were to be hit by it, he would be in great trouble. He might even be suppressed. Boz! With a flip of his hand, Lin Fei drew out the killing sword and slashed in the air. A sword ray flashed past. Wallala wallala, the iron chains of the inescapable net were all cut by the sword ray. They broke into countless pieces and fell from the air. Lin Fei did not stop there. He made a second move. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The enormous murderous aura enveloped the entire law enforcement hall. It was oppressive and even made people's hearts tremble. Whoosh! The disciples of the law enforcement hall who rushed up were all sent flying in an instant. There was a wound on their chests. Blood flowed out and the smell of blood permeated the air. They were defeated. They were all defeated. The power of one sword. All the enemies were destroyed. In the law enforcement hall, the disciples of the law enforcement hall fell to the ground in disorder. Their faces were full of horror. Some of them were even pale and had a weak mind. They were completely frightened. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. To become a disciple of the law enforcement hall, in addition to strength, one must also have a strong mind. However, the situation in front of them looked like a group of frightened children. It was very miserable. Lin Fei stood upright with his sword in hand. Elder, you will know whether it's right or wrong. As for venting your anger on the disciples, it's completely unnecessary. Lin Fei said indifferently, if Elder is not satisfied, feel free to do it yourself. The law enforcement elder. Lin Fei did not take it to heart. A group of stubborn old things. Teaching them a lesson was fine. Fear. There was no such word in Lin Fei's dictionary. The 10th elder, Blood 13, slammed his hand on the table. Whoosh! A huge amount of true origin rushed out and tore the table, turning it into a pile of sawdust. A superior grade spiritual treasure. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Blood 13 had a good eye. Of course, I will do it myself. I want to see what a disciple like you has to be proud of. Blood Shadow Saber Technique. The 10th elder shouted angrily. He used his palm as a saber and struck out a blood-red saber ray. It was actually 100 feet long. He took the lead and slashed down from the sky. Blood Shadow Saber Technique, Blood Sea Scripture. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Could it be that this elder is senior brother Blood Shadow's master? Old thing, if that's all you've got, just stand aside. Facing the saber ray that was 100 feet long, Lin Fei snorted coldly. The killing sword slashed in the air again. The saber ray that was 100 feet long split into 3, then a few hundred, then 1,000, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Elder, take my sword. The killing sword in Lin Fei's hand stabbed out, and a green sword slashed down. A black saber appeared in Blood 13's hand. His face darkened, and the saber ray slashed out again. Boom! The green wind blade was fierce, but it blocked the green wind blade for a moment before it was directly shattered. The air seemed to be split in half, and it crashed into the 10th elder's chest. Even though the 10th elder used all his energy, he was still blasted away and crashed into the hall. Rumble! The entire hall was filled with a loud noise that echoed continuously. Defeated. Even the law enforcement elder was defeated. The law enforcement hall was dead silent. The disciples of the law enforcement hall knew how powerful the law enforcement elder was. There had been disciples who resisted, but they were all suppressed. They had never seen such an outrageous scene. The 10th elder struggled to stand up. His clothes were torn, and there were sword marks left on his body. It was horrifying. It's no wonder you have such capabilities. Mystic Spirit Great Circle Cultivation. Blood 13 uttered these words with great difficulty. In fact, the 10th elder had been heavily shocked. The other party was not even 20 years old, but already had the strength of the profound spirit realm. He had cultivated for 100 years, but only had the strength of the profound spirit realm late stage. His strength had been wasted. One had to say that this scene was really a blow. The words cryptic great circle had shocked everyone present. He had the strength of the profound spirit realm at such a young age. There had never been such a genius in the Divine Force sect. A genius, a real genius. Elder, you flatter me. Blood 13 seemed to have aged a dozen years overnight. Let's go. I believe in your word since the Divine Force sect has a genius like you. Lin Fei thought he would have to fight a few more rounds. He didn't expect it to be settled so easily. This was really unexpected. Since the law enforcement elder had said so, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say anything more. He turned around and left the law enforcement hall. Lin Fei knew that the matter had been settled. Perhaps today's matter would soon be spread to the upper echelons. Lin Fei didn't want to pay attention to this. That was something they should worry about. Puff, after Lin Fei left the hall, the 10th elder, Blood 13, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. I'm old. I'm really old. Blood 13 was indeed Blood Shadow's master. When he heard that his disciple was defeated, he couldn't help but feel angry. That was why he wanted to show off his strength in the hall. In the end, he didn't show off his strength and got himself into trouble. I'm afraid that this Lin Fei will be able to enter the top 10 among the core disciples. The 10th elder thought, this matter needs to be reported. The Divine Force sect has one more disciple in the profound spirit realm. The Divine Force sect has a chance to get one more place in the dynasty selection. Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall. The warm sunlight outside fell on him, and he felt very comfortable. He stretched his waist and flew out. After leaving the law enforcement hall's mountain range, Lin Fei could not help but frown slightly. He thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be so many people outside. They must all be secretly paying attention to me. Looks like I've become famous. Senior brother Lin Fei, are you alright? Li Wudi came over with Gao Chang. Lin Fei smiled. Look at me. Do I look like I'm in trouble? Li Wudi was shocked. There's a rumor outside that you were taken away by the law enforcement hall. It said that the law enforcement elder is angry and is going to punish you. Lin Fei shook his head. You believe the rumors outside? That's not true. The law enforcement elder was just looking for me to understand the situation. Something bad happened, so he came out. Chapter 312. Damn, why did Lin Fei come out? Along with an exclamation, the crowd saw Lin Fei coming out and flying towards a certain direction. This scene was out of their expectations. Originally, some were rejoicing in Lin Fei's misfortune while some were prepared to watch a good show. But when they saw this scene, all of them shut their mouths and looked at the scene in disbelief, suspecting that they had seen wrongly. We didn't see wrongly, right? That person is Lin Fei, right? A disciple rubbed his eyes. I don't think so. How could it be like this? Didn't the law enforcement elder know that Lin Fei made a mistake and is preparing to punish Lin Fei? This news came from the law enforcement hall. It shouldn't be fake. Did something happen? Unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Fei really has a powerful backer? Impossible. Lin Fei is a newly promoted inner sect disciple. His master hasn't assigned him yet. How could he have a powerful backer? Without a backer, how could he walk out of the law enforcement hall unscathed? Everyone can't have seen wrongly, right? They had to admit that when Lin Fei walked out of the law enforcement hall, apart from shock, they were also shocked. So shocked that their glasses fell to the ground. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, but this was the result. What a scam! Lin Fei was suddenly shrouded in a layer of mystery. The inner sect disciples completely lost their confidence. Lin Fei was no longer someone they could fight, but someone they could only look up to. Even those core disciples who were prepared to watch a good show sighed when they heard the news and chose to observe for the time being. Even the law enforcement hall was helpless against Lin Fei. They didn't dare to do anything for the time being. As long as one was a disciple of the divine martial sect, they would have an impression of the terror of the law enforcement hall. Even the elders had to give face to the core disciples. If they made a big mistake, the law enforcement hall would still come looking for them. In the past, there was a core disciple who committed crimes and was eventually suppressed by the law enforcement hall. In the divine martial sect, be it the outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, or core disciples, they all had a feeling of resistance when facing the law enforcement hall. Now, Lin Fei stepped into the law enforcement hall and came out right after. It indeed gave them a lot of feelings, and at the same time, it gave them an infinite sense of mystery. An outer sect disciple from half a year ago. Half a year later, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. This kind of subversive contrast was no less than the sun rising from the west. They couldn't imagine what had happened in between. It seemed like even a monster didn't have this ability, right? Lin Fei was a complete mystery. Divine Martial Gate, Divine Martial Hall. Blood 13 hurried into the room. Senior Brother Sect Leader. In the main hall of the Divine Martial Gate, a middle-aged man wearing a crown slowly opened his eyes. He smiled like a cool breeze. Junior Brother Blood 13, aren't you supposed to be cultivating in seclusion in the law enforcement hall? How come you have the time to come here? This middle-aged man was the current leader of the Divine Force Sect. His Daoist title was Divine Force Sect Leader. This had always been the rule of the Divine Force Sect. Anyone who became a sect leader would have this Daoist title, which was passed down from generation to generation. Later on, everyone was used to calling him Divine Force Sect Leader, and no one knew his real name. Blood 13 cupped his hands and said, "Sect Leader, something big happened today. I think it's necessary for me to come here." The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled. "Junior Brother, the sun rose from the west today. It's the first time you've said something like this." Then, he looked confused. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" "Senior Brother, you have sharp eyes. I can't hide this from you. I'm indeed injured." Blood 13 brought out a white crystal from his pocket. It was a rare memory crystal. Only big sects like the Divine Force Sect had it, and it could record what had happened. The Divine Force Sect Leader took the memory crystal and activated his true essence. A white light screen appeared in front of him, and then the scene in the law enforcement hall was played like a movie. "Senior Brother, do you understand now?" Blood 13 smiled bitterly. "We have a genius in the Divine Force Sect." The Divine Force Sect Leader smiled, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "No wonder you were injured. It turns out that you were injured by him. But why is this disciple so unfamiliar? His strength is obviously at the peak of cryptic spirit. With an ultra-grade spirit treasure, he is invincible below the king realm." "Ah, isn't that a superior grade spirit treasure? How can it be an ultra-grade spirit treasure?" Blood 13 was shocked. The spirit treasure he had was only a mid-grade spirit treasure, but a disciple had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. It was too shocking. In the Divine Force Sect, disciples who had low-grade spirit treasures could be counted on one hand, not to mention mid-grade and superior-grade spirit treasures. Perhaps only the sect leader's brother had an ultra-grade spirit treasure. The Divine Force Sect Leader shook his head. "Junior Brother, you're wrong. That long sword is indeed an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Moreover, this person's true essence is extremely dense, and his combat power is powerful. It's not a shame that you lost to him. Blood 13 frowned and said worriedly, I've sent someone to investigate this disciple's information. Half a year ago, he was just an outer disciple. In just half a year, he has reached the peak of cryptic spirit and has an ultra-grade spirit treasure. Senior brother, do you think there's something wrong with this disciple? Should we investigate him? We don't want a spy to sneak in and harm our Divine Force sect. What's this disciple's name? The Divine Force sect leader suddenly asked. Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader frowned and then smiled. So it's him. No wonder junior brother Zhang Wen said that our Divine Force sect has a genius disciple. If I'm not wrong, it should be this Lin Fei. Ah, junior brother Zhang Wen also knows this Lin Fei. Blood 13 was indeed surprised. It should be said that junior brother Zhang Wen is the first to know. The Divine Force sect leader said, this disciple's performance is so outstanding. It's indeed our Divine Force sect's fortune. Moreover, our Divine Force sect can't cultivate such a genius. Do you think that other sects would let go of such a genius disciple and instead send him to our Divine Force sect? Blood 13 seemed to understand. Senior brother, what do you mean? This disciple comes from the Divine Force sect, so he has fate with the Divine Force sect. I'm sure he will amaze everyone in this dynasty selection. It's also a good opportunity for our Divine Force sect. If we can be accepted as disciples by a big sect, our Divine Force sect will definitely become the overlord of an unfalling dynasty. Blood 13's eyes lit up. Senior brother, you're amazing. I almost ruined your plan. As for Lin Fei, there's no need to pay attention to him. The dynasty selection is about to begin. I believe that junior brother Zhang Wen has seen through it and will definitely tell everything to Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader said lightly. In martial uncle Zhang Wen's residence. It was Lin Fei's first time here. Ever since he returned to the Divine Force sect, trouble kept coming. If it weren't for the trouble, Lin Fei would have taken the initiative to visit and thank martial uncle Zhang Wen for teaching him the wind sword. Martial uncle Zhang Wen's words meant that he was Lin Fei's teacher. Especially with regards to Lin Fei's grasp of the Wind Dao, it could be said to be a great help. Lin Fei had to personally come. The dynasty selection was about to begin, and Lin Fei was destined to not stay in the Divine Force sect for a long time. This was equivalent to a transition period in the Divine Force sect. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. If he was alone, there was nothing to worry about. He still had friends, and he hoped that martial uncle Zhang Wen would take care of him. The word take care carried a lot of meaning. Zhang Wen's residence was very quiet. It was a pleasant environment with green mountains and clear waters. Martial uncle Zhang Wen is indifferent, and his residence is different from others. Li Wudi explained. It seems that brother Wudi has been here a few times. Lin Fei asked casually. Gao Chang said, don't you know? Senior brother Wudi is now martial uncle Zhang Wen's disciple. Ah, congratulations. Lin Fei was very surprised. Li Wudi said gratefully, it's all thanks to Lin Fei's help in Mountain River City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the chance to become master's disciple. It's all thanks to senior brother's guidance. After crossing a stone bridge, there was a wooden house by the stream. It gave off a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Fei, you're here. Before Lin Fei arrived, Zhang Wen's voice could be heard. When they arrived, Li Wudi stopped. Senior brother, you go ahead. Lin Fei nodded and walked to the stream. Zhang Wen looked the same as before. He didn't have any imposing aura, and he sat by the stream with a fishing rod in his hand. He looked very relaxed. It was hard to imagine that he was a profound spirit expert. Martial uncle, you're in a good mood. Lin Fei sat down beside him. As for fishing, Lin Fei also liked it. Since I have nothing to do, I'll go fishing. It's a good balance between work and rest, Zhang Wen said, looking at the water. You've been in the limelight recently. All the disciples of the Divine Force sect know your name, and even us elders have heard of it. Lin Fei nodded. I had no choice. Martial uncle, do you think that someone like me is born to cause trouble? Since they came looking for me, I have to teach them a lesson no matter what, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied by them? Zhang Wen smiled in surprise. You're still the same as before. That's good too. The disciples of the Divine Force sect are a little arrogant. Someone should teach them a lesson. You've done well. Lin Fei could already understand Martial Uncle Zhang Wen's words. Martial Uncle, I'm here to seek your protection today, Lin Fei joked. I'm afraid that the elders will hate me to death. Zhang Wen laughed. You also know that you'll offend people by doing this. Your reputation in the Divine Force sect is that you're a monstrous genius. Then he sighed. As your martial uncle, I didn't know that your cultivation would be so fast. It seems that you were right to suggest going out to cultivate. Otherwise, you wouldn't be where you are today. Lin Fei didn't speak. He knew that martial uncle Zhang Wen had more to say. The Empire's selection is about to begin. I have already prepared a position for you. You can go ahead and do whatever you want. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. Just quietly enjoy this period of time. Perhaps you won't have such a time in the next few months. Chapter 313. P.S. Thank you, Luo Yuxuan. Thank you for your support. Shattered Knights update vote and win following 443's monthly vote and gifts. After returning from Uncle Zhang Wen's place, Lin Fei lived a leisurely life. As he said, he had a good rest and prepared for the dynasty selection. This kind of carefree life, Lin Fei rarely enjoyed this kind of leisurely life. Usually, if he wasn't looking for Gao Chang to drink with, he would find a mountain peak by himself and go through a systematic comprehension of what he had previously learned. The core disciples who were originally prepared to muster a large force all gave up for some reason. In general, everything was developing well. Time flew, Lin Fei returned to the Divine Force sect, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a year had passed. This morning, after Lin Fei finished a set of fish techniques, an inner sect disciple came to inform him to get ready. The Divine Force sect would go to the dynasty tomorrow to prepare for the selection before the dynasty war. He sent the inner sect disciple away with a few hundred pure yuan pills. Is it finally going to start the dynasty selection? Lin Fei clenched his fists. The dynasty selection, Lin Fei had been looking forward to it for a long time. These days were leisurely, but for Lin Fei, it was empty and boring, not as exciting as the previous days. That night, Lin Fei invited Gao Chang, Li Wudi, and several other familiar friends as a farewell before leaving the Divine Force sect. Gao Chang raised his glass. Senior brother, you will definitely show your power. Junior brother congratulates you here. Li Wudi also raised his glass. Li Wudi, can't say anything else, but in the dynasty war, senior brother will definitely make a name for himself. I wish senior brother a smooth journey and show your power in the dynasty war. Your congratulations, senior brother will accept. Let's not go home until we are drunk tonight. Lin Fei drank a glass of wine. The next morning, when Lin Fei woke up, he found that Gao Chang and Li Wudi had left. Looking at the small courtyard, he simply packed his clothes. Outside, another inner sect disciple came and stood respectfully outside. Senior brother Lin Fei, please follow me. Lin Fei strode out of the courtyard. On the Divine Martial Square, unbeknownst to them, a black warship had stopped above them. By the time Lin Fei arrived at the plaza, there were already many core disciples gathered there. Anyone with a certain level of strength had been selected to participate in the dynasty selection. Senior brother Lin Fei is here. When Lin Fei appeared on the square, many people exclaimed. Everyone would remember Lin Fei, who had come out of the law enforcement hall safely. Of course, there were rumors circulating that Lin Fei had injured a group of law enforcement disciples and law enforcement elders in the law enforcement hall. Even though he didn't know whether the news was true or not, he still couldn't help but admire and worship Lin Fei. No matter where the strong went, they would be qualified to be worshipped. Even if he wasn't famous in the past. Lin Fei looked around and didn't recognize many familiar faces. They were all unfamiliar disciples. He found a place and sat down to wait. From time to time, disciples would come up and he would deal with them one by one. 1 hour later, the Divine Martial Sect Master came out. When the Divine Martial Arts Sect Master came out, the entire Divine Martial Arts Square was dead silent. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei took a glance and confirmed the opponent's strength. Peak Mystic King Realm. His aura was vigorous and much stronger than the one from the 18 clans. The Great Dynasty War will begin in half a month. All of you are the core disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. Your stage will come very soon. Children, seize this opportunity and cherish this qualification. The Divine Martial Sect Master's words were very simple. However, these few words were filled with boundless temptation and boundless fighting spirit for the core disciples present. As expected of the Divine Martial Sect's boss. Even his words are so powerful. Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder the Divine Martial Sect can continue to develop. With such a boss, the Divine Martial Sect will become the overlord sooner or later. After some passionate words. Now go and step on the stage that belongs to you. Along with this sentence, everyone on the Divine Martial Square became excited. The inner disciples were full of expectations for the future. The core disciples were looking forward to stepping on the big stage that they dreamed of and showing the majesty that belonged to their generation. Lin Fei, who had received the news like the explosion of the earth, heard such words and his fighting spirit was also aroused. Very soon, the group of core disciples boarded the warship one by one. The warship was very big. It was Lin Fei's first time here. After boarding the warship, he found that the space inside was very big. It was like the plane on Earth, but the width was even bigger. I'll sit by the window. Lin Fei walked straight to the window where he could see the scenery outside. Soon, the warship was filled with core disciples. There were at least 30 to 40 of them. You, stand up. I've taken a liking to this position. Just as Lin Fei's eyes were closed, a voice rang out in his ear. He raised his head and saw that at some point, a burly man had appeared in front of him. His hands were as black as charcoal, and he was currently looking at Lin Fei with ill intent. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Get lost. The burly man was furious. He reached out to grab the shoulder of the other party and was about to throw him out so that he could occupy the window seat. Just when his hands touched the shoulder of the other party, a huge force came. Kacha kacha, the bones of his hands were broken. Then, the burly man hit the wall of the warship with a bang. The surrounding people were very surprised, but no one said anything. However, inadvertently, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. This burly man was called Black Tower. He was extremely strong. After the core disciples were grabbed, they almost couldn't break free. No one had ever been able to block Black Tower's grab at such a close distance. Now, this Lin Fei didn't even make a move. Just the force of the recoil was enough to make Black Tower, this strong man, embarrassed. In the Divine Martial Gate, there weren't many people like him. Because of this, everyone was even more afraid of Lin Fei. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, good job. This kind of person should be beaten up. Relying on his divine strength to show off, he indeed deserves to be beaten up. At some point, a tall young man filled with explosive power had appeared next to him. He smiled at Lin Fei. I am Lei Meng. Lin Fei also smiled. Greetings, senior apprentice brother. The warship started moving. It didn't directly fly in the sky, but directly passed through the void. This warship was called Void Warship because it could shorten the time it took to reach the falling dynasty. Hearing the name Void Warship, Lin Fei was shocked. The Divine Martial Gate had such a treasure. Lin Fei was the clearest about the dangers of the void. Without a certain level of strength, passing through the void meant certain death. The reason why space beasts were so powerful was because they could pass through the void. They could go to endless dangerous places and harvest all kinds of treasures. And space beasts had the fastest cultivation speed. Some dangerous places that warriors couldn't reach could be easily entered by space beasts and harvest the treasures inside. In this way, the speed at which space beasts improved their strength was naturally unimaginable. Buzz the warship slightly shook. A continuous huge pressure, like an avalanche, directly rushed to the divine soul, shrouding everyone. At this time, the distribution of strength among the core disciples could be seen. The weakest had a pale face, without a trace of blood. Their bodies were trembling, and they were struggling bitterly. This was the weakest. Next to them were those with average strength. Their faces were still pale, but they didn't tremble like the weaker ones. They still had time to look around, but it was more difficult. There were no more than 10 people with the strongest strength present. They didn't see any changes. Facing the void pressure, they took a moment to recover, and then used true essence to resist. It seemed that they were very relaxed. The void pressure can actually increase the divine soul power. Lin Fei's heart shuddered. Without a cultivation technique for divine soul cultivation, although Lin Fei could increase his divine soul power, it was all because of the spirit liquid. Just now, the void pressure actually increased slightly. Although it was only a slight increase, Lin Fei noticed it. Since I'm bored, I can use the void pressure to strengthen my divine soul power. After dispersing his true essence, Lin Fei's body clearly stiffened. What a domineering void pressure. Lin Fei thought to himself and hurriedly cultivated. This action was also seen by the others. This Lin Fei's strength is still slightly lacking. No one could see that Lin Fei was using the opportunity to strengthen his divine soul, directly using it to resist the void pressure. The void warship blocked a part of it, and everyone could use true essence to resist the rest. Half a day later, the void warship appeared under a blue sky. Under the azure sky, a large continuous stretch of cities appeared. This was the unfalling dynasty. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you all right? Raymond asked when he saw the pale Lin Fei. Lin Fei shook his head. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. I'll be fine after some rest. In his heart, he was secretly excited. In just half a day, his divine soul had strengthened a lot, and it was no worse than using the spirit liquid. This was a great harvest. Below us is the periphery of the unfalling dynasty. In a while, we will reach the imperial capital of the unfalling dynasty, Raymond introduced. Below the void warship. The vast city exuded the charm of history and was filled with the solemn aura of a dynasty. This was the accumulation of history. Even though they did not go down, looking down from the sky, they could feel the dynasty's aura, which made them feel the power of this dynasty. Soon, the warship stopped in the imperial capital square. At this moment, there were already several void warships parked in the square. The imperial capital is so big. As expected of the imperial capital of a dynasty. It's so domineering everywhere, the core disciples who came down said sincerely. Lin Fei also came down from the warship. As soon as he came down, he immediately felt hostile gazes, and he could not help but be stunned. There were enemies in the imperial capital too. Then, he discovered that these gazes came from a warship. Senior brother Raymond, who are they? Raymond had a good impression of Lin Fei. You must have felt their gazes, right? Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I'm quite curious. Chapter 314. Oh, no wonder. Lin Fei was enlightened. The three major sects of the Unfalling Empire were the Divine Martial Sect, the War God Sect, and the Bright Moon Palace. The Bright Moon Palace was made up entirely of women. There were no men. Even though they were all women, they were rather strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to sit in this position. The Bright Moon Palace rarely arranged for their disciples to train. Their combat strength had always been strong, and they had always been a mystery. They rarely interfered with the affairs of the outside world, and their reputation was inferior to the Divine Martial Sect and the War God Sect. The War God Sect was different. This sect of the battle god was filled with the desire to expand. The Divine Martial Sect was more powerful, and they also hoped to expand their influence. Because of this, the Divine Martial Sect and the War God Sect had been fighting endlessly. No matter which arena it was, the disciples of the Divine Martial School and the War God School would fight to the death. They had to compete with each other on the surface, but in private, when the disciples of the War God School met the disciples of the Divine Martial School, it was rare for them to leave alive. Therefore, it was normal for them to look at him with hostility. We have nothing to worry about in the imperial capital. The War God Sect would not dare to mess around. Lei Meng smiled. Tonight, I will bring you to see the prosperity of the imperial capital. Lin Fei did not refuse. Then I will trouble you, senior brother. Lei Meng smiled. I like junior brother. The Divine Martial Sect lacks people like you. Sweat, I'm not a dish. Lin Fei felt depressed. The warship descended. The elders also followed. This time, the leaders were two Mystic King experts. One could imagine how strong the Divine Martial Sect was. King-class strength was the best proof of the sect's strength. In the imperial capital, there were already royal disciples who had prepared carriages. They boarded the carriages and went straight to the resting place arranged by the royal family. Even though it was their first time in the imperial capital. Lin Fei had the experience of being in the imperial capital of the Sky Sea dynasty, so he was not surprised by the imperial capital of the Buluo dynasty. However, compared to the imperial capital of the Sky Sea dynasty, the Buluo imperial capital was much larger, and the atmosphere of the dynasty was grand. Later, Lin Fei found out that the Unfalling Empire had been established for hundreds of years longer than the Tianhai dynasty. It was normal for it to have a grand imperial aura. I didn't expect the imperial family to be so polite this time, arranging for us to stay in the imperial palace. Raymond was a little surprised. Lin Fei laughed. If we don't live in the palace, I'm afraid they can't control us. Raymond laughed heartily. That makes sense. Soon Lin Fei and the others approached the palace. The imperial palace was very large, and they were arranged to stay in a side hall. He learned from the guards that only the three great sects had the right and honor to stay in the imperial palace. The other sects did not have the right to do so. The imperial palace was shrouded in the aura of a dynasty, giving people the supreme dignity of a royal family. Lin Fei understood. The imperial family was full of experts. With just a glance, Lin Fei understood what was going on. The imperial clan had always been very powerful. No matter which imperial clan it was, they had an innate advantage. In front of the side hall, the two elders in charge first explained the situation to them. Basically, they pointed out some things that they needed to pay attention to, such as not walking around the royal palace. The dynasty selection would begin in 3 days. In these 3 days, they would be given free time. They could cultivate in seclusion, or they could have fun in the imperial capital for 3 days. The only thing they were not allowed to leave the imperial capital. After the arrangements, it was time to arrange the rooms. As for the room arrangement, Lin Fei did not have any specific requirements. Each person had a room. For this side hall, it was still very empty. After the arrangements were made, the two elders did not know where they went. All the core disciples were free. They also received tokens to go out. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. If they did not have the token, they would deserve to be killed if they barged into some places. Night fell. Lin Fei came out of his room. After resting for a while, his complexion returned to normal, not as pale as before. After a short rest, Lin Fei's strength returned to its peak. He was full of energy, and no one could tell that he had been injured. Just as he came out of the room and walked in the corridor, he met Raymond and the two core disciples. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I was going to look for you." Raymond walked over with a smile. "Senior brother, I knew you were not out yet." Then, he simply introduced the two beside him. "This is Li Jun, and this is Wan Yen." Both Li Jun and Wan Yen had a certain understanding of Lin Fei. However, even they could not send the Black Tower flying on the Void warship. They were naturally very willing to get to know someone as strong as Lin Fei. This was how networking was developed. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, living in the royal palace is too depressing. Let's go out for a drink. Raymond was very carefree. The royal palace was a place that outsiders wanted to stay. For the disciples of the Divine Martial Sect, the atmosphere in the royal palace was not good. The imperial capital at night was lively and prosperous. Lin Fei quickly became familiar with them. After listening to their understanding of the imperial capital, he immediately learned many things. Some of them were even secrets. However, in their words, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant. When Lin Fei saw the Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant, he could not help but be startled. He casually asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Raymond was not surprised. "Junior brother, this should be your first time in the imperial capital. Don't you know that Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant is famous in the imperial capital?" I really don't know." Lin Fei shook his head. "I thought we were going to find a random place to eat." Wan Yen smiled. "Junior brother, there is something you don't know. There are really not many places in the imperial capital that can compare to this Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant. I believe that after Junior brother has tried it, you will know why Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant is famous." Lin Fei clearly saw an expression that only a man would have. There is a universe inside, he thought to himself. Lin Fei did not ask. Seeing the situation outside, he had already guessed it. When he walked into Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant, Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. Inside Fragrant Fragrance Restaurant, young girls walked around. It was very lively inside. At a glance, it was full of men and women, and laughter could be heard constantly. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Raymond smiled. It seemed that this was not his first time here. A brothel. A thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. There were brothels in the Xiantian continent. Lin Fei had known about this a long time ago, but he didn't expect to actually go to a brothel. "I'm going to drink wine with prostitutes." Then, another thought appeared in his mind. After they entered, a beautiful woman dressed in red immediately greeted them warmly. She smiled tenderly. "Dear guests, how may I be of service? Give us a high-class room and a table full of good food." Raymond said generously. "Dear guests, this way please." Very soon, they entered a private room, which was very elegantly decorated. "And a few jars of golden jade," Li Jun said. Not long after, delicacies were served one after another, filling the entire table. The fragrance wafted into their nostrils, unknowingly stimulating their appetites and making them want to immediately eat to their heart's content. Raymond said, "These are all good things. Just this table of food alone will cost at least 500 low-grade pure yuan pills." 500. Lin Fei was slightly surprised. So expensive. Wang Yen chuckled. Otherwise, how could this banquet be so high class? At first, I was also skeptical, but after tasting it, I could never forget it. I must try this wine later. Li Jun said. Lin Fei asked, could it be that this wine has some benefits? Raymond chuckled. You'll know when you drink it. The golden jade is here. The beautiful woman in red entered once more. The waiter behind her brought in a few jars of wine and placed them on the table. Raymond glanced at them and said unhappily, "Why are there only 5 jars?" The beautiful woman sighed. "Dear guest, you know that our golden jade is the treasure of our shop. 5 jars is quite a lot. If it's not enough, you can bring something else." Raymond waved his hand. "Go and call your best lady over." "All right." After the beautiful woman left, Raymond untied the golden jade and a fragrant smell wafted over. "Quick, try it." Without any explanation, the wine was poured. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. "I didn't think that my first time drinking wine would be in a place like this." After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lin Fei's brows furrowed before relaxing. He squinted his eyes and revealed an expression of enjoyment. Good wine. He had to admit that this Jin Xiangyu was pretty good. Drinking it in one gulp made him feel relaxed and carefree. He felt like he was floating in the air. At least, Lin Fei had never experienced such a feeling before. Raymond laughed. "How is it? This golden jade is not bad, right? 1 jar costs 1,000 pure elemental pills. If you're unlucky, you won't even be able to drink it." 1,000 pure elemental pills was indeed a high price. Normal warriors relied on accumulating pure elemental pills. How could they have extra to buy the golden jade? "Everyone, let's drink to our heart's content." Everyone cheered. Lin Fei was already hungry. Naturally, he did not hold back. 1 mouthful of golden jade and another mouthful of delicious food. The taste was very good, causing people to praise it. 500 pure elemental pills was worth it. Soon, the table was filled with delicacies. Raymond suddenly frowned. What's going on? Is the young lady not coming up? Wang Yen also stopped. Yeah, what's going on? Li Jun stood up. I'll go out and see what they're up to. Don't think that our divine martial sect is easy to bully. As for Wang Yen and Li Jun, they were all core disciples of the divine martial sect. Each of them had their own pride. Now that they had invited Lin Fei to drink with women, and this young lady refused to come up to them, they felt displeased and uncomfortable. It was not easy to invite Lin Fei out for a meal. They naturally did not want to lose face because Lin Fei was worthy of their friendship. Who knew when he would become a king-level expert? Li Jun stood up and walked out. In the room, Lin Fei, Raymond, and the others continued to drink and enjoy the delicacies on the table. What are you guys doing? I'm from the divine martial sect. Suddenly, a boom sound could be heard, causing the room to shake. Lin Fei put down his cup. Not good, senior brother Li Jun seems to be in trouble. Although he was drinking, Lin Fei still paid attention to the situation outside. F***CK, who's courting death? Chapter 315. Lin Fei and the other 2 rushed out from the private room. In fact, the 3 of them were shocked. They were from the divine martial sect. Plus, they were in the imperial capital. Who would dare to offend them? Outside the private room, there was a long corridor. The fight took place in this place. Li Jun's left hand was hanging down. It was obvious that he was injured. His face was ugly as he looked at the group of people. Apart from that, in the corridor, several girls were standing to the side in panic. It was these girls who caused the problem. Li Jun, what happened? Raymond rushed out and appeared next to Li Jun, asking anxiously. Li Jun smiled, Mother****, he was ambushed. That kid isn't feeling good either. He won't be able to get up for at least half a month. Sure enough, in the corridor, a person was lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Raymond looked over. Get out of here before I get angry. Finally, a ruthless person walked out. Kid, do you know who we are? Bang! Raymond appeared in front of him and kicked him, sending him flying tens of zhang away. He fell to the end of the corridor and vomited blood. Mother****, you're courting death. The people around him scattered in all directions like flustered birds. Raymond didn't care. A bunch of rascals dared to fight for a woman. The lady in red came out again. Her expression was not calm. She was panicking. Sir, why did you fight? Wan Yen snorted, we are from the Divine Martial Sect. Tell those bastards to come again if they dare. It's not as simple as kicking them away. They won't be able to get up for at least half a year. Hissed. The lady in red was shocked. Her expression changed and she smiled apologetically. So you are the disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. Sorry for offending you just now. I will send another group of people. The Divine Martial Sect was one of the 3 great sects of the Bufalling dynasty. Fragrance Inn was famous in the imperial capital. If they offended the Divine Martial Sect and the Divine Martial Sect spread the word, Fragrance Inn wouldn't be able to handle it. In the private room, the drinking continued. Li Jun's arm was broken. After using medicine, he had almost recovered. Damn, that group of things are really not good. They actually dared to snatch the little girl that our Divine Martial Sect has taken a fancy to. Li Jun's words were still filled with anger. At this time, 2 beautiful girls appeared beside them. One of them took food and the other poured wine, enjoying the service of beautiful girls. Lin Fei was not a virgin. Back when he was on Earth, he had also helped to rope in clients. Inevitably, he had to go to the sauna and the like, so he had long become thick-skinned. Touching and taking advantage of them, Lin Fei wasn't any worse than them. This action caused Lei Meng and the others to think that they had misjudged him. It turned out that junior brother Lin Fei was the same as them. Men are all lustful. Come, let's continue drinking. Lin Fei also found it difficult to let go of his emotions. With a beautiful woman in his arms and good wine and food on the table, it was indeed a warm and gentle place. Crash, just as the 4 of them raised their cups, the tightly locked door was kicked away. A group of people rushed in and occupied the entrance. Their faces were aggressive, and they seemed to have bad intentions. A young man jumped out and pointed at Lin Fei and the others, saying, Big brother, it's these people. It turned out that this person was the one who had just left in a sorry state. Lei Meng's face darkened. Scram! Drinking to their heart's content, this kind of thing happened again and again. It was already quite displeasing. Your Divine Martial Sect is really arrogant. A path appeared at the entrance. Shortly after, a few young men walked in and looked at Lei Meng with a satisfied expression. So it's people from the Divine Martial Sect. Lei Meng sneered. It's good that you know. Your Divine Martial Sect can do whatever you want, but our Divine Martial Sect can do the same. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose. Wan Yen also stood up. Are you guys looking for trouble? It's not trouble. I just want you to get out of this fragrant restaurant so that you don't disturb our senior brother's leisurely eating, the hooked nose continued. Lei Meng's interest was piqued. Your senior brother is really arrogant. He wants to clear out the restaurant while eating. I wonder who it is. Tell me. Maybe I know him. The hooked nose's eyes lit up. So you're Lei Meng. Our senior brother Jingyi was just looking for you. Wang Yan and Li Jun's expressions changed slightly. They all knew this Jingyi. He was a core disciple of the divine martial sect. His strength was tyrannical, and he had always been Lei Meng's enemy. As for how they became enemies, no one knew. This Jingyi wasn't a match for Lei Meng 2 years ago. Now that 2 years had passed, it was said that his strength had increased very quickly. He seemed to have the strength of a cryptic spirit great circle. Jingyi, so it's this loser. Lei Meng sneered. Go back and tell Jingyi that if he wants to fight, he can do it himself. As for you guys, get out of here. The hooked nose said angrily. Everyone, attack together. Obviously, these people were also confident in their strength. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei and the other 3 acted together. In less than a moment, they had thrown these people out. The corridor was filled with people. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm afraid we won't be able to drink to our heart's content today, Lei Meng said apologetically. Lin Fei waved his hand. Not this time. We can drink next time. We have time anyway. Wang Yan laughed. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Won't we have the chance to drink? It seems to be that Jingyi, Li Jun suddenly said. Lei Meng looked toward the end of the corridor. A few people were walking over. Their auras kept pressing forward. This was the divine war technique cultivated by the divine war sect. Soon they appeared in Lei Meng's vision. The person in the lead was a burly man with a shiny bald head. He didn't conceal his aura at all, as if no one knew his strength. This bald man was Jingyi from the divine war sect. Since the martial arts of the divine battle sect had always been domineering, the disciples they chose were usually tall and sturdy, making it easy to recognize them. I was wondering who had such guts. So it's you, Lei Meng. Jingyi spoke with a towering tone. When Lei Meng saw Jingyi, he could feel his powerful aura. Clearly, he had reached the peak of the cryptic spirit great circle and could successfully condense the profound armor. A formidable opponent. If you don't have guts, how would you dare to drink in the aromatic pavilion? Lei Meng replied. Jingyi stepped forward. Today, you injured someone from the divine war sect. Kneel down and apologize, then get out of the aromatic pavilion. He spoke ruthlessly. Who do you think you are, Jingyi? How dare you tell someone from the divine martial sect to get out? Wang Yan said angrily. Who do you think you are? Get out of my way. Jingyi moved. His figure flickered, and he actually appeared in front of Wang Yan. He punched him, and the profound armor shattered in an instant. Jingyi was sent flying. Bastard! Lei Meng turned around and pounced angrily. Bang, bang, bang. Whether it was Lei Meng or Jingyi, both of them were melee experts. Their quintessential essence swept out, and the area around them immediately became a vacuum. Lei Meng's close combat strength is really strong, but compared to Jingyi, he is still a bit lacking. With Lin Fei's current strength, he could tell who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. This core disciple of the divine war sect, Jingyi, was indeed very strong. If one was not a close combat expert, they would definitely be quickly defeated by Jingyi's close combat attacks. Raymond, you are too weak. Jingyi laughed. Back then, I was weaker than you. Today, I will let you remember what it means to be defeated. Divine War Nation. Behind Jingyi, a huge phantom appeared, emitting a powerful aura. That was an invincible aura, and following it, Jingyi's battle strength soared. Boom! The two punched again, and the space seemed to collapse. Russell blood flowed from the corner of Lei Meng's mouth, and then he was shocked. You actually cultivated the Divine War Nation, and you can enhance your attack. Jingyi laughed loudly. So, you also know about the Divine War Nation. With the enhancement of my Divine War Nation, let's see how you will end tonight. This Divine War Nation was a powerful auxiliary skill of the Divine War sect. After activating it, one's battle strength could be enhanced for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During this time, one's battle strength wouldn't drop, and after that, one would only be weakened for a moment. In the Divine War sect, only those who successfully cultivated the Divine War Nation were real disciples of the Divine War sect. Divine War Fist. Dreamy grinned and changed his fist art. A phantom of a war god was shot out and blasted toward Lei Meng's chest. This attack was several times stronger than the previous one. Even Lin Fei, who was next to him, could feel the attack after the enhancement. Lei Meng's face was solemn. If the opponent didn't activate the Divine War Nation, their battle strength would be similar, and he could completely defeat the opponent. Just when Lei Meng was about to go all out, a swaying water-fire lotus appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of the phantom of the war god. Who? After the enhancement, Dreamy understood the attack best. Lei Meng definitely couldn't block it. At the very least, he would be seriously injured and lose the qualification. This was Dreamy's idea, which was equivalent to reducing the Divine Martial sect's chance of advancing. There were only 10 people in a dynasty, especially small dynasties, where the competition was more intense. So the disciples of the Divine War sect are all so weak. You can't even see them standing right in front of you. Lin Fei mocked. It's you. Dreamy glared. The one who attacked was indeed Lin Fei. He could more or less guess what the other party was planning. Senior brother, you don't mind if I act rashly, right? Lin Fei turned his head and said to Lei Meng. Lei Meng said, I don't mind. In fact, he was quite grateful. There was too much meaning in being injured and not being injured. There were a total of 10 places in the dynasty selection. Naturally, it would be best if he could get a place, but if he couldn't, getting a good ranking in the selection would also make him famous in the Divine War sect. At the same time, he would receive resources from the sect, and it would also affect his future position in the sect. If Lei Meng was injured today, he wouldn't be able to raise his position in the Divine Martial sect in the future. Chapter 316. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for your 588 tip. Lin Fei blocked the attack of the God of War Nation as soon as he made a move. Naturally, Raymond and the others were shocked when they saw it. The strength of this junior brother Lin Fei was not as simple as they had imagined. They were almost bewitched. What followed was a sense of relief. They had all underestimated Lin Fei. His strength was so great that they felt as if wolves had suddenly turned into tigers. Even Cryptic Spirit Great Circle couldn't break this lotus. His strength was at least stronger than theirs, and he seemed to be a bit stronger than Jingyi. Only then did Jingyi notice that he hadn't paid attention to this ordinary-looking young man before and had set his sights on Raymond. Being mocked like this, he was naturally angry. The mystic arts cultivated by the God of War sect were naturally forward and domineering. Moreover, the rule of the God of War sect was to do as one pleased. If you can't stand it, hit it. If you can't stand it, hit it. It was because of these rules that the God of War sect had a great influence in the Bufalling dynasty. Moreover, the God of War sect was more protective, which was why the God of War sect had today. At the same time, the God of War sect nurtured the arrogance of all their disciples. Jingyi, a core disciple, naturally had a body of arrogance and domineering. Lin Fei already bore a grudge with what he said just now. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll beat you until you can't walk. Jingyi's eyes turned cold as he looked at Lin Fei. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Lin Fei, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. His huge fist punched toward Lin Fei's chest. This move was vicious. It was rare to see someone who could cultivate such a movement technique with domineering fist techniques. He had a lot of advantages. Whoosh! A water fire lotus appeared in front of Lin Fei. The water rippled and looked lifelike. It was accompanied by the ripples and constantly swayed like a breeze. The water fire lotus only shook a little when the other party's fist landed on it. There weren't even any ripples. I thought the strength of the disciples of the God of War sect would be very strong. It seems like this is all there is to it. Lin Fei shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this a little too strong? Under the buff of the Battle God's kingdom, his attack power would definitely make people fearful. But now, junior brother Lin Fei actually dared to say such a thing. That was quite rare. Bastard! Shang Yi cursed loudly. Fist of the War God. As a core disciple of the Gate of God of War, Shang Yi's influence in the sect increased tremendously after he successfully cultivated the War God's nation. No one dared to talk to him like that. Bang, bang, bang! The shadows of the fists entered the mountain and continuously landed on the lotus of water and fire, causing ripples to appear. Crash! The water flame lotus was finally broken. Die for me! Shang Yi bellowed and punched down. He was obviously enraged. Whoosh! The water flame lotus unfurled once more, appearing lifelike in front of him to block the punch. Damn it! Shang Yi was on the verge of vomiting blood. How could such a powerful move appear on his opponent? Even with the support of the War God's kingdom, he was unable to display its full power. He was only at the cryptic spirit realm. How could this happen? When the strongest attack met the invincible defense, Shang Yi found himself in pain. Lin Fei was very satisfied in his heart. The defensive power of the upgraded Water Flame Lotus was much stronger than before. At the very least, it wouldn't be easily shattered in front of a cryptic great circle martial artist. He wondered to what extent its offensive power would increase. Since the Water Flame Lotus was upgraded, Lin Fei hadn't tried it at all. Tonight, he finally had a chance to experiment, and he certainly wouldn't miss it. It seems that the disciples of the Gate of God of War are all unworthy of their reputation. Lin Fei shook his head again. This undoubtedly provoked Shang Yi again. His attacks were faster, his attacks were stronger, and his anger was greater. Like a volcano, it kept accumulating, and finally, it was on the verge of eruption. Break! The water flame lotus shattered in response. Even so, it consumed a large amount of genuine essence, which had never happened before. What was more tragic was that the water flame lotus appeared immediately. Shang Yi almost vomited blood. How could the Divine Might Gate have such a freak disciple? Freak, too freak. Shang Yi rarely said a person was freak, but tonight, he had to say that the person in front of him was the most freak. How much genuine essence did he need to support this move? Was it a bottomless pit? Shang Yi felt like he was in a dream after being toyed with one after another. Is this how you Divine Might Gate disciples are? You don't dare to fight head-on. Shang Yi pulled away and sneered. There was a disdainful expression in his tone. How could Lin Fei not guess the other party's meaning? Fight head-on. As you wish. Lei Meng hurriedly said, Junior brother, be careful. He is very strong in close combat. Don't fight at close range. Lin Fei nodded, don't worry, senior brother. The Gate of God of War is full of such trash. I will deal with as many as they come. Arrogant. With a thought, the water flame lotus appeared under Lin Fei, trapping Shang Yi and catching him off guard. While all of the water flame lotus rotated, and a white water dragon and a red fire dragon appeared in the lotus, twisting left and right. Ah, Shang Yi, the disciple of the Gate of God of War, was in a sorry state. The two true essence dragons kept crushing and slapping, and Shang Yi instantly lost his fighting strength. If not for Lin Fei showing mercy, he would have been killed in the first wave of attacks. Boring. The water flame lotus dispersed, and Lin Fei couldn't help but shake his head. At the side, Lei Meng and Wan Yan were dumbfounded. This powerful Jingyi couldn't even withstand one move from their junior brother. Isn't this too invincible? At least, their divine might gate had never produced such a powerful disciple who could play with Jingyi in the palm of his hand, controlling his life and death. Jingyi was lying on the ground, with wounds all over his body. It could be said that he was seriously injured. There was no need for him to go to the dynasty selection. Freak, what a freak. Jingyi's confidence was almost destroyed. He could clearly defeat me, but he kept confusing me. Isn't he playing with me? He felt like a clown, constantly trying to show off, but he didn't know that the other party was completely watching a joke. That's right, it was a joke. Junior brother, you're really awesome tonight. Coming out of the fragrance tower. Lei Meng and the others admired Lin Fei from the bottom of their hearts. Wan Yan was at the cryptic spirit late stage, but he couldn't even withstand one move from Jingyi. Even if it was a sudden attack, strength was the best proof. We're all junior brothers, this is what I should do. That Jingyi is too arrogant. After taking care of Jingyi, Lin Fei's expression was the same as usual. He could kill a king-level expert, let alone a mere Jingyi. He really didn't feel anything. Lin Fei didn't feel anything. As for Lei Meng and the others, seeing a cryptic spirit great circle Jingyi easily defeat Jingyi, it was hard to imagine. Junior brother Lin Fei, I wanted to spar with you before, but now I'm convinced. Even senior brother isn't your opponent. Lei Meng said sincerely. You made Jingyi lose the qualification, which is a good thing for our divine might gate. All the junior brothers will be indebted to you. Lin Fei smiled. I'm a disciple of the divine might gate, this is what I should do. While drinking, they were interrupted midway. After leaving the fragrance tower, they went to another place to drink. Even though the wine wasn't as good as Jin Xiangyu's, it was still quite tasty. Midnight. A figure came out of the inn and disappeared into the darkness. Darkness stealth. After a cup of tea's time. The figure appeared in front of a huge house, like a huge monster in the night. Is this the Lin family? The one who appeared here was none other than Lin Fei, who lived outside, and this figure was a clone. Transformation. Scales immediately appeared on Lin Fei's arm. This was the effect of practicing the Azure Dragon True Body. Its defensive power was many times stronger than that of a profound armor or armor. Unfortunately, Lin Fei had only managed to form scales on his hands. He could not form scales on his entire body. Tonight, Lin Fei planned to take this opportunity to visit the Lin family and see if he could get the remnant copy of the Azure Dragon True Body. Last time, he got it from an elder. Lin Fei set his sights on an elder. It would be best if he could get the next few levels. Being in the Divine Might Gate, Lin Fei knew a lot of secrets about Cryptic and King-level warriors. For example, Cryptic could form armor, and King-level warriors could form armor. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was already amazing, but in the big dynasties, these were the worst. In the profound spirit realm, one would have a profound armor that was forged from real materials. King-level warriors, of course, had armor. Their defensive power was absolutely incredible. As for body tempering techniques similar to the Azure Dragon True Body, they were also not inferior to armors. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon True Body had been evaluated by the system to be as tall as 4 stars. There were secrets hidden within it. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't plan on using the high-level armor. Instead, he targeted the Azure Dragon True Body. Based on the system and his intuition, the Lin family must be hiding a big secret. If it wasn't for the system's evaluation, Lin Fei wouldn't have suspected the Lin family. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the blood of the Lin family. No matter how much time passed, there would be a thin part in his body, which was why he could cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body so quickly. As for the Azure Dragon true body, Lin Fei was looking forward to it. He wanted to solve his doubts. Of course, Lin Fei could go to the Lin family in person, but he didn't plan on doing so. He felt that it was meaningless. He might as well rob it. If the elder had the remnant copy, then the other elders would also have the same. Dark sneak. Lin Fei smoothly slipped into the Lin family. After entering the Lin family, Lin Fei almost ran into the rune's traps. The defense was tighter than he imagined. Chapter 317. The Lin family. It was a huge area with countless tall buildings. There were fake mountains and rivers, pavilions and terraces. Those who didn't know the way would feel like they were in a maze, unable to see the directions clearly. From this, one could see how extravagant the Lin family was. Young master, be careful. On the winding corridor, there were two people walking one after the other. The person in front seemed to have drunk too much and was swaying as if he would fall in the next moment. The person behind seemed to be a servant and wanted to support the young master because there was a thick pillar in front of him. Scram, who said that I'm drunk? The moment the young man opened his mouth, the smell of alcohol filled the air. Who knew how much he had drunk? He seemed to be in a daze and couldn't differentiate between them. The servant at the back wiped the sweat off his brow. How could he not be drunk? You're lying. Of course, the servant didn't dare to say such words out loud. At most, he would express his dissatisfaction in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to support the young master, but he was flung away and almost crashed into the fence. After struggling for a long time, they appeared in front of a house. Young master, we're home. The servant at the side had just finished speaking when he let out a groan and fell to the ground without making a sound. Little Seven, aren't you going to help me in? The young man was drunk and didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, a dangerous aura landed on his neck. A cold light flashed, as if the moment he moved, he would die on the spot. Don't move. The drunken Lin Lang was about 80 to 90% tipsy. When he saw the flying sword on his neck, his drunkenness immediately sobered up. It was as if a spring breeze had blown past him. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Lang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Within the Lin family, there was actually someone who dared to hold him hostage. Luckily, the cold light proved that if he acted rashly, he would definitely end up in a tragic state. The person who appeared here was naturally Lin Fei, who had snuck in. After entering the Lin family, the huge Lin family felt like he had walked into the depths of the palace and didn't know where he was. Lin Fei urgently needed to find someone who understood him. Unfortunately, Lin Lang happened to be shot. Don't ask why. Lin Fei said lightly, bring me to your elder's residence. Because Lin Lang met a robber, he did not expect that he would actually come for the elder. His heart could not help but thump. Could it be that he was here to seek revenge? Our Lin family has many elders. I wonder which one you are looking for. Lin Lang carefully probed. Core elder. Lin Lang became even more confused, and he sobered up again. The best position is around here. Don't try to play any tricks. My flying sword doesn't mind breaking your dantian. A dangerous cold light suddenly appeared in his dantian. Even without looking, the dangerous aura already made Lin Lang understand that the other party had the strength to do so. Careful, careful. Lin Lang was scared out of his wits. Don't worry, I promise I won't play any tricks. Please be careful and don't make a mistake. With his dantian crippled, his status as a young master would also be gone. After 10 minutes, Lin Lang brought the people behind him to a quiet and secluded courtyard. Elder Lin Wei lives here. Lin Lang said. Bring me in. Lin Fei continued. Lin Lang was covered in sweat, especially on his forehead. He made up his mind that after this, he must bring a few guards with him. The feeling of his life being in the hands of others was not good. He did not even know when he would die. But... Elder Lin Wei. Bring me in or not. The cold light was like the cold of winter, causing Lin Lang to break out in cold sweat. I'll bring you in, I'll bring you in. It's best if you listen to me. Walking into the quiet house, it was completely silent. Dong, 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 is Elder Lin Wei in? Lin Lang braced himself and knocked on the door. Elder Lin Wei, I am Lin Lang. My father is looking for you, please open the door. Lin Lang had no choice but to say again. Lin Lang. Inside the house, a dissatisfied tone could be heard. Lin Lang suddenly felt his body go numb. His whole body was like a block of wood, unable to move. Even his eyeballs could not move, and his heart was filled with fear. Creak, the door opened, and a gray-robed old man appeared, his face expressionless. Lin Lang, you are, whoosh! Lin Fei instantly made his move, soul shock. Elder Lin Wei let out a muffled groan and lost consciousness. He only knew that he had been ambushed. As for Lin Lang, he had already fainted. He was still affected by the shockwave, and was currently being carried by Lin Fei. Soul shock, a treasure for sneak attacks. Spying on the Lin family at night, Lin Fei had already made up his mind. He did not plan on doing anything else. Under the dim light, Elder Lin Wei woke up in a moment, and was shocked to find that he could not move. A black-robed man had appeared in front of him, and in his shock, he stopped struggling. Who are you? Lin Fei squatted down, and in his hand was an incomplete book. I wonder, how many layers of heart cultivation techniques does your Lin family have? Azure Dragon True Body. Lin Wei's face was filled with shock, and he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. It's good that you know. Lin Fei said, tell me, where are the remaining layers of heart cultivation techniques? This is good for you, for everyone. You don't want to lose your strength and become a waste, right? The netherworld sword appeared in his dantian, bringing with it a dangerous aura. Sir, why do you have to do this? Lin Wei calmed down, the Azure Dragon True Body is our Lin family's secret art. Even if you obtain the remaining layers, it will be useless. Other than our Lin family members, no one else can cultivate it, or else they will go berserk. When the netherworld sword stabbed forward, and Lin Wei quickly said, stop, I'll speak, I'll speak. Lin Fei smiled, that's right, whatever I say, you answer. You're good, I'm good, everyone is good. Lin Wei did not dare to think about luck anymore. The person in front of him was very strong, and he actually had a secret soul cultivation technique. Otherwise, with his spirit's secret perfection realm cultivation, he would not have been taken down so easily. Lin Fei finally let out a sigh of relief. He was worried that this elder would not speak, and the heart cultivation technique in his hand was the second layer of the Azure Dragon True Body. At least he did not waste his time. Our Lin family's Azure Dragon True Body has a total of 10 layers. Most elders will have the first to third layer, the last 4 layers and above are in the hands of the first elder, and the 8th to 93rd layers are in the hands of the patriarch. Lin Wei said carefully. So there are 10 layers. Lin Fei said to himself. What is the highest cultivation level of your Lin family? Lin Fei asked. Lin Wei was getting more and more confused, but he did not dare to say anything. Our patriarch has cultivated to the 7th layer, achieving the dragon transformation. The dragon transformation should be the entire body turning into scales. Lin Fei said to himself, this patriarch is very strong. Are the last few layers very difficult to cultivate? Lin Fei asked again. It is said that if you want to cultivate after the 7th layer, you must find the true blood of the Azure Dragon. At that time, you will be able to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body to the large success stage. Lin Fei lifted Lin Wei up, now I need your help. Your elders should be in contact with each other right now. Invite the third layer elder here. Lin Wei did not dare to say anything. In the dark room. At this time, there were already 3 people lying on the ground. The second and third layers are in my hands. Lin Fei said to himself, now I still lack the last 4 layers. The 3 people on the ground were all dejected, especially the 2 elders who were defeated without any ability to fight back. They could not help but be dejected. I must obtain the last 3 layers. If I can successfully cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body, my defense will be greatly improved. In the future, I will also have a lot of confidence in the dynasty. Lin Fei kept the second and third layers. Elders, I'll have to trouble you with one more thing. Inform your grand elder to come here personally and tell him that you've discovered an important matter. Tell him that you found an important secret. Lin Fei squatted down and looked at the 2. His gaze was filled with warning. Lin family, in a secret room. Someone who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes and picked up the communication talisman beside him. After taking a glance, he could not help but frown. What the hell are they doing? This person was the Lin family's first elder, Lin Yifang. Looking at their appearance, they should have encountered something big. Lin Yifang withdrew his true essence and opened the secret room. Soon Lin Yifang appeared in front of Lin Wei's courtyard. Elder Lin Wei, what new clue did you find? Lin Yifang opened the door. Just as he opened the door, he saw Elder Lin Wei and the others trapped on the ground. His expression was hesitant. Immediately, an overwhelming aura rushed up and hit Lin Yifang's body. Lin Yifang, who was at the Xian King realm, still felt dizzy. He was shocked. Soul shock. Since Lin Fei had made a move, how could he give Lin Yifang, the first elder, a chance? Soul shock attacked again and Lin Yifang was sent flying. Now that he had used soul shock, Lin Fei could move as he wished. Lin Wei and Lin Chang, the 2 elders, were dumbfounded. Even the first elder could not block it. The first elder in their eyes was at the Xian King realm. In their eyes, he was the strongest. But in front of this person, he could not block the sneak attack. First elder, it is best not to move recklessly. Your cultivation is not easy to come by. If it is crippled, it only takes a thought. The netherworld sword had pierced into the dantian. As long as one used a bit of force, the dantian would be broken and even the Xian King realm would become trash. Lin Yifang woke up from his dizziness. Although it had only been a few breaths, he was still in the opponent's hands. He was shocked. As a king-class expert, he had been easily captured. Lin Yifang was about to find a hole to hide in. Sir, what are you trying to do? As the first elder, Lin Yifang's calmness was not bad. Nothing, I just want to ask the first elder for something. Lin Fei said indifferently, Azure Dragon True Body, the 4th layer in your hand. What? You want the Azure Dragon True Body? Lin Fei squatted down, don't be agitated. If I am not careful, then it will really. Lin Wei and Lin Chang were covered in cold sweat. This fellow was really bold. He wanted to rob the first elder, but the first elder could only swallow the bitter pill in silence. Lin Yifang could not understand why this person wanted the Azure Dragon True Body. Even if he obtained it, it was not something he could cultivate. Why? Chapter 318. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 2 tips of 588 Qidin coins. Threats had always been useful. Lin Fei didn't take long to dig out the last 4 layers from the mouth of the great elder of the Lin family. Between having his dantian destroyed and becoming a cripple or handing over his mental cultivation method, the great elder rationally chose the latter because no one would accept the former. Not everyone could accept returning to the past after cultivating for hundreds of years. Lin Yifang couldn't accept it either, not to mention the position of the great elder. Lin Fei put away the last 4 stages of the mental cultivation method. That's right. As for the remaining 3 layers, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush for the time being. Furthermore, the clan chief wasn't easy to deal with. It would be quite difficult to launch a sneak attack with the strength of a clone. Lin Yifang felt that he had lost all his face this time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 gusts of wind from Lin Fei's fingers fell on them. Immediately, the 3 of them groaned and fainted. They turned around and disappeared into the darkness. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The Great Elder was the first to wake up. Because he was in the Xian King realm, he recovered quickly. Damn it! After regaining his freedom, Lin Yifang's face was filled with anger. A dignified elder was robbed by a stranger, and the person even stole the Lin family's secret art. It was no less than a slap on his face. As Lin Yifang woke up, Lin Wei and Lin Chang woke up one after another. Great Elder. The 2 of them looked ashamed. Lin Yifang said, "What happened today is not allowed to spread. Anyone who disobeys will be severely punished." The Lin family was a big family in the Buluo dynasty. If someone sneaked into their house in the middle of the night, captured 3 of their elders, and took away their secret art, they would be laughed at by everyone. Lin Wei and Lin Chang didn't dare to spread the news. It would be a disgrace to the reputation of the Lin family. They also knew that the situation was serious, and they wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 100 guts. After leaving a warning, Lin Yifang turned around and left. Bring Lin Lang down and find out how that person came in. Facing the Great Elder's angry gaze, Lin Wei and Lin Chang's hearts thumped. Lin Lang was going to be unlucky this time. Even though the 1st to 7th layers of the Azure Dragon True Body were taken away by someone, it would not be a loss to the Lin family. However, if news of this were to spread, it would still have a significant impact. After leaving the small courtyard, Lin Yi and the others went straight to the Patriarch's study. With such a big thing happening, they had to report it to the clan leader. Tonight, that person was able to sneak in. If this person was an enemy, he would definitely not be easy to deal with. It was such a simple matter, but it carried so much meaning. The First Elder had no choice but to pay attention to it. How refreshing. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Fei kept walking in circles to avoid being followed. Even though Lin Fei was very proud of his dark stealth, he was still very careful. He was worried that he would be tracked, especially after what happened last time. Lin Fei became cautious about his whereabouts. After the doppelgangers gathered, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he set up runes traps around the house. Now that I have the 1st to 7th layers, let's see if I can cultivate them or not. As for the Azure Dragon True Body, Lin Fei was rather concerned. He had only cultivated the 1st layer of a 4-star body tempering cultivation technique. His physical body was several times stronger than before, especially after he infused it with divine energy. I'm afraid they still do not know that I took away the Azure Dragon True Body for my own cultivation. Perhaps they are still guessing who did it. If the Lin family suffered a setback, Lin Fei would be incomparably delighted. Lin Fei did not have a good impression of the Lin family. Back then, that Lin Wufa suppressed him. If he was not strong enough, he might have been killed long ago. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when I successfully cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body, ? Lin Fei did not cultivate it immediately. Instead, he checked the authenticity of it. In his heart, he believed that it was real. If there were any mistakes in it, ordinary people would not be able to tell. With the system around, everything was easily settled. Azure Dragon True Body, 2nd to 7th layer. Are you sure you want to cultivate it? After checking, the system's voice rang in Lin Fei's ears. Could it be that I can cultivate all of them? Lin Fei was slightly startled. Was this possible? Yes. Since the system already said so, Lin Fei would definitely not reject it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for learning the Azure Dragon True Body, 2nd to 7th layer. Lin Fei was already familiar with this voice. His understanding and comprehension of the Azure Dragon True Body immediately appeared in his mind. So that's how it is. After checking, Lin Fei understood the later layers. So, this dragon transformation required one to cultivate it one place at a time. Finally, it would be the true dragon transformation. Apart from this, Lin Fei discovered that cultivating the scales required a large amount of veritable essence energy, which he had to use to grow them. Looks like I should be able to cultivate to the 7th layer in one go. With his core lake as the base, the thing that Lin Fei lacked the least was quintessence. Lin Fei's cultivation lasted for a day and a night. In the eyes of others, the Azure Dragon True Body was difficult to cultivate. A large amount of quintessence would require a large amount of quintessence to form a layer, and the cultivation of a single scale required a large amount of quintessence. Any Lin family elder who wanted to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body to the level of dragon transformation would definitely need a lot of time. To successfully cultivate it, they would need at least 50 years. Lin Fei did not lack quintessence, especially after robbing the 18 clans and destroying Tianxia. His pure essence pills were close to 100 million. With close to 100 million pure essence pills, would Lin Fei lack quintessence? Of course he did not lack quintessence. That day, Lin Fei tactfully rejected Lei Meng's kind intentions of going out to play. He focused on cultivating the Azure Dragon True Body, preparing to successfully cultivate this mysterious body refining technique before the dynasty selection. Lei Meng and the rest were not angry. Instead, they admired him for being able to cultivate at this time. In the room, Lin Fei was still sitting cross-legged. He swallowed large mouthfuls of pure essence pills. Damn it, this Azure Dragon True Body is simply a bottomless pit. No wonder it can only be cultivated to the 7th layer. I'm afraid that even in the Lin family, there are not many who can cultivate to the 5th layer. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, had his upper body bare. Azure scales appeared on his chest. These were the dragon scales that he had cultivated. Near his neck, the dragon scales had turned into an illusion. They already had some form, and this required him to pour in quintessence continuously in order to condense them. This is only the 5th layer, and I have already exhausted 10 million pure essence pills. There are still 2 more layers. Fortunately, I have the confidence. Otherwise, I can only watch helplessly. Lin Fei lowered his head and looked at the dragon scales on his body. They gathered together, forming dragon markings. It was very beautiful. With a thought, they disappeared without a trace. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had already broken through to the 5th layer. The number of pure essence pills he had exhausted was also a huge number. This was why he had such achievements. Hualala, Lin Fei's hands were covered in azure dragon scales, looking very dazzling. Back then, what Black Eagle King? If he was scratched by my dragon claws, he would have died in one move, right? Looking at his transformed palms, Lin Fei felt very pleased. What Black Eagle Claw? Before this pair of claws, everything would pale in comparison. Lin Fei thought wickedly. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei had not come out of the inn at all. Raymond and the others were waiting outside. This was because the dynasty selection would begin today. In the past 2 days, all the sects, big or small, had sent out their elites to fight for the 10 positions. Senior brother Lei, should we go in and inform junior brother Lin Fei? Wan Yan asked Raymond. Raymond was anxious as well. He originally thought that Lin Fei would be in closed-door cultivation for 1 or 2 days. After all, he might gain some comprehensions at times. However, he did not expect 3 days to pass in the blink of an eye. Let's wait a little longer. Junior brother Lin Fei might come out soon. Raymond thought for a moment and said, what if he's comprehending something? If we go in rashly, we might affect junior brother Lin Fei. Although he did not know what junior brother Lin Fei was comprehending or cultivating, Raymond knew that it must be something important. Li Jun also said, anyway, it hasn't started yet. Let's wait a little longer. In the room, Lin Fei's body was shrouded in azure light. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. The rainbow absorption instantly sucked all the pure yuan pills into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, they turned into true yuan and were injected into the last dragon scale. At this moment, Lin Fei's dragon scales were floating up and down. It's done. When the last dragon scale was successfully produced, Lin Fei instantly felt a powerful will envelop him. Suddenly, he realized that there were some things in his mind. His entire body was covered in dragon scales and there was even an azure dragon tail behind him. Dragon transformation, a true dragon transformation. When this happened, Upper Lin family, patriarch study. Lin Zhongwu, who was flipping through the news, suddenly frowned. A strange look appeared in his eyes. An azure light flickered on his body and he suddenly appeared in the sky. Who was it that summoned the azure dragon's will? Lin Zhongwu was shocked. When the azure dragon true body was cultivated to the 7th layer, after dragon transformation, one would obtain the recognition of a distant will and obtain a supreme technique. As for the Upper Lin family, very few people could successfully cultivate it. This was because the difficulty of cultivating the azure dragon true body was extremely high. It required a large amount of true yuan. Lin Zhongwu had obtained a divine grade martial technique by chance. That was how he succeeded in cultivating it and eventually became the patriarch. But now, the azure dragons will appear in the imperial capital again. Although it was very weak, he could still feel it. Could it be that person from last night? Lin Zhongwu thought to himself. Then, he shook his head, how is that possible? The azure dragon true body was very difficult to cultivate. Normally, the Lin family disciples would only cultivate 1 or 2 parts and turn them into their trump cards. The azure dragons will clearly felt it. The azure dragons will appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Patriarch, what happened? Seeing the patriarch appear in the sky, the elders all rushed out. They did not know what happened for the patriarch to be so moved. Go and get the 2 elders, Lin Wei and Lin Chang. Lin Zhongwu revealed a rare grave expression. Chapter 319. Inside the inn, Lin Fei did not know that the appearance of the azure dragons would attract the attention of the Lin family's clan head. Fortunately, this moment disappeared as quickly as it came. The dragon transformation was complete. Transforming into a dragon now would no longer attract the azure dragon's will. Looking at his appearance, Lin Fei could not help but think of a phrase, Dragon Man. My appearance is probably that of the dragon race's dragon men, right? I look really handsome. The 7th layer of the azure dragon true body, the true dragon transformation. A mirror appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was a mirror condensed from the state of wind. The Lin Fei in the mirror was currently wrapped in a layer of azure dragon scales. Aside from his eyes, his shape could not be seen. Furthermore, his body seemed to have grown taller, looking very powerful. The thick dragon tail behind him did not seem to be out of balance. Instead, he could control it as he pleased. It swayed back and forth in the air, giving off paw 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 sounds. Damn it, this is awesome. This pure essence pill was worth it. Seeing this, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He did not feel any heartache over the pure essence pill he used. The strength of the dragon transformation could be easily felt. This was especially so for the claws. With a light swipe, it felt like a tear appeared in the air. His combat prowess had increased greatly. He could now fight without fear against a king-level expert. Withdrawing the dragon transformation, Lin Fei returned to normal. There were no visible changes. This dragon transformation is much more awesome than armor. It looks even cooler. The only problem is that it consumes a large number of pure essence pills. No wonder not many in the Lin family succeeded in cultivating it. After that, Lin Fei realized that the instant he succeeded in the dragon transformation, something strange appeared in his mind. If one was not sensitive, they would not be able to tell what it was. After a careful search, Lin Fei found it as he wished. Azure Dragon Primordial Art. Lin Fei was shocked. Why did this appear? Could it be that it was brought down by that vast aura? Lin Fei was not sure. He had a strong intuition, and at that moment, something appeared in his mind. After some hesitation, he checked this Azure Dragon Universe Origin art and came to a conclusion. As he read on, Lin Fei would frown from time to time and relax from time to time. In the end, he was extremely shocked. High rank profound level profound art. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was something he had never imagined. High rank profound level profound art. This was a mystic ranked cultivation technique. It could be said to be the highest ranked mystic ranked cultivation technique. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon Primordial Art was a close combat cultivation technique. One had to activate the dragon transformation state for its power to reach its maximum. An unintentional act of obtaining a high-grade profound rank profound art was indeed out of Lin Fei's expectations. Along with the sound outside the door, Lin Fei couldn't help but retract his thoughts. He suddenly remembered that today seemed to be the third day. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others waited for a long time, but they did not see Lin Fei. Just as they were about to open the door, they discovered that Lin Fei had come out. "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting," Lin Fei said apologetically. He was very surprised. "It's good that you're out. There's still time," Raymond said with a smile, not showing any dissatisfaction. Lin Fei scratched his head. "I cultivated too much and nearly missed the opportunity." "It looks like junior brother's strength must have improved greatly," Wan Yen, who was at the side, said. Lin Fei smiled. "It's all right." After exchanging pleasantries, they immediately left the inn. After Lin Fei left the tavern, people immediately began to investigate the people in the tavern. They began to investigate the people in the tavern. This caused quite a bit of panic. Very soon, Lin Fei and the others arrived at the selection location. Imperial Capital Plaza. At this moment, the Imperial Capital was bustling with people. Soldiers stood guard outside, emitting a strong killing intent. The plaza was empty. With a glance, arenas had been built in the plaza at some point. With a glance, there were at least dozens of arenas, looking very imposing. "The selection will be held in the arenas?" Lin Fei asked. Raymond nodded. "Yes, it will indeed be held in the arenas. Our unfalling dynasty has a total of dozens of sects and clans. Although they don't have as many spots as us, they all have a few spots. Together, there are about 300 to 400 people." Lin Fei preferred arenas. "That's good too. It's easy. If I lose in the arenas, I'll be disqualified, right?" "Of course, if I lose, I'll be disqualified." Wan Yen was eager to try. "This is a good chance to make a name for myself. Clans of all sizes are fighting to come here. Apart from that, there are also people from the unaffiliated alliance. They have spots too." Lin Fei did not continue asking. He already had an idea of the situation. He did not care about the arena selection at all. No matter how many came, he would take care of them. "Oh, right, are there any outsiders who place bets in our dynasty selection?" Lin Fei asked suddenly. Yes, of course, Li Jun smiled. For such a grand event like the dynasty selection, there are many people who place bets. All the strong clans in the imperial capital have opened bets. Junior brother, are you planning to place a bet? When the bets were placed, the eyes of Raymond and the others lit up. It was like a wolf smelling meat. Can I place a bet now, or after the bets are placed? Lin Fei asked. He had spent close to 100 million pure essence pills on the last 2 layers of the Azure Dragon True Body. More than half of it had been spent. The expenditure of pure essence pills had exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Adding on the 0.77, Lin Fei only had about 30 million pure essence pills on him. He had spent about 60 million pure essence pills. In the eyes of others, 60 million pure essence pills would require a lot of time. However, it was different for Lin Fei. After advancing to the profound spirit realm, his ability to consume pure essence pills had increased. In the eyes of others, 30 million pure essence pills would be sufficient to cultivate for a very long time. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, 30 million pure essence pills would only take him a few days. Furthermore, he would need to take his time to do so. This made Lin Fei very unhappy, very unhappy. When he saw the arena in the plaza, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. He was prepared to earn a large sum of money to fill his wallet, lest it was empty. If he did not take the free pure essence pills, there would not be a second fool in the world. There are so many bets. At the edge of the plaza, there was a huge crowd. They were all betting. Lin Fei, Raymond, and the others first went to the elder's place to sign in and obtain their own medallion. After that, they immediately went to the bets. Junior brother, don't look at the bets outside. These are just the small powers in the periphery. Raymond said, the real bets are all inside. The bets in these places are only a few million pure essence pills. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Could it be that there are even bigger bets inside? Raymond nodded. Of course, they are all big powers in the imperial capital. The last time the imperial capital held a martial assembly, many families earned a huge sum, especially the Lin family. It is said that they earned no less than tens of millions of pure essence pills. At the mention of tens of millions of pure essence pills, Wang Yan and the others were extremely envious. Martial artists relied on pure essence pills to cultivate. As long as they had enough pure essence pills, their strength could be increased. However, the number of pure essence pills was a huge number. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei smirked. If I tell them that I have 30 million pure essence pills, I wonder how scared they will be. After passing through the crowd, they appeared at the edge of the plaza. Betting on the world. Seeing the name on it, Lin Fei was very surprised. When preparing to enter, they needed to verify their assets. This was because to enter this place, one had to have 1 million pure essence pills to prove that they were qualified to bet. Raymond took out a black card and led them in. This place is like this, 1 million pure essence pills is to restrict outsiders from entering. While walking, he said. After entering the hall, the interior was luxuriously decorated, giving off the feeling of entering a high-class casino. These are all the biggest families in the imperial capital. You can bet wherever you want. Raymond was a regular customer. He pointed to a counter. You can exchange the pure essence pills for a special list over there. Junior brother, you are strong. This time, you have to bring senior brother along and earn a fortune. Wang Yan said jokingly. Lin Fei said, no problem, as long as senior brother doesn't worry about losing everything. Raymond smiled at Wang Yan and the others. What do you think? I told you, junior brother Lin Fei is a good person. He will definitely bring us to make a fortune. Lin Fei said, where is the Lin family located? Raymond and the others did not understand why. Lin family. In this casino, the biggest family. Junior brother is really amazing. don't tell me you are going for the tens of millions of pure essence pills. In truth, Lin Fei was very disgusted with the Lin family, especially the matter of Lin Wufa and the grudges left behind by the higher-ups. He would first collect some interest from the Lin family. Naturally, he would look for the biggest family, and the Lin family just happened to be the biggest one. Do you see that? The genius disciple of the Lin family is coming in. Wang Yan nudged Lin Fei and gestured in a direction. From the direction of the entrance, a few people were walking in. Among them was a young man with a black cape fluttering in the wind, exuding a powerful aura. Lin Wufa. When he saw this person, Lin Fei revealed a rare anger. Back at Death Valley, in order to be the first to enter, he had actually made a move. Thankfully, his strength was not bad, and he did not suffer much. However, he still suffered a hidden loss. This scene had always been engraved in Lin Fei's heart. The genius of the Lin family. It is said that he has already broken through to the profound spirit realm. His battle prowess is extremely terrifying, and he is the dark horse of this year's dynasty selection. Raymond's expression was solemn. Junior brother, be careful. This person will be a formidable opponent on the stage. Lin Fei shook his head lightly. Formidable opponent. This kind of person is not qualified to be my opponent. Raymond and Wang Yan were stunned, not knowing why Lin Fei would say such a thing. Could it be that there was some kind of enmity between the two? Lin Wufa was one of the hot favorites in this dynasty selection. Lin Fei's words caused Lin Wufa, who was about to head to his own counter, to suddenly raise his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 320. Lin Wufa's eyes were filled with shock and discomfort, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. It was as if he had never imagined such a thing would happen. Back in the demonic beast mountain range, this unassuming brat had barged into the profound emperor's tomb and snatched away the concept of metal that belonged to him. Lin Wufa would never forget this kind of humiliation. Later, when he saw Lin Fei's godly might, instantly killing all the mystic masters, Lin Wufa did not know why he was filled with endless rage. An unassuming brat with such frightening battle prowess had stolen his limelight. This was something Lin Wufa could not accept. How could such a person be stronger than him? How could he be more famous than him? This was something Lin Wufa could not swallow. The most powerful person must be himself. Only when all the king-level experts had come out to hunt down Lin Fei did Lin Wufa heave a sigh of relief. Although he still felt some regret, at least Lin Fei would die at the hands of the king-level experts. If he had really died, Lin Wufa would have been extremely happy and excited. But the final result was something he was not too happy about. Because Lin Fei had actually died at the hands of a demonic beast, and not a king-level expert. He had even taken a king-level expert with him before he died, causing the king-level experts to lose quite a few of them. Lin Wufa was very happy about this. Adding on the fact that the dynasty selection had begun, he believed that this time, he would be able to take first place and use his strength to tell everyone that he, Lin Wufa, was the true expert of the younger generation, and not the dead Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei's fame was limited to the upper echelons of the family, it still made Lin Wufa very unhappy. Taking advantage of his good mood, he went to gambling the world, only to see the scene he did not want to see the most. Lin Fei had not died. He had appeared right in front of him. He had even become a disciple of the divine martial sect. Was there anything more difficult to accept than this? It was as if Lin Wufa had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Die. I'm still young, I don't want to die like this. Lin Fei looked at Lin Wufa and mocked. Lei Meng and the others were shocked. Hearing these words, they seemed to sense a different meaning. It was as if junior brother Lin Fei and Lin Wufa had once fought to the death. Lin Wufa, how dare you? You dare to kill a core disciple of our divine martial sect. Lei Meng took a step forward, glaring at Lin Wufa. Naturally, this scene could not be hidden from the observant people. In particular, Raymond took the initiative to speak. His voice fell into everyone's ears. Hearing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this Lei Meng is really smart. With just a few words, he confirmed Lin Wufa's crime of killing a divine martial sect disciple. Lin Wufa was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This divine martial sect disciple really dared to demand an exorbitant price. Even though this was the imperial capital, the Lin family's words held great weight in the imperial capital. They didn't dare to go against the divine martial school. At the same time, he was shocked that he had actually become a core disciple. Humph. You people from the Divine Force sect better not slander me. How could Lin Wufa dare to admit it? If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Fei yourself. Just who is chasing after him? Lin Fei would not let go of the opportunity to beat a dog while it was down. Who is chasing after me? You know very well. Lin Fei said lightly, causing others to misunderstand and think that Lin Wufa was targeting a core disciple of the Divine Force sect. How can Lin Wufa be so daring? He actually dared to make a move against a core disciple of the Divine Force sect. How gutsy! Immediately, some people started discussing. The Lin family's strength has been growing by leaps and bounds. Now, they even dare to make a move against the Divine Force sect. Lin Wufa is really out of luck this time. Although the Lin family is powerful, they have Lin Zhongwu as their leader. If the Divine Force sect makes a move, it won't be easy for them. Who knows, they might even have a headache. Who is this Lin Fei? I don't think there's such a person in the Divine Force sect. The incident at the demonic beast mountain range did not spread too far. Especially since so many mystic and mystic experts had died. More importantly, they had all died at the hands of a mystic expert brat. This kind of news would naturally not spread out, as it would damage their image. Thus, the name Lin Fei did not attract much attention. Of course, other than the enemies who were gnashing their teeth in anger, wishing that they could kill Lin Fei. Lin Wufa raised his eyebrows and laughed. Lin Fei, you've really hidden yourself well. Everyone must have been deceived by you. I'm afraid that those people at the demonic beast mountain range would never have imagined that you're a disciple of the Divine Force sect, and that you've even stolen the Profound Emperor's inheritance. The last thing you should have done was come to the capital personally. This move was truly powerful. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into Lin Fei's heart. Lin Wufa's move had instantly diverted everyone's attention away from the matter of the assassination. Everyone's attention was now focused on the Profound Emperor's inheritance. From this, one could see how vicious Lin Wufa's heart was. The capital was not an ordinary place. It was the capital of a dynasty, the capital of a dynasty that had never fallen. It was the capital of a dynasty that had never fallen. Everyone had a certain understanding of what had happened at the demonic beast mountain range. If Lin Wufa had not mentioned it, no one would have thought about it or paid attention to it. But when Lin Wufa said it, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone knew about the Profound Emperor's inheritance, especially those in the upper echelons. What? He's Lin Fei. The one who stole the Profound Emperor's inheritance? Is it true? It seems like even the Profound King Realm experts took action and suffered heavy losses. How could it have fallen to a Profound Spirit Realm brat? Don't look anymore. He's a core disciple of the Divine Force sect. He's found a powerful backer. Everyone started discussing, looking at Lin Fei. No one knew what they were thinking. Lin Fei could not help but admire this Lin Wufa. With a single sentence, he had turned the situation around, drawing everyone's attention to him. If it was before, Lin Fei might have been a little worried. But now that his battle prowess had reached the King Realm and he had mastered a terrifying group attack technique, there was nothing to worry about. Even if the Profound Emperor made a move, he would still be able to leave easily. Beside him, Lei Meng and Wan Yan looked at Lin Fei as if they were looking at a monster. They had heard about the demonic beast mountain range before, but they didn't know the details. They had never imagined that junior brother Lin Fei would be the one to obtain the profound emperor's inheritance. This was something they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives. Back then, they had been guessing who had the strength to snatch the profound emperor's inheritance from the hands of so many experts. This was simply too monstrous. But who would have thought that it was actually junior brother Lin Fei? Monstrous, he was indeed a monstrous monster, a super monstrous monster. Now, they finally understood why the law enforcement hall had been able to obtain the inheritance so easily. It was most likely related to his strength, right? Do you think there's any use in saying this now? Lin Fei looked at Lin Wufa, completely erasing the threat that Lin Wufa posed. Little did they know that Lin Fei's hidden meaning was that he already had the battle prowess of a king, so why would he worry about others stealing it? As for Lin Wufa, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. He thought that Lin Fei was using the divine martial sect as a backer. Even Lin Wufa wouldn't dare to do anything to a core disciple of the divine martial sect. If it was an inner disciple, perhaps there would be a way. But a core disciple of the divine martial sect? Who knows, maybe it was because of this inheritance. Lin Wufa gritted his teeth in anger. This Lin Fei was too much of a bastard, actually using this kind of method. Wasn't this telling everyone that the divine martial sect was behind them, and that if they had the guts, they could go up and fight? This time, the divine martial sect had sent out 2 king-level experts, using their strength to tell everyone that the divine martial sect definitely had the strength to take revenge. Sending out 2 king-level experts at once, but what about the hidden king-level experts? As for Lin Fei, Lin Wufa was temporarily helpless. Kill Lin Fei. What a joke, the divine martial sect would probably be the first to attack. Lin Fei, this young master now admits that you are very smart, and also very cunning. Unfortunately, you came to the wrong place. In the dynasty selection, we will meet sooner or later. At that time, don't lose too badly. This was Lin Wufa's only threat. This was because in the dynasty selection, other than the big and small families, there were also people from the middle-sized dynasties who would act as judges to ensure fairness. This was a perfect opportunity for Lin Wufa. A perfect opportunity. The people from the middle-sized dynasties were at least king-level experts. If Lin Fei died on the stage, or even became a cripple, the divine martial sect would not dare to say anything. Before a mid-sized dynasty, a sect from a small dynasty could easily crush it if the other party made a move. And the kind that could not even retaliate. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. If I were you, I would definitely not go up on the stage. That would be your nightmare, a nightmare that you would never be able to reach king level in your entire life. If you don't believe me, you can go and try. Lin Wufa laughed heartily. This is really something to look forward to. I really want to see what kind of nightmare it will be. However, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. You killed so many people in the demonic beast mountain range, so those people will not let you off. Don't die on the stage. Lin Wufa laughed heartily and left with his people. Finally vented. Lin Wufa even began to admire himself for coming up with such an idea. In the demonic beast mountain range, many Xian and spirit realm experts had died under Lin Fei's hands. Of course, Lin Wufa did not count on this to kill Lin Fei, but to injure Lin Fei. In the unfalling dynasty, many people had also died at the hands of Lin Fei. Because of this, there would be many people who would attack Lin Fei. This was tantamount to having a group of enemies, giving Lin Fei no peace. Lin Fei could not help but laugh coldly in his heart, arranging all kinds of enemies for me. That's only if they dare to make a move. In front of true strength, they can only swallow their anger. If it weren't for the dynasty selection, Lin Fei really wouldn't mind killing Lin Wufa. But on second thought, it would be too boring to just kill him like that. He might as well beat him up 100 times on the stage. That should be quite interesting. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't worry. Lei Meng also realized the seriousness of the matter. We are all disciples of the Divine Martial Sect. I don't think they would dare to make a move. Chapter 321. Lin Fei's wager had indeed shocked everyone present. This was too big a deal. Winning or losing would mean tens of millions of pure yuan pills. It was not that no one had ever seen such a large wager before, but this was the first time someone had personally placed a wager of 30 million pure yuan pills. This was not 300,000, nor 3 million. This was 30 million pure yuan pills. If he could refine and absorb them, his strength, the surrounding people were all green with envy and jealousy. Of course, many of them were pondering whether or not they should rob Lin Fei. 30 million pure yuan pills. With such a huge amount of cultivation resources, they could just find a deep forest and casually burrow into it, and they would definitely be able to cultivate to the king's stage. When that time came, who would they be afraid of when they came out? Raymond and the others beside Lin Fei were also dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that their hearts were stronger, they would have fainted from the shock of the successive blows. Originally, they had thought that Lin Fei taking out over 1 million pure yuan pills was not a small amount. After all, pure yuan pills were not easy to obtain. However, they had never imagined that Lin Fei would take out 30 million pure yuan pills, and even dare to bet that he would obtain first place. Crazy, he was crazy. What, you guys don't dare to accept the wager? So there are times when the Lin family is afraid too. Lin Fei was completely unaware of the situation outside. 30 million pure yuan pills. Without a certain level of strength, one could forget about leaving this place. He would have been targeted long ago. Ever since the dynasty selection, Lin Fei knew that he would meet Lin Wufa sooner or later. Even though he had not interacted much, he had a certain understanding of Lin Wufa. This kind of person would definitely use all sorts of underhanded methods. The matter of the demonic beast mountain range would definitely not be hidden from everyone. Since that was the case, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. He had originally planned to place a few million pure yuan pills. But after seeing Lin Wufa, Lin Fei decided to place 30 million pure yuan pills. High profile, then let's really be high profile. Who says the Lin family doesn't dare to accept the wager? Lin Wufa snapped out of his daze, his heart filled with endless rage. Bastard, damn bastard, these pure yuan pills must have been found in the profound emperor's tomb. 30 million pure yuan pills, they were all mine. With these pills, becoming a king-level expert would not be a problem. It's all this kid's fault. He stole what belonged to me and still dares to strut around. Lin Dong was also very tempted by such a large wager. More importantly, this Lin Fei did not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, betting on the number one position. If it was something else, Lin Dong might consider it again and again. But this betting condition, they had it. This was set up for those who were full of confidence. Sir, are you sure you want to bet 30 million pure yuan pills? Lin Dong asked. Bet that I'll take first place. Lin Fei said calmly, of course, if you dare to accept it, I dare to bet. I'm just afraid that your Lin clan will not accept it. It's fine as long as you can't take it out. There was still a smile on Lin Dong's face. In this aspect, this elder did indeed have a certain level of ability. Sir, you don't have to worry about this. Our Lin family has never defaulted on our bets. Sir, you have bet 30 million pure yuan pills. Due to the size of the bill, the odds are only 1 to 3. At that time, if you win, please bring the bill over, and our Lin family will compensate you. 3,000 pure essence pills in exchange for 90 million pure essence pills. Although it's not much, it's barely enough, Lin Fei said in his heart. Ever since he had a core lake, Lin Fei's need for pure yuan pills was greater than anyone else's. The 1-3 odds had already been modified by them. It doesn't matter, Lin Fei said casually. Give me the list. No one was surprised by the Lin family's actions because they had the right to change the odds, especially on such a big deal. If they were to lose, it would be a huge blow. It was easily tens of millions. Soon when the bill was given, Lin Fei handed over 30 million pure yuan pills. Everyone fainted from this huge bet. Those who thought that their 1 or 2 million pure yuan pills were considered a lot now paled in comparison to the 30 million pure yuan pills bet. They felt that it was difficult to raise their heads. I'll bet 2 million pure yuan pills. 500,000 pure yuan pills for both of us. Lei Meng and Wan Yen, who were at the side, also took out their pure yuan pills and followed behind Lin Fei. They did not know why, but they were very confident in Lin Fei. They might not even have the courage to bet 30 million pure yuan pills. Moreover, if they chased after him now, even if they lost, they would still benefit greatly in the future. Lin Fei saw that Lei Meng's bet was not a small amount. He was quite shocked. Senior brother, you're not afraid that I'll lose? Lei Meng laughed loudly. If you're afraid of losing, then don't play this game. Junior brother, you're really generous today. As your senior brothers, we don't have many pure yuan pills on hand. We'll definitely support you a little. When you win, you can cultivate in peace. Lin Fei was very grateful for their bets. Even if there was a little part in it, who would care? Life was like this. One had to constantly struggle. If one did not struggle, there would be no opportunities. Everyone else thought that they were fools. Could it be that the core disciples of the Divine Martial sect had so many pure yuan pills that they had nowhere else to go? Lin Dong and Lin Wufa were extremely excited. After all, with such a huge deal, their families would definitely raise their positions. First place. Lin Dong did not believe it at all. From the moment Lin Fei placed his bet, he believed that this sum of pure yuan pills would belong to the Lin family, not Lin Fei. The dynasty selection was filled with experts. Every time, there would be all sorts of dark horses. Every time, the fight for the first place was extremely intense. No one knew who would be the winner. Lin Fei had thrown out 30 million pure yuan pills to take first place. Naturally, the participants would have their eyes on Lin Fei. This was a kind of instinct. What made Lin Wufa happy was that Lin Fei still wanted to give away such a large sum of pure yuan pills before his death. In his heart, the thought of killing Lin Fei grew even stronger. Lin Fei must die. He must have taken many good things from the profound emperor's tomb. All of this should have belonged to me, Lin Wufa. After placing his bet, Lin Fei and Lei Meng turned around and left. Everything was more or less settled. The only thing left was to participate in the arena battles. In the morning, they would be allocated to the selection area. The real battles would only start in the afternoon. Otherwise, there would be no time to place bets. Move, everyone move. From the entrance, a group of black-clothed men rushed in. Their aura was overbearing, and their killing intent was so strong that no one dared to look them in the eye. Who is Lin Fei? Come out. Walala, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Fei. They all knew that this was the Lin family's enemy. With so many dead in the demonic beast mountain range, there would naturally be people who would not be satisfied. If they had died in the hands of a strong expert, they would admit defeat. But to die in the hands of a profound spirit realm brat, they would naturally not be satisfied. Moreover, he had the concept of metal. If they could take it, they might be able to nurture a profound spirit realm expert. Lei Meng and the rest were also slightly startled, and their expressions became serious. They had arrived so quickly. This was completely out of their expectations. It was hard to believe. Wasn't this information too fast? Behind them, Lin Wufa saw this scene and revealed a smile. He thought to himself, let's see how you deal with these troubles. I really hope to see you get killed. Aren't they the three brothers of the Wang family? I heard that in the demonic beast mountain range, the Wang family lost 3 profound spirit realm experts. This is the Wang family's disciple coming for revenge. Who are you? We are from the Divine Force sect. Lei Meng and the rest asked in a low voice. Lin Fei said to Lei Meng, Senior brother, let me handle this. Why bring up the name of the Divine Force sect? Won't people think that we are bullying the weak? Coming so quickly, Lin Fei was also slightly surprised. This scene was within his imagination. Not too fast, but not too late. 3 brothers walked out from the crowd of men in black. These 3 were the 3 brothers of the Wang family. The eldest brother Wang Jun, the second brother Wang Yang, and the third brother Wang Ziyun. They all looked to be 45 years old, but in reality, they were older than that. You are Lin Fei. Among the 3 brothers, Wang Jun was the eldest, and the most mature one. He stared at Lin Fei and asked. I am Lin Fei. If you want revenge, come at me. Don't waste your breath. Lin Fei was very direct. There was no point in beating around the bush. Lin Fei's arrogance shocked everyone once again. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. Of course, there were also many people who wanted to see how strong Lin Fei was to be able to snatch the profound sovereign's inheritance from the crowd of experts. As for the 3 brothers of the Wang family, Lin Fei couldn't remember who he had killed. When he used his ultimate move, it was all a one-shot kill. Those who were not strong or had protective treasures would definitely die a horrible death under the direct attack. Lin Wufa, the Black Emperor's son, and the others were not included. They all had protective treasures, and naturally could survive the attack. At most, they would be injured. The 3 brothers of the Wang clan were the first to receive the news. That was because the Wang clan was a first-rate power in the imperial capital. The speed of their intelligence network was very fast. After all, as long as there was any news in the square, it would be sent back immediately. Wang Jun sneered, it's good that you admit it. You killed people of our Wang family. Seeing that you are from the Divine Martial sect, as long as you hand over the metal mentality, cripple your Jin Yuan, kowtow and admit your mistake, our Wang family will not pursue this matter. When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but curse the shamelessness of the Wang family. They actually wanted to snatch the metal mentality with all kinds of excuses. Everyone knew how strong the metal mentality was. If one could comprehend it successfully, their battle strength would increase greatly. It could be said that it would be a piece of cake to fight against those with higher cultivation. My big brother's words are already lenient. This is already a lenient punishment for you. If it weren't for the Divine Force sect, our Wang family would have definitely destroyed your soul. You wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate and cultivate, said the second brother, Wang Yang. Chapter 322. The appearance of such a big matter in gambling the whole world's territory spread internally at the first possible moment. The speed at which it was transmitted was like a spring breeze blowing through the night. It was impossible for people not to know about it. It was just as Lin Bufa had said before he left. The imperial capital was not an ordinary place. It was a place where clans of all sizes gathered. What happened in the demonic beast mountain range might not be known in small places, but in the imperial capital, it was a completely different story. The news came from a wide range of sources, and everyone could catch wind of it. As long as Lin Wufa wasn't an idiot, and had heard of this matter before, then he would immediately understand Lin Fei's background. He was a powerful figure who had snatched the inheritance of the profound emperor. Other than that, there were also murderers whose hands were stained with blood. This news also immediately reached the ears of certain people, such as the clans and sects that had been insta-killed last time. The imperial capital was too big, so it was impossible to keep this information a secret. In a courtyard in the imperial capital, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. With a glance, one could tell that this was a high-class residence. What? Lin Fei has appeared. There were originally a few people sitting in the courtyard, but when they heard the news, they all stood up, their voices filled with endless anger. That's right, it was an endless rage. Lin can't say it. Also, Lin Fei admitted it himself. It should be Lin Fei from the monstrous Beast Mountain range. There's no mistake. What a good Lin Fei. He has the guts to come to the imperial capital. Originally, I thought he would just die at the hands of the demonic beasts. Who would have thought that this brat's life would be so tough? He still dares to come to the imperial capital. The gloomy middle-aged man said in a low voice. Big bro, we can't make a move right now, that person said. What's wrong? Lin Fei killed our people and a few of our mystic spirit experts died. His vitality has already been greatly damaged. Could it be that he is just going to watch helplessly and not go up to take revenge? That Lin Fei has become a core disciple of the divine martial sect. That person said unwillingly. What? Core disciple? How is that possible? Said the middle-aged man in shock. At the same time, a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. How could this be? Core disciple. How could he be a core disciple? The core disciples of the divine martial sect were definitely existences that gave people headaches. No one dared to make a move against them. Big brother, just because we can't kill him doesn't mean that no one else can, right? That person said gloomily, so many king-level experts died in the demonic Beast Mountain range. It is said that they were killed by that little bastard Lin Fei. Some of them are not from our unfalling dynasty. Maybe they know the information and will come immediately. They don't care about the identity of the divine martial sect's core disciple. You're still the smart one. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. That kid, Lin Fei. After obtaining the profound sovereign's inheritance and causing the deaths of so many experts, especially the king-class experts, I'm sure those people won't let it go so easily. They will definitely take action personally. Big brother, let's go and watch the show together. Meanwhile, in some of the high-class inns, the same news began to spread. Have you heard? The inheritor of the profound emperor has appeared, and he is currently gambling on the world. It can't be, this person is so daring. It is said that this person obtained the inheritance of the concept of metal and was even hunted down by a king-level powerhouse. How did he survive? The Lin family, Lin can't say it himself. That person seems to have admitted it. Everyone has heard the news. Then what are we still sitting here for? Let's go and watch the show. The news spread like the wind. Within the gambling on the world, Lin Fei felt no pressure. When they heard this, Raymond and the others couldn't help but be startled. Junior brother, this is not a place to stay for long. Why don't we report the situation to the elders? That way, they won't have to worry too much. Indeed, Raymond was thinking further ahead, so he gave a friendly reminder. Going to the Lin family, Lin Wufa's words indeed gave Raymond a bad feeling. Others might not feel much about the matter of the demonic Beast Mountain range, but as a disciple of the divine martial sect, he was more familiar with the matters of the demonic Beast Mountain range. It could be said that Lin Fei had offended a lot of people there. If it was any other time, it would be fine. With the divine martial sect here, they wouldn't dare to not give face. But now, they were in the imperial capital, and it was the dynasty selection. Many families and factions would appear in the imperial capital, and among them, a portion would undoubtedly become enemies. These people would definitely not dare to act blindly without thinking. After all, the Divine Martial sect was not an ordinary Divine Martial sect. Intimidating them would be a piece of cake. Among them, there were some who were hard to say. For example, wandering Lone Rangers. They were usually very strong, and if there was a chance to snatch the metal intent, they wouldn't miss it. As for the Divine Martial sect, in the eyes of these Lone Rangers, it was as if they didn't exist. They went around committing crimes, and were extremely difficult to deal with. Also, the descendants of king-level experts definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Lin Fei staying here was not a good thing. If they surrounded him, he might really be in danger. That was the concept of gold, the strongest type of concept. Anyone could make a move. Lin Fei shook his head. Senior brother, do you think that you would dare to appear here because of a single sentence? Raymond nodded. Of course not. Otherwise, junior brother wouldn't be the Demon Beast Mountain Range's junior brother Lin Fei. He began to feel relieved. That's not right, Lin Fei laughed. I wasn't even afraid of the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Do you think I would be afraid here? Raymond was ashamed. Senior brother really can't compare to junior brother. No wonder I've been stuck at this position for so long without any breakthroughs. Perhaps it's because I lack the courage to advance forward. After the dynasty selection, if I don't make it, then senior brother will travel the continent. Lin Fei applauded. Traveling the continent is indeed a good idea. I believe senior brother will soon break through his bottleneck and become a king-level expert. Raymond laughed. If that day comes, senior brother will definitely treat you to the finest wine. Lin Wufa walked up to the Lin family's counter, his expression frightening. Even though he had just let out a breath, he couldn't think straight. His heart burned with anger, and he desperately wanted to find an opening to vent his anger. Wufa, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so pale? Elder Lin Dong couldn't help but walk over. He was the elder in charge of this place, and his face was always full of smiles. In his words, this was called smiling to welcome wealth. For an elder to take the initiative to ask about Lin Wufa's well-being, it was clear that Lin Wufa's status in the family was not something ordinary disciples could compare to. In truth, that was indeed the case. I met an enemy, Lin Wufa said lightly. Lin Wufa said blandly. Suddenly, he caught sight of Lin Fei's figure walking towards him. The rage in his heart was about to burst out. What is he doing? Lin Dong also saw the change in Lin Wufa's expression. Anyone could tell that Lin Wufa was in a terrible mood. The clansman beside him didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. Lin Fei, why aren't you running away immediately? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to return? Only by constantly attacking could Lin Wufa alleviate the anger in his heart. It's too early to go back now. Lin Fei said calmly. I heard that your Lin family is a big banker in the capital city. If you don't come up and place your bet, could it be that the Lin family wants to keep our guests outside? Lin Wufa had never seen such a bold person before. Even though he knew that danger was approaching, many malicious gazies also appeared to place their bets on the Lin family. Lin Wufa couldn't find a second person. Behind him, Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. It can't be that Lin Fei from the demonic Beast Mountain Range, right? Others might not know, but Elder Lin Dong was the first to realize that through certain channels, he had learned that the genius Lin Wufa had once suffered a great loss at Lin Fei's hands, nearly losing his head to Lin Fei. If not for his position as an elder, he really wouldn't have heard of this. Lin Dong finally understood why a genius like Lin Wufa would be so enraged, completely unlike his usual calm self. Lawless aura had already begun to waver, and this person, Lin Fei, had also become a demon in Lin Wufa's heart. I really don't know if you're smart or stupid. Lin Wufa laughed heartily. Our Lin family has a good reputation, and we are strong. We never refuse guests, even if you're about to die. Although this was what he said, Lin Wufa still felt uneasy in his heart. He couldn't figure out what this Lin Fei was up to. The memory of almost losing his head was still fresh in Lin Wufa's mind. Thus, he had always been wary of Lin Fei, not daring to make a move against him. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart again. This Lin Wufa already has a demon in his heart. This will be it for the rest of his life. I wonder if your Lin family dares to accept a big deal. Lin Wufa was rarely in charge of setting up bets. Lin Dong was the one in charge of this place. Lin Dong stood out. I wonder what kind of big deal you're preparing. Our Lin family's strength is solid, and our reputation as an unfailing empire is clear for all to see. At this time, Lin Dong naturally would not lose face for the Lin family. Big deal. Most likely only 1 or 2 million. This kind of deal, even if another 5 or 6 came, Lin Dong would not care. This kind of person was too timid. Lin Fei's appearance at the Lin family's bets naturally attracted the attention of many people. No one could guess what Lin Fei was thinking. If it were them, they would definitely not stay here. This would only bring danger to themselves. I'll bet 30 million pure yuan pills that I'll take first place. I wonder if your Lin family dares to accept. Lin Fei said lightly. But in the ears of the crowd, these words were incomparably domineering. Bet 3,000 pure yuan pills that he'll take first place. This tone was too arrogant. Did he think that everyone else did not exist? 30 million pure elemental pills still gave everyone a fright. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to earn 30 million pure yuan pills. But this little brat actually took it out. They felt as if the world was changing. Lin Dong and Lin Wufa's eyes twitched, their eyes filled with disbelief. 30 million pure yuan pills. Take first place. These two sentences kept repeating in their minds. Chapter 323. P.S. Thanks to God Emperor Hao Tian for the monthly vote, and Thoughts in the Wind for the 100 Qidian coins. The 3 Wang brothers were instantly enraged. This Lin Fei dared to be so arrogant in the imperial capital. He was simply courting death. Did he not know the strength of the Wang family? When Lin Fei's voice fell, a destructive aura formed into a blazing sun. The terrifying aura shrouded the casino. The 3 brothers' angry faces instantly turned black, black like coal. The other people's faces also changed greatly. This was an artistic conception, an invincible aura. It was as if anything in front of it would be destroyed. The blazing sun turned into rays of golden flowing light. They were unbelievably fast, so fast that they could not be captured. They charged towards the 3 brothers and instantly landed on their dantian. With a casual thought, they destroyed their dantian one by one. Ah, my dantian. My true chi, you destroyed my dantian. The 3 brothers felt like they were in a dream. The unbelievable speed made them feel that it was difficult to resist. The 3 Xianling realm martial artists were crippled. In front of everyone, they crippled the 3 brothers of the Wang clan. How daring! This was the imperial capital. If you don't have the strength, don't come out and make a fool of yourself. Lin Fei looked around with a smile. However, in the eyes of others, his smile was like a devil's smile. It made them feel cold. The concept of gold is in my body. If you are not afraid of becoming useless, then come at me. I don't mind playing some tricks. His cold words pierced the hearts of everyone. Arrogant. Too arrogant. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by Lin Fei's means. Death was not scary. It was nothing more than death. But to have one's strength destroyed and be half dead, that was the real pain. Lin Fei's move indeed left an unforgettable scene. Looking at the 3 Wang brothers who were in pain on the ground, everyone shook their heads. The originally strong Wang family lost 3 Xianling realm warriors. Wang Jun said angrily, "You are going against our Wang family. Our Wang family will not let you go. Lin Fei said, it doesn't matter. If your Wang family dares to come for revenge, I don't mind letting your Wang family have another group of trash. Trash. These two words stabbed into the hearts of the three Wang brothers like needles. A chill ran down their spines. They were at the Xianling level, but they couldn't even block a single move, and their Dantian was directly destroyed. He had never even thought about it. Trash. Revenge. Your Wang family dares to attack a core disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. You must be tired of living. Raymond stood up and said angrily. Thump. The Wang clan's three brothers immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When they heard that Lin Fei had appeared in the imperial capital, they didn't even bother to investigate. They were afraid that they would fall behind and have their metal intent snatched away by others. However, he never would have thought that Lin Fei was a core disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. It was a loss. What a great loss. If the Wang family's three brothers had known about the situation, they would definitely not have made a move. Clearly, they would have chosen some other method. Regret, endless regret. Lin Fei sneered in his heart, let's see who else dares to make a move. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to kill them in a bloody manner to leave an impression on everyone. But after some thought, killing. It would be better to cripple his strength. Senior brother Raymond, let's go. Raymond glared at the Wang clan's three brothers. You guys can go. Following Lin Fei's departure, the crowd started to disperse. In reality, they were all going to report the news. The Wang clan's three brothers were cryptic realm experts, but they were crippled by Lin Fei in less than one move. This was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The metal intent was indeed terrifying. Lin Wufa's face was frighteningly gloomy. Lin Fei had easily grasped the metal intent and crippled the three brothers' strength. His heart was filled with shock. No, this person is too strong. I need to prepare my trump card and use it to kill him. Only then can I make a name for myself. Lin Wufa himself didn't know that he was starting to panic. It was a subconscious panic. Beside him, Lin Dong didn't dare to say anything. At the betting area. Junior brother, weren't you a little too arrogant just now? Raymond was still in a state of shock. First, he had casually crippled the Wang clan's three brothers with a wager of 30 million pure yuan pills. This was something that even they couldn't do. In truth, they really couldn't do it. If the War God sect is so arrogant, then our Divine Martial sect should do the same. I'm afraid our elders will also approve of this. Lin Fei smiled. Raymond thought about it and felt that it made sense. In the afternoon, the selection officially began. All the big and small sects and families of the unfalling dynasty gathered in the square, rubbing their palms, preparing to show off in the selection. Lin Fei didn't come early, but he also didn't come late. From time to time, he could hear noises coming from the surroundings, especially about the Wang clan's three brothers. Moreover, Lin Fei could feel the gazes from all directions landing on him. The news should have already spread. I wonder how many people are waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Lin Fei thought to himself. It's best if there are more. 500 million experience points, I'll at least go on a killing spree. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and disappeared. In truth, there were indeed many people who were thinking about Lin Fei. Do you see those two people up there? They're from a mid-sized dynasty, Raymond said. It seems like it's going to start soon, Lin Fei said. I'm on the 10th arena. In the afternoon, Lin Fei received a number. On the 10th arena, a winner would be decided. The next 30 arenas would carry out the finals together, and 10 people would be selected. Raymond, Wan Yen, and the others laughed. Luckily, we're not on the same stage as you. Otherwise, we'd be out of luck. Encountering a freak like you, I'm afraid no one in the arena can stop you. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys really know how to joke. Very soon. After a passionate conversation, the selection began. Especially the two notaries, who appeared in the air above the arena, seemingly preparing to observe the 30 arenas below. For these notaries, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. This kind of selection was a piece of cake. Senior brother, you can do it. Lin Fei said to them. Just now, he saw that there were many experts in the selection, and all of them were powerful. It seemed like all the young experts were in the square. It's the same for junior brother. After exchanging greetings, everyone walked towards their respective arenas. Lin Fei also walked towards the 10th arena. When he was near the 10th arena, Lin Fei could feel that the surrounding people were looking at him with the desire to fight. He didn't need to guess to know that once the news spread, many people would be tempted. Lin Fei didn't feel anything about this. He had already made up his mind. The preliminaries were about to begin. The square was filled with excitement. Everyone was looking forward to it. The first match was Lin Fei's turn. His opponent was a guy who used a sword. His name was Fong Wen, and he looked very powerful. Do you want to go down yourself, or do you want me to send you down? Lin Fei said lazily to the swordsman, Fong Wen. Fong Wen laughed. The battle hasn't started. Why are you so anxious? Bang! Lin Fei appeared in front of Fong Wen and kicked his stomach, sending him flying. When he was flying, he could still hear Fong Wen's disdainful voice, so talkative. The judge below the arena was also stunned. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? The victor was decided so quickly. This match is Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei had no interest in this selection. Even if it was the simplest kick, his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand it easily. His defeat was already a foregone conclusion. So fast. This Lin Fei is so strong. Fong Wen didn't even have a chance to attack. There were about 7 to 8 matches on each arena. The moment Lin Fei made a move, the people on the arena felt a great pressure. This Lin Fei was not easy to deal with. Lin Wufa's victory. As Lin Fei walked down, Lin Wufa's gaze swept over from the 22nd arena. He chose to ignore it and sat down on the empty arena. Afterwards, the arena became Lin Fei's personal stage. This match is Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei's victory. Lin Fei's victory. Almost no one could withstand a kick from Lin Fei. Usually, they would be sent flying without a second move. Lin Fei leaped into the air and transformed into a dark horse. Everywhere he passed, everyone was defeated, and he smoothly obtained the qualifications to advance to the 10th combat ring. The qualification for arena number 10 quickly fell into Lin Fei's hands. He could be said to be the fastest person on the arena. People wondered if they were dreaming, because the other arenas were only halfway through. Of course, if it was anyone else who did what Lin Fei did, they would definitely be extremely fast. After all, one kick and the opponent would be sent flying. It would be strange if they weren't fast. Arena number 10 instantly became the center of attention. The disciples who lost were extremely depressed. Why did they have to meet such a monstrous person who would send out a kick at the drop of a hat, and they couldn't even block it? As for the other disciples, they were in a good mood when they saw the contestants on arena number 10. No matter how strong they were, in front of a monstrous person, they would be sent flying without even making a move. That would be the most tragic thing. Luckily, they weren't on arena number 10. Lin Fei's name soon spread across the public square. At the same time, the incident in the morning started to spread as well. Uproar, all kinds of shock. First in the dynasty selection. He dared to say such words. Many strong geniuses naturally wouldn't be convinced. They started to stare at Lin Fei. As for the three Wang brothers being crippled, they were at most surprised. They didn't believe that Lin Fei was really that strong. Lin Fei came down from the arena. Today's selection had ended. 30 contestants would be selected from the 30 arenas. Tomorrow would be the next round of selection. Boring, so boring. Lin Fei shook his head in his heart. He was prepared to wait for Lei Meng and the others. But the moment he came down, two black-robed men appeared before him. Sir Lin Fei, our clan leader would like to invite you to the Lin family. The two black-robed men were expressionless. Chapter 324. The Lin family had taken the initiative to seek him out, and it was the family head at that. Lin Fei felt quite surprised. He did not know why they had sought him out. Lin Fei would not take the initiative to seek him out, so he naturally refused. Furthermore, he did not want to go to the Lin family at all. The two men in black seemed to have expected this. They took out something. It was a black wooden box. He could not tell what it was. This is what the patriarch wants to give you. Lin Fei was curious. What would the patriarch of the Lin family give him? What was the meaning behind it? After hesitating for a moment, he took the box and said, "You can leave now." The wooden box was very light. Lin Fei could not imagine what was inside. After they left, Lin Fei opened the wooden box. When he saw what was inside, he could not help but be startled. It was actually a piece of white paper. That's right, it was a piece of white paper. For bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon True Body. It had the aura of an azure dragon rising to the sky. Perhaps to others, they would not know what it meant. However, to Lin Fei, he was very clear about the meaning of these 4 words. The Lin family is indeed worthy of being the Lin family. They found me so quickly. It seems like the information was leaked in the inn. Lin Fei did not find this strange. Whether it was in the inn or the palace, the Lin family would know because they had the ability to investigate. In fact, this was indeed the case. Once the information of the Lin family was activated, coupled with Lin Zhongwu's understanding of the specific location, it was not difficult to find a person. Furthermore, this was the imperial capital. Is this a test or is there something else? Lin Fei could not help but guess, but he did not dare to make a conclusion. The matter of the Lin family in Gue Yuan City cannot be hidden. They will find out sooner or later. It seems like the patriarch has already guessed that it was me. After thinking about it, Lin Fei quickly felt relieved. So what if they know? The Lin family can no longer deal with me. I want to see what they are planning. Lin Fei immediately made a decision. The next day the preliminaries began again. On this day, the liveliness was far greater than the day before. Many important people had come. Today, the 10 qualified positions would be decided. For the unfalling empire, this was a huge matter, so everyone naturally couldn't sit still. They would definitely come out to see the results. Although the 10 qualifications did not have much meaning, in reality, it was something that all the sects and clans, big and small, cared about. If one of the 10 qualified candidates was accepted as a disciple by a large sect during the Dynasty War, then that sect or clan would have a good backer. Especially if that disciple became a core disciple or a direct disciple of a large sect, his usefulness would be immeasurable. If yesterday was just a warm-up, then today was the most exciting time. Apart from deciding the 10 qualifications, the unfalling dynasty's emperor would also personally come to the plaza. The 10 qualifications were incredibly important to the unfalling dynasty, and they could affect the unfalling dynasty in the future. No one could sit still, let alone the royal clan. Look, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu, is here. No one knew who suddenly shouted, but it immediately attracted a lot of attention. The Upper Lin family was a powerful family in the unfalling dynasty. They were an important family that the unfalling dynasty's royal family relied on. The royal family could be very powerful, but they also needed external support, and the Upper Lin family was one of them. With Lin Zhongwu's appearance, many people stood up and greeted him. Lin Zhongwu walked over and nodded from time to time. His powerful aura made people want to worship him. The head of the Lin family is really strong. Lin Fei was also in the crowd, so he naturally noticed the head of the Lin family. Apart from his powerful strength, Lin Fei also had a different aura. That was the Azure Dragon aura. Even though this aura was very weak, Lin Fei could still sense that it was indeed the aura of the Azure Dragon. This aura was something that even experts would not be able to detect, and he was probably the only one present who could sense it. This Shanglin family head had also cultivated the Azure Dragon avatar to the 7th layer, the level of dragon transformation. At the same time, Lin Zhongwu also looked over, as if he had found his target in the crowd. He smiled as he looked at Lin Fei, and his gaze only flashed for a moment. Others might not know, but Lin Fei knew very well. He had indeed felt that glance from the other party. The senses of experts were never wrong. Looks like he knows who I am. Lin Fei could not help but frown. This Lin Zhongwu is indeed not simple. He clearly knows that I snatched the Azure Dragon true body from the Lin family, yet he still sent such a signal. What exactly is he planning? Lin Fei was a simple person. He was not the kind of person who specialized in scheming. Hence, he was not very clear about what kind of person this Lin Zhongwu was. Zhongwu, looking at you, could it be that you found a good seedling? When Lin Zhongwu sat down, one of the clan heads took the initiative to ask. Although the action just now was very subtle, in the eyes of those who were observant, they could still see some clues. Everyone could not help but feel curious. Seedling. Of course. Lin Zhongwu smiled. There were no good seedlings in the dynasty selection that year. His words stopped everyone from talking about anything else. Lin Zhongwu's words were also impeccable. It could be seen how clever Lin Zhongwu's words were. In every dynasty selection, all the experts of the younger generation would come out. After all, the participants of the dynasty selection had to be below the age of 50. At this age, they could still be considered the younger generation. Generally speaking, those in their 20s to 40s would be considered relatively young. Another clan head said, the Lin family's young master Lin Wufa has outstanding talent. I believe he will easily obtain a qualification this time. This was obviously a bootlicker. Lin Zhongwu smiled, no emotions could be seen. Wufa, this kid is not bad. There are quite a lot of young experts this year, much stronger than the previous one. I'm afraid it's still unknown who will obtain the qualification. On the other side, the War Gods sect and the God Martial sect sat opposite each other. The War Gods sect also had 2 king-class elders. After all, they were one of the 3 great sections. How could they not have a king-class expert? They would lose a lot of face. Apart from them, the Bright Moon Palace's elders also sat together. Behind them stood a few girls in white. Their expressions were cold, like fairies who did not belong to the mortal world. They gave off a cold and unapproachable feeling. Even the Bright Moon Palace's elders also had a cold aura. It was because they cultivated the Bright Moon Palace's unique cultivation method that their aura became cold. I heard that your God Martial sect has a Lin Fei who arrogantly wants to obtain first place in this dynasty selection. You elders should really teach him a lesson, lest he tarnishes the God Martial sect's reputation. War God sect's elder Shen Kuan said in a strange tone. This Shen Kuan was one of the leading elders of the War God sect. As for the other elder, Bai Qianqiu, his white hair was extremely dazzling. It was impossible not to notice him. However, his expression was cold, like a poisonous snake. He squinted his eyes, as if he was staring at his prey and then baring his fangs, ready to deal a fatal blow. The War God sect's elders started to cause trouble. Everyone was very clear about the conflict between the War God sect and the God Marshal sect. Once they started fighting, it would be an endless battle. Everyone knew about the matter of Lin Fei. This kind of news could not be hidden. In the eyes of those with a certain status, news was no longer news. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a secret. The originally chatting crowd all pricked up their ears, preparing to watch a good show. They wanted to see how this would end. Lin Fei had placed a huge bet, preparing to obtain first place. Everyone did not think much of it, but they were shocked by the news after. 30 million pure essence pills was a huge sum. However, when they heard the words after, they all cursed in their hearts. What a crazy person. 30 million pure essence pills. Even if it was given to a pig to cultivate, it would still be able to cultivate to a decent level, not to mention a cultivator. No matter how bad their talent was, it would not be difficult for them to cultivate to the profound spirit realm. In the end, this fellow actually used it to place a bet. Furthermore, he bet that he would obtain first place. This kind of wager made people hate iron for not being steel. If they had the guts, they would definitely grab him and ask him what he was thinking. Hearing the ridicule from the War God sect's elders, they really wanted to know how the God Marshal sect would reply. After all, it was impossible for them to obtain first place this year. They did not believe it. Would the elders of the God Marshal sect believe it? This year's dynasty selection had many young experts. Compared to the previous dynasty selection, the competition would be even more intense. It was almost impossible to determine who would be the winner in the end. Our God Marshal sect advocates having high standards and seeing far. An elder of the God Marshal sect said faintly, Lin Fei obtained the opportunity. That's Lin Fei's fortune. As for obtaining first place, we agree. If he doesn't have the intention to obtain first place, why would he bring pressure to himself? Don't you think so, everyone? This elder was calm and what he said was very reasonable. As for his heart, he still admired Lin Fei. They knew all the disciples that they brought out this time, except for Lin Fei. The God Marshal sect leader said, Lin Fei is a disciple. You don't have to care about him. He can do whatever he likes. Previously, the two elders had no idea what was going on. However, when the news spread, the two elders were filled with shock and astonishment. If the God Marshal sect leader had not mentioned it, they would not have known. Their God Marshal sect actually had such a strong disciple. They all knew about the incident at the Demon Beast mountain range. Later on, a mysterious expert appeared. They were all surprised, especially the name. At first, they thought that it was from their God Marshal sect. However, they did not believe it and did not connect the dots. Chapter 325. P.S. Thanks to He Jingxiong for the 100 Qidian coins. The elders of the Divine War sect sneered. Shen Kuan sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Bai Qianqiu also sneered. This was the most shameful joke he had heard in his life. High standards, farsighted, great pressure. Nonsense. What kind of logic was that? The other forces were also curious about what the two elders of the Divine Force sect wanted to do. No one knew. No one would understand. Even the two elders had said that because of what the Divine Martial Arts sect master had said. It sounded very irresponsible, but in fact, it was related to the Divine Martial Arts sect. The elders of the Divine Force sect didn't punish or criticize. From this, everyone could see that the Divine Force sect treated Lin Fei with leniency, especially with the word value. In reality, the Divine Force sect's treatment of Lin Fei was like a sheep. They allowed this sheep to wander around and look for food everywhere. He was always plump and strong. If everyone knew that the Divine Force sect thought this way, how scared would they be? Surprise! Surprise! The king is here. As the king arrived, everyone's attention was diverted. The Divine Force sect and the Divine War sect also stopped. The king, not the emperor. Because the non-falling dynasty was a small dynasty, it was not qualified to be the emperor. At most, it was a king. No one had ever dared to break this rule, not even a medium-sized dynasty. In the sky, a majestic team appeared. Domineering and magnificent. The team turned into a beam of light and appeared on the high platform, neat and tidy. As for the king, he was wearing a dazzling golden robe. He was young, but he had the aura of a king. This king was a strong cultivator at the profound king realm. The square quieted down. Many people even held their breath and looked up at the king. When the king appeared, all the clans and sects, big and small, stood up to welcome him. The Divine War sect, the Divine Force sect, and the Bright Moon Palace still gave face to the king. They were very close, and no one could tell anything. After the king sat down, the others sat down. This king is really impressive, Lin Fei thought. He has the strength of a king. No wonder he can sit on this position. Lin Fei was somewhat surprised that the king was at the king stage. He had imagined that the king, who was at the top of the pyramid, would not have much time to cultivate and would have many experts by his side. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood that the things in novels were pure bullshit. The king had plenty of resources and was successful in his cultivation. How could it be so easy? Lin Fei thought so. The king took his seat. Today, all the characters were due. The finals were about to begin. This was also the convention of every dynasty selection. This time, after the king took his seat, the person in charge prepared to announce the start of the event. The king personally stood up and faced the crowd, exuding a dignified aura. There are so many experts in this year's dynasty selection. It is indeed a great fortune for our unfalling dynasty. Therefore, this king has decided that the 10 experts who are qualified to participate in the dynasty selection will be given a chance to enter the royal treasury and choose a treasure. An uproar broke out. The imperial treasury, as the name suggested, was the place where the fallen empire stored their resources. No one knew how many good things were inside. They only knew that the place was heavily guarded and no one had ever approached it. If the king's words did not excite the crowd, it would definitely be a lie. One treasure could be chosen at will. Even if it was just a middle-grade spiritual treasure, it would greatly increase one's combat power. Anything that came from the royal family would definitely not be ordinary. In an instant, almost everyone was tempted. The big and small clans were also slightly stunned. The king was really generous. He actually opened the imperial treasury and allowed the top 10 to choose a treasure. They could not afford to be so generous. Even if the royal family was not the real royal family, they were still rich in resources. They could not be compared to them. Your Majesty, since you are so interested, the Divine War sect is willing to join in the fun. Shen Kuan and Bai Qianqiu exchanged glances. The Divine War sect is willing to offer 10 million pure essence pills as a prize for the first place. The crowd was slightly shocked again. The Divine War sect was really generous. They took out such a large amount of pure essence pills as a prize for the first place. However, they soon felt relieved. The sect of the War God did this because they had several genius disciples who could rival king-class powerhouses in terms of battle prowess. With such strength, they had a high chance of obtaining the first place. Since the Divine War sect was the first place, they naturally had nothing to worry about. This was called not leaving fertile water for the fields. When the time came, they could even promote the Divine War sect. The Divine War sect is very kind, the king said. At this moment, the Divine Force sect also spoke. The Divine Force sect is willing to offer 10 million pure essence pills as a prize for the first place. As mentioned before, the Divine Force sect naturally did not dare to fall behind. If you can offer 10 million pure essence pills, we can also offer 10 million pure essence pills. Who's afraid of who? The Divine Force sect did not lack this. The king smiled. Good, good. I think this time, the first place of the dynasty selection will be very shocking. In the blink of an eye, the first place was offered 20 million pure essence pills. This made everyone's eyes red. The 20 million pure essence pills soon became 30 million. The Bright Moon Palace also made a move. At this moment, many disciples were rubbing their fists, preparing to take the first place. The first place will definitely be mine. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy. 30 million pure essence pills. As long as I have these 30 million pure essence pills and cultivate for a few years, I will definitely be able to enter the king grade and become a king grade expert. Good, good. This time, the first place will definitely belong to me. All the genius disciples looked at each other with ferocious gazes. It was like everyone had become enemies in an instant. The first place would be offered 30 million pure essence pills. This title was hard to ignore. No matter who it was, as long as they had these 30 million pure essence pills, entering the king grade would not be a problem. It was just a matter of time. Excitement, anticipation, all these emotions appeared on the faces of the young experts. Impressive, impressive. This king is very clever. With just a few words, he managed to get the three great sects to offer up 30 million pure essence pills. At the same time, he obtained the love and respect of everyone, Lin Fei thought to himself. I think that the royal clan must have arranged for a true expert. 30 million pure essence pills. Lin Fei was quite tempted. If he could obtain these 30 million pure essence pills, in addition to the pure essence pills he would be able to obtain as much as 100 million pure essence pills. His chances of winning in the dynasty selection would be even higher. During the dynasty selection, Lin Fei was not worried at all. No matter how talented the disciples were, Lin Fei could choose to ignore them because the gap between them was too big. However, during the dynasty selection, it was completely different. Because during the dynasty selection, no one knew how many dynasties there were. It was a huge number. Small dynasties, medium dynasties, large dynasties. In these dynasties, there were as many experts as there were clouds, especially among the younger generation. Lin Fei did not dare to think that their strength would be weak. The gap would be huge. In a small dynasty, the profound spirit realm was the limit. If one was slightly stronger, they would have the strength of a pseudo-king grade expert. This strength was considered the strongest in the profound spirit realm. However, if one were to face a true king grade expert, they would be on a completely different level. The king grade experts of a small dynasty were the strongest in a large dynasty. This was because their cultivation was not perfect. These were some of the secrets of the king grade experts. Lin Fei would never miss an opportunity to increase his battle strength. His eyes were filled with joy. These 30 million pure essence pills are just right for me. 15 stages. 15 opponents. Yesterday, all the talented disciples had fought their way to the profound spirit realm. Most of them were at the Great Circle realm, and a few were at the Late Circle realm. To be able to fight their way to the profound spirit realm, one could imagine how strong they were. The spectators outside the square were also excited as they listened. 30 million pure essence pills was a huge number. Anyone would be excited just thinking about it. To the younger generation, they were full of anticipation for the next dynasty selection. Everyone, guess who has a chance of taking first place this time? Someone asked. I think Lin Wufa from the Lin family has a higher chance of taking first place. There shouldn't be many who can compete with him. What does Lin Wufa count for? I think Prince Monday from the royal family will definitely take first place. Don't forget, Prince Monday just came back from the sect. If that's the case, it does make sense. I heard that Prince Monday is an inner sect disciple of a mid-sized dynasty. His strength must be unfathomable. Who knows, he might have learned some high-level martial arts, like a profound class martial art. Godly martial sect Yun Xiang has a chance as well. He is the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the godly martial sect, and the #1 expert of the younger generation. I think taking first place should not be a problem. Then I think Lin Fei from the godly martial sect will win. Yesterday, he had a great time kicking everyone off the stage. How many people are as impressive as Lin Fei? Lin Fei. He only bullies the weaker ones. Today, he met a true expert, and was quickly kicked out. *T, he did not even use his concept of metal. Killing 10 of you is a piece of cake. You can only watch from the bottom and be jealous. Soon, the discussions turned into arguments, like a market. The arena drawing ceremony began. Lin Fei randomly drew his lot. Arena number 7. Today, the arenas in the plaza were arranged in order, allowing people to see them clearly. Lin Fei walked towards the 7th arena. After what had happened yesterday, Lin Fei had become the center of attention. When he walked to the 7th arena, many people rushed towards him. Someone was even faster than Lin Fei. A bald man flew into the air and landed on the arena. Walala, ripples appeared around the arena. The crowd was dumbfounded. This person was way too strong, wasn't he? On the arenas, there were runes formations set up to prevent Jin Yuan from rushing out and injuring the people outside. But just by appearing, the runes formations activated. Anyone could see that this person was not weak. Chapter 326. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the 200 Qidian coins tip. Divine Force Sect Disciple? Lin Fei was slightly surprised. Wasn't this a sect that specialized in cultivating physical strength? He didn't know what level this disciple of the Divine Force Sect had reached. In the Buluo dynasty, there were many sections. The Divine Force Sect was considered a first-rate sect. Of course, among the first-rate sects, it was considered a different kind of existence. Because the Divine Force Sect specialized in cultivating physical strength, the disciples they recruited were usually tall and muscular. Once they cultivated their mental cultivation technique, their entire person would become ferocious and ferocious. The Divine Force Sect disciples were usually divided into several levels. Outer disciples with a strength of 3,000 pounds needed to have a strength of 10,000 pounds. Inner disciples and core disciples needed to have a strength of 50,000 pounds. Zhang De. Lin Fei. The two of them made a gesture of invitation. As the sound of his voice faded, Zhang De punched towards Lin Fei's chest. The wind from his fist was like a mountain, heavy and heavy. With just one punch, Lin Fei could tell that Zhang De was strong. His physical strength was obviously much stronger than his. At least, Lin Fei temporarily couldn't reach this level. This Zhang De's physical strength must be above 10,000 pounds, maybe around 20,000. Around 20,000 pounds of strength was basically invincible in close combat. Any martial artist facing such an expert would have a headache. Senior brother Zhang De, you're too strong. Lin Fei's fist was like lightning as it met Zhang De's. Boom! Ripples appeared on the stage as the strong wind from the true Yuan swept across it. The Divine Force Sect is indeed something. A wave of energy surged over like a tsunami. Lin Fei blocked it with his true Yuan. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Zhang De frowned, 12 mountain-shattering punches. That punch just now, even someone at the peak of mystic spirit wouldn't dare to say he could block it so easily. Yet, it was blocked by Lin Fei. Zhang De directly took out his strongest fist technique. 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. It turned out that it was a fist technique. 3 heads and 6 arms, the fist technique flew towards Lin Fei. This battle skill fist art shocked everyone. People with divine power specialized in cultivating the strength of their bodies. Now, this fist technique also contained an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Fei is in trouble. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his fist techniques were different. His destructive power was astonishing, and coupled with his divine power, the might he displayed would cause others to pale. Those who could fight their way to the end were all strong. Just now, Lin Fei was just curious. That was why he exchanged a punch. Immediately, he had a better understanding of the divine power sect. At this moment, Lin Fei sensed danger from the 3 heads and 6 arms fish technique. Water Fire Lotus. With a thought, a swaying lotus flower appeared beneath Zhang De. Crash, the lotus leaves swayed, and the cycle repeated endlessly. Strangle. Zhang De's 3 heads and 6 arms were reduced to nothing by the water and fire dragons. Zhang De reluctantly gave up and chose to admit defeat. This match, Lin Fei wins. Such an outcome was indeed unexpected. Zhang De, a strong disciple of the divine power sect, had been defeated by a lotus. Outsiders couldn't see anything, but in the eyes of the kings, they could see the reason. Whether it was the Divine Force sect, the Divine War sect, or the Bright Moon Palace, they all saw the problem. The elders of the Divine War sect were the first to be shocked. It could be said that the Water Fire Lotus contained an aura that astonished them. How could the Divine Force sect have such a strong cultivator? The Water Fire Lotus clearly comprehended the will of water and fire to create this move. Shen Kuan transmitted his voice, his face gloomy. As kings, they all understood the aura of the Water Fire Lotus. Especially when it appeared on such an occasion, it would be very influential. It is indeed troublesome. If the power of the Water Fire Lotus is only this much, Iron Mountain should have a chance to defeat Lin Fei. If the Water Fire Lotus is more than this, then it will be terrifying. Bai Qianqiu rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Shen Kuan's expression changed again. Could it be that the Water Fire Lotus can threaten us? That's hard to say. We'd better wait and see. The second surprise was the 2 elders of the Divine Force sect. The 2 of them only had an understanding of Lin Fei's name. They didn't know his actual combat prowess. However, after seeing the Water Fire Lotus, they suddenly understood. He had grasped the will of water and the will of fire and created this move. He was a genius, a demonic genius. Their sect couldn't find another one like him. Previously, they had great confidence in Yun Xiang. However, after seeing such a powerful attack, their impression of him gradually changed. Perhaps the first place of this selection would fall to this disciple, Lin Fei. The Divine Force sect leader was mighty. Among them, the one who was most shocked was Lin Zhongwu, the head of the Lin family. Who would have thought that the branch family would have such a demonic disciple? Lin Zhongwu sighed in his heart. He looked at Lin Wufa, who was not far away. Perhaps this is fate. As a king, Lin Zhongwu could see the immense power contained in the Water Fire Lotus. With such a powerful move, he was already undefeatable. The Water Fire Lotus was very strong. While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Fei had already left the arena, preparing for the next round. A moment later, Wan Yan and the others came over. Because they had been eliminated yesterday, according to the points, they might have a chance of getting a good ranking. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you were too amazing. Wan Yan came up and said, Zhang De is a genius disciple of the Divine Force sect. His physical strength has reached 30,000 jin. In the end, he was trapped by junior apprentice brother and admitted defeat. Lin Fei smiled. If his divine strength was a little stronger, my Water Fire Lotus might not have been able to block it. Junior apprentice brother is being humble again. A moment later, Raymond also came down. Raymond had met an expert who had a huge advantage in speed. In the end, he won. What bad luck, to meet a cultivator with a fast speed. Raymond cursed. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you must take revenge for me later and teach that stinky brat a good lesson. Just now, Lin Fei had noticed that the opponent was indeed very fast, especially with his movement technique. Raymond was lacking in speed. Facing a cultivator who specialized in speed, it was normal for him to lose. After all, in a battle between cultivators, you counter me, I counter you. To be able to reach this level, Lin Fei's reputation had also risen. In the sect, his status had also risen. If we really meet, junior apprentice brother will definitely help senior apprentice brother vent his anger. On the arena, the winners and losers were quickly decided. There were 15 geniuses who won, and they would start fighting for the last 10 positions. In other words, 5 would be eliminated in a day. Out of 15, 5 would be eliminated. That was a 1 in 3 chance. Whether or not he could advance further would depend on this. Chapter 327. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and He Jingxiong for their tips. Lin Fei didn't care how the lots were drawn or how they were drawn. Hearing the discussion, he couldn't help but feel proud. Water Flame Lotus wasn't a concept at all. It was a special ability promoted by the system. You guys can understand it. If Lin Fei could comprehend the concepts of water and fire, then he would be a real monstrous genius. Hearing their discussion, even if it was just a few words, Lin Fei was too lazy to explain. It was for the best. The drawing of lots soon began. Out of the 15 positions, 5 were eliminated. Among the 10 positions, the winner and loser still needed to be decided. The winner and loser naturally referred to the specific ranking, which was very important to everyone, especially the first place. 30 million pure yuan pills was like a pie falling from the sky. Everyone wanted it for themselves. It was impossible not to be tempted. 30 million pure yuan pills. Lin Fei randomly picked one and opened it. There was a number inside. Naturally, there was no number. Lin Fei picked number 8. In other words, his opponent was number 8. When the results came out, someone immediately came to find him. Lin Fei of the Divine Martial Sect, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. When Lin Fei handed over number 8's slip of paper, a red-haired young man not far away stared at Lin Fei with an arrogant expression. So it's you. Lin Fei knew this person. He was the one who had defeated Raymond. Lin Fei remembered clearly that this person's name was Bing Fei. A very easy name to remember. Bing Fei, a rare alternative name. At least, it was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. In the Xiantian continent, there were all kinds of strange names. It wasn't strange at all. There was no one he didn't know. It's good that you know. Bing Fei said, your divine martial sect Raymond was finished by my hands. You will also be finished by my hands. I will be the end of your divine martial sect. Lin Fei found it funny, I hope you will have the chance. Arena number 8. The drawing ended and began immediately. Of the 15 people, one person was lucky enough to get a bye. That person had already obtained a qualification. Junior brother, you have to be careful. This person's speed is very fast. He's a genius disciple of the War God sect. Raymond reminded. Lin Fei found it funny and thought to himself, based on his speed, no matter how fast Swift is, he won't be my opponent. Got it. Lin Fei nodded and walked towards the 8th arena. The 8th arena was still very attractive. Blightzor had the strength of mystic full cultivation, and his wind elemental cultivation technique had already reached major accomplishment. He was truly like the wind, coming and going without a trace. On the high platform, Shen Kuan, an elder of the War God sect, said, the selection of the dynasty is a huge matter. Why don't we make a bet and have some fun? He looked at the two elders of the Divine Force sect. Because Bingfei was a disciple of the Divine Battle sect. This was the reason why he was so arrogant. Everyone could tell that the War Gods sect was making things difficult for them again. Perhaps they wanted to humiliate the Divine Martial sect through rounds of attacks. It was a pretty good method. The prerequisite was that they had to have a certain amount of combat power. Without a doubt, Blightsore had that kind of combat power. Elder Shin, what do you want to bet? Zhao Qinggong asked. He was one of the elders of the Divine Force sect. Why don't we bet on the 8th arena? Shen Kun smiled and pointed at the 8th arena. 5 million pure essence pills. Everyone immediately understood what he wanted. It was a naked attack. Everyone knew that the Divine Martial Gate had produced Lin Fei, who had set a shocking wager. If they were defeated in this round, the Divine Martial Gate would become a huge joke. The two elders would not be able to keep their faces. The War God sect issued a challenge. Since Elder Shin has spoken, let's play together. Zhao Qinggong smiled and said, 5 million pure essence pills. We can afford it. Although they said so, in reality, the two elders were worried. 5 million pure essence pills was not a small amount. Although it would not be a great loss of vitality, it would be a serious injury. King-class experts did not necessarily have a lot of wealth. Especially in a small, backward dynasty, 5 million pure essence pills was indeed not a small amount. The 8th arena attracted everyone's attention. Lin Fei walked up the arena step by step. As for Bingfei, he directly spread his wings and landed on the arena. From his body technique, it could be seen that he was very fast. No wonder he could defeat Raymond. Lin Fei thought, this disciple of the War God sect is indeed not simple. The opponent's speed was indeed shocking. Lin Fei did not think much of it. In front of him, the opponent was simply showing off in front of an expert. He was like a clown. War God Sect Bingfei, remember this name. Because you will be finished by my hands. Bingfei laughed, I can finish Raymond. I can also finish you, Lin Fei. As for your most talented disciple, Yunxiang, I, Bingfei, will also finish him. Lin Fei said lazily, since you want to finish me, you might as well do it earlier. Bingfei's face turned cold. He was obviously angry. Wind lock. Cyan Jin Yuan formed a cyan chain in the air. It turned into cyan lightning and wrapped around Lin Fei. If he was wrapped by this attack, he would be attacked immediately. The cyan chain was very fast. The audience could only see a cyan flowing light. From this attack, they could immediately see who was stronger. Bingfei was indeed skilled. He had a deep understanding of the wind element, and he could already move his heart at will. Water Fire Lotus. A lotus blocked the cyan chain. The body of the lotus rotated, and the cyan chain was completely broken. Such a fast speed. Bingfei was shocked. In terms of speed, Bingfei believed that few could compete with him. Normally, before the opponent could even turn around, his cyan chain would be able to trap him and injure him in less than 3 moves. You have some ability. No wonder you dare to boast. Bingfei said. This is just the beginning. Lin Fei found it funny, come. Let me see what kind of moves your War God sect has. Wind. Behind Bingfei, many cyan clouds appeared. Shortly after, these cyan clouds turned into many wind beasts. They bared their fangs and tiger claws, looking very lifelike. They charged at Lin Fei. On the platform, Shen Kun was quite proud. In the Tao of Wind, swift flight had already surpassed his master. Even Shen Kun had a whole new level of respect for him. Just now, God Martial Sect's Lin Fei could block one move. Let's see how he could block this one. The faces of the two elders were filled with joy. With this move, Lin Fei would definitely lose. There wouldn't be any mistakes. So the cyan flowing light was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei is going to lose. Lin Fei shook his head in disdain. Just this attack. You dare to take it out? As he spoke, a silhouette dashed out, and wherever it passed, everywhere he passed, the crowd saw the cyan wind beasts shatter one by one. They couldn't see how they were shattered. It was as if it happened in an instant. Everyone was shocked. How did it break? So fast. Everyone was shocked. Even Bingfei himself was dumbfounded. How could he break my wind beasts? How is this possible? Bingfei shouted. Impossible, I'm only half a step away from the intent realm. Lin Fei appeared in front of Bingfei. You can go down now. Shortly after, he kicked. Bingfei sneered and dodged sideways. Ah! A heavy kick landed on Bingfei's stomach. He flew out like a meteor and smashed into the platform. Silence. The war god Sek's disciple was defeated just like that. Zhao Qinggong and Fei Yong, the two elders, were astonished. Wasn't this strength tyrannical? Shortly after, he smiled and looked at the war god Sek's elder. Our god martial Sek's disciple is still stronger. Zhao Qinggong smiled. He had never been so happy before. Shen Kuan's expression didn't look good. That might not be true. You might be good this time, but it might not be the same next time. 5 million pure essence pills were thrown out. Zhao Qinggong accepted it with a smile. Sect leader, you're right. Lin Fei is indeed strong. Bingfei's wind element is close to the intent realm, but he was still sent flying. If Lin Fei wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Zhao Qinggong transmitted his voice to Fei Yong. Lin Fei indeed has the chance to fight for first place. Fei Yong nodded. I didn't expect him to be proficient in so many Daos. Although he hasn't truly comprehended them, he has a high chance of comprehending the intent realm. In an instant, the two elders had a good impression of Lin Fei. The scene on the 8th arena was also seen by the people in the other arenas. So fast, Junior Bingfei actually lost. This Lin Fei is so strong. Even the war god Sek's Bingfei couldn't block that kick. It's incredible power. He's strong indeed. Lin Fei, you really want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, but you'll definitely lose to me. Lin Fei didn't care about the crowd's gazes. How dare he act strong in front of me when he hasn't reached the intent realm? It would be strange if Lin Fei didn't give him a kick. After he came down from the platform, everyone looked at him with admiration. That's senior brother Yunxiang, right? Lin Fei looked at one of the platforms. An elegant young man was in high spirits, suppressing his opponent. Even Lin Fei couldn't help but praise him in his heart. This senior brother Yunxiang is indeed strong. He should be a pseudo-emperor, right? As expected, after a few moves, that person couldn't block the attacks and was knocked off the platform by Yunxiang. He successfully qualified for the Dynasty War. Out of the 15 people, 7 would be selected first. Including the one who didn't make it, there would be 8. As for the remaining 2 places, they would be reselected from the 7 people who lost. The competition was extremely intense. As for how the first place would be selected, Lin Fei didn't want to know. Yunxiang quickly came down from the platform. After coming down, he didn't leave. Instead, he walked towards Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations, Yunxiang said. Lin Fei replied, senior brother is the same. Just now, you displayed your invincible might. Junior brother admires you. Yunxiang smiled and said, are you interested in having a drink with me? How could I reject senior brother's invitation? Lin Fei smiled and said, however, other than the selection of places today. What about the ranking below? Yunxiang smiled again and said, Senior brother was just about to tell you about this. Lin Fei was surprised. Could it be that senior brother already knows? Chapter 328. On the square. The sparring on the arena was still going on, and it was extremely intense. Lin Fei and Yunxiang left together. In the Divine Force sect, the two of them occupied 2 of the 10 positions. As for the other disciples, they were all disqualified. Among the 10 positions, the Divine Force sect took 2, which was quite good. The other sects and clans were all defeated, and none of them had the chance to advance. It was conceivable that there were many experts in the dynasty selection this time. At the edge of the square, in a quiet restaurant, Lin Fei and Yunxiang sat face to face. Through the open window, they could see the situation on the arena. In front of the two, there was a pot of wine and several exquisite dishes. After a few glasses of wine, they started to talk. The content of tomorrow's ranking competition is out. It is not a one-on-one sparring match as we thought. Yunxiang drank a mouthful of wine. Lin Fei raised his wine cup. Is it a battle of points? Yunxiang shook his head. No, it is a chaotic battle. Lin Fei finally understood why this senior brother Yunxiang would look for him. It turned out that the next round was a chaotic battle, and he wanted to unite with him. As the name implied, the chaotic battle was a battle in which 10 people would fight against each other on the same arena. The first to be eliminated would be equivalent to obtaining the qualification to be ranked 10th. After that, it would be the 9th, the 8th. In this order, the last person remaining would be the champion of this dynasty selection. Chaotic battle. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised. Senior brother, are you sure it is a chaotic battle? Lin Fei asked. It is indeed a chaotic battle. Yunxiang said, Junior brother, you should understand that it is not possible to fight alone in a chaotic battle. The two of us must join forces to resist their attacks. Lin Fei liked chaotic battles very much. It was good to solve the problem once and for all, so as to avoid more battles. Now, he finally understood why this senior brother Yunxiang looked for him personally. He was probably worried that the Divine Force sect would become the first target in the chaotic battle. Senior brother, you are right. Lin Fei said, we should join forces. Yunxiang was a little surprised that the old man was so straightforward. Because in his imagination, a disciple like Lin Fei, who had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, would not agree so easily. Lin Fei's performance had indeed caused Yunxiang to be momentarily surprised. Lin Fei was easier to negotiate with than he had imagined. If we join forces, they will also choose to join forces. We still need to find a helper, Yunxiang said straightforwardly. Who? Bright Moon Palace's Autumn Moon Fairy. Yunxiang pointed at the square. Do you see that woman in white? She is the Autumn Moon Fairy. Zhang Xian followed her gaze. With Lin Fei's strength, he could easily see the situation on the stage. The white-clad girl, the Bright Moon Palace's Autumn Moon Fairy. I wonder if Fairy Chuyue will agree to it. Yunxiang said, Junior apprentice brother, don't worry. Just sit here for a while, senior apprentice brother will be back soon. Lin Fei looked at the window. In the square, the competition was still ongoing. It's good to join forces to deal with them. At that time, we will determine our chances of victory. As for joining forces, Lin Fei was not averse to it. This was because the first place was already in his bag, and he would not allow others to snatch it away. This was especially so for the upcoming dynasty war. Lin Fei had to increase his strength. He had to obtain the 30 million pure essence pills. Dynasty war. Lin Fei would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. King class was the limit. There might even be monarch-class experts. Those were the true geniuses. King-class was nothing. Autumn Moon Fairy, this way, please. Lin Fei, who was drinking leisurely, soon heard a voice outside the door. Immediately, a white figure appeared outside. The cold aura was like a snow lotus, sacred and inviolable. No one dared to approach. Pseudo-king class strength, Lin Fei thought to himself. The aura already contained a trace of king class aura, but it was not a true king class aura. Autumn Moon Fairy, please sit. Lin Fei stood up. This is Lin Fei, right? Autumn Moon Fairy said calmly. Her cold eyes contained a trace of curiosity. Yunxiang said, he is indeed Lin Fei of our divine martial sect. He has already obtained one qualification. With the three of us joining forces, it should not be a problem to deal with them. Autumn Moon Fairy looked at Lin Fei. I can join the chaotic war, but how should we split it in the end? Benefits were the most important. Fairy Chiu Yu, I've already thought about this. Once we're sure that we're qualified to take first place, we can have a one-on-one spar. We definitely won't do anything ungrateful. Yun Xiang said, we can make a heavenly oath. Lin Fei was slightly shocked. A heavenly oath was a terrifying oath made by martial artists. Once the oath was made, if it was violated, the martial artist would suffer the backlash of the heavenly oath. Even a strong martial artist could not resist the backlash of a heavenly oath. It could be said that this heavenly oath was a top-notch terrifying existence. Ordinary martial artists did not dare to make a heavenly oath easily. Heaven is watching, man is doing. It could be said to be an unchanging saying since ancient times. This is good. Autumn Moon Fairy was very satisfied, then let's study it. We need to be on guard against those genius disciples tomorrow. Half a day later. The 10 qualifications were finally selected. Among them, there were 2 from the Divine Martial Sect, Lin Fei and Yunxiang. There were 3 in the sect of War God. One of them was Tai Shan, whose position in the sect of War God was similar to that of Yunxiang. The other was called Fang Zhou, and the last one was an old acquaintance of Lin Fei, Bing Fei. Bright Moon Palace, Autumn Moon Fairy. Lin Family, Lin Wufa. Royal Family Disciple, Prince Monday. Sword Sect. Wang Qi. Divine Force Sect, Frenzied Blade Swordsman. As the 10 qualifications were selected, the dynasty selection was finally coming to an end. Now that the qualifications were selected, what was left was the fight for first place. 2 envoys from mid-sized dynasties announced that the ranking competition would be a chaotic battle to decide the first qualification. Everyone was shocked, and then all sorts of excitement. One-on-one sparring was not attractive at all. A chaotic battle was completely different. It was filled with the aura of battle, and at the same time, there was a rare element of surprise. One-on-one was powerful, but in a chaotic battle, it was completely different. Because everyone could join hands at any time, it was a completely one-sided situation. Even if you were the strongest among them, facing a temporary attack from the alliance would be a very painful thing. A chaotic battle, this kind of ranking system, was rarely seen in the dynasty selection. To them, this kind of exciting chaotic battle was really compatible with the fight for first place, the 30 million pure essence pills. Who would be first? This was the real deal. As for Lin Fei, who was lying under his crotch, he attracted a lot of attention. This was because they guessed that Lin Fei might end up empty-handed. Not only would he not gain anything, he would even lose 30 million pure yuan pills for nothing. Chapter 329. The next morning, in the square of the imperial capital. Before it started, everyone had already appeared and occupied good spots, waiting for the chaotic battle to begin. In the plaza, the arenas that were originally lined up had been moved away in a single night. At the same time, a super large arena had appeared in the plaza. This was the arena that was going to be held today. It was more than a dozen acres in size and had ample space for battles. One could imagine how intense and exciting this chaotic battle would be. As the sun rose, the sky was filled with red clouds. The chaotic battle was about to begin. More and more people gathered on the square. Everyone was concerned about one thing. Who would be the champion? Iron Mountain of the War God sect. Yunxiang of the Divine Force sect. Autumn Moon Fairy of the Bright Moon Palace. Lin Fei of the Divine Force sect. Many guesses formed gossip, which made people love and hate it at the same time. If it was one-on-one, they might choose a target. The chaotic battle was about chaos, and everyone would attack together. Who would attack who? No one could guess the answer to the unknown. This question lingered in everyone's mind. Soon, the big shots who had arrived yesterday arrived one after another. They sat on the high platform again, looking forward to the chaotic battle that was about to begin. As for the two messengers from the medium-sized empires, they had already left. It seemed that their purpose was to determine the 10 qualifications fairly. 10 qualifications for a small empire was not worth the messengers from the medium-sized empires staying for too long. After everyone sat down on the high platform, soon, 10 figures appeared on the square. They were the 10 people selected by the empires this time. Their strength was also top-notch. They're finally here. It's about to begin. Seeing the 10 people on the square, everyone cheered excitedly. The exciting scene was about to begin. The exciting scene was about to begin. 10 people appeared on the square. All of them had different expressions on their faces. Among them, the War God sect and the Divine Force sect were especially angry. Lin Fei, you didn't expect us to meet again, did you? As soon as they met, Bing Fei looked at Lin Fei in a strange manner. If it wasn't for his good luck, Blightsore wouldn't have been able to fight his way out of the encirclement and obtain one of the qualifications. As a result, the War God's Gate had 3 qualifications. Lin Fei was quite surprised by Blightsore's appearance. It is quite surprising. However, if I can blast you out once, I can blast you out again. Blightsore had 2 senior brothers by his side, so he was full of confidence. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps the person who was sent flying was you. Senior brother Fong, don't you think so? Fong Zhou, who was beside him, was dressed in green. He was tall and skinny, but his eyes were full of spirit. He said, Yunxiang, your Divine Force sect will definitely lose this time. Yunxiang said, who can say for sure now? Because your Divine Martial sect will definitely lose. Lin Wufa, dressed in black, walked over with a cold smile on his face. Are you qualified enough now? Lin Wufa's temporary alliance with the War God's Gate was indeed surprising. It immediately became the largest group. Lin Wufa, a lawless person like you would also form an alliance. Looks like you're scared to death, afraid of losing this match. Lin Fei shook his head. I, Lin Wufa, am just a temporary alliance. When the time comes, I will deal with you personally. Lin Wufa laughed coldly. Let's see how arrogant you can be in my hands then. Then I will wait and see. On the stage. 10 people walked onto the stage. The rune's formation was activated, forming a protective shield to prevent the true Yuan Qi waves from flying out. When they walked onto the stage, the groups were clearly separated. First was the War God's Gate on the east side, with a total of 4. Second was Monday, the Prince of the Fallen Dynasty. He actually had the Frenzied Blade Master and Wang Qi by his side, increasing his strength in an instant. From this, it could be seen that Prince Monday's methods were not simple, to be able to gather them together. Behind him was the God Force Gate, with Lin Fei, Yun Xiang, and Autumn Moon Fairy in a group of 3. In the chaotic battle, forming groups was not surprising at all. It was rare to see a single person. Boom! The War God's Gate made the first move. Their target was the God Force Gate. They actually gave up on Monday's group, and were preparing to clear the God Force Gate out. The battle began. On the high platform, the gazes of the leaders all fell on the stage. Elder Shinkuin, who had suffered a huge loss yesterday, was in a good mood today. The largest group in the chaotic battle had finally recovered from yesterday's loss. Elder Zhao, do you dare to bet again today? Shinkuin wanted to regain his face. 5 million pure elemental pills, split between the two of them, was indeed painful. Zhao Qinggong and Fei Yong, the two elders, did not have much confidence in the chaotic battle. The God of War's Gate was 4 against 3, which was quite stressful. Besides, there was also Prince Monday, who was eyeing them covetously. The situation seemed to be very bad. Shinkuin smiled. If Elder Zhao is not willing, then forget it. The God of War's Gate can still afford pure yuan pills, unlike some people. Naturally, those people were referring to Zhao Qinggong and the two elders, as well as the Divine Force sect behind them. Today, the fallen dynasty was full of experts. If the God Force Gate rejected, according to the God of War's style, they would definitely make the whole fallen dynasty know, because the God of War's Gate could do it. Sometimes, things were just that simple. Zhao Qinggong already knew that the God of War's Gate was shameless, but he did not expect them to use such words. Reject? Zhao Qinggong could not afford to lose face like this. It's just 5 million pure yuan pills. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Qinggong said coldly. Bai Qianqiu shook his head. Elder Zhao, you seem to be mistaken. This time, it's not 5 million pure yuan pills, but 10 million. Hiss. A bet of 10 million pure yuan pills between two king-class experts was not a small amount. Shinkuin and Bai Qianqiu had lost 5 million pure yuan pills. Naturally, they wanted to get it back with interest. Although 10 million pure yuan pills was a lot, they could still afford it if they pooled their money together. Of course, 10 million pure yuan pills was also very strenuous. If they lost, their vitality would be greatly damaged, and they would become penniless for at least 10 years. Accepting 7 or 8 million pure yuan pills was indeed the limit of their wealth. Zhao Qinggong and Bai Qianqiu's faces darkened. All right, we agree. At this time, 10 million pure yuan pills was the only thing they could do. At most, they would suffer a lot, but they still had some hope in their hearts. 10,000 miles of ice seal. Whoosh on the stage, there was a white fog and a cold aura. Frost appeared around the stage, emitting a cold aura. The person who made the move was the Autumn Moon Fairy. As soon as the white mist appeared, it immediately reduced the visibility in the arena. Young Master Lin, I'll leave Lin Fei to you. As for the Autumn Moon Fairy, leave it to Fang Zhou and Bing Fei. As for Yunxiang, leave it to me, Iron Mountain said in a low voice. Defeat them one by one. This was their strategy. All right. Lin Wufa was overjoyed. Whoosh 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 4 people rushed in. At the edge of the stage. Monday was watching them with interest. Prince, should we make a move? Wang Qi of the Sword Sect asked. This is a good chance to get rid of the God Martial Sect first. Frenzied Blade Swordsman agreed. Yes, if our two sects work together, the God Martial Sect will lose the right. Monday had an imposing appearance. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his face carried a faint pressure. Why should we make a move? Isn't it better for the War God Martial Sect and the God Martial Sect to decide a winner? As the ancient said, when two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. Whether the God Martial Sect or the War God Martial Sect wins, it won't do us any harm. On the contrary, it will only bring us endless benefits. The two of them were ashamed. How could they not understand the meaning behind his words? This was called the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Prince Monday was prepared to be the oriole behind the scenes. This was indeed what Monday was thinking. As an inner sect disciple of a mid-sized dynasty, he had foresight. One day, he would come back to take over this position. Therefore, before taking over, Monday had to display his strength and gain recognition from the people of the fallen dynasty. The best way to display one's strength was not to rely solely on it. It also required intelligence. Just relying on martial arts would not make a difference. In the future, one could only become a subordinate or a vassal. As for going beyond that, it was impossible. Monday had to display his strength. He had to display his intelligence as well. Whether the God Martial sect or the War God Martial sect won, to Monday, there was no loss. He could use his strongest strength to defeat them and display his true strength. On the high platform, the few clan leaders naturally saw the changes on the arena. Especially the few king-level experts, they saw it clearly. Seeing that Prince Monday didn't attack, they looked at him in a new light. Your Majesty, your royal family is about to produce a good king character. Koenshin smiled. Zhou Tong smiled. He is similar to me, he also likes to use absolute strength to suppress everything. From these words, one could see that Zhou Tong was very satisfied with this son of his. If it was borrowing strength, Zhou Tong wouldn't be satisfied. With his personality, he would definitely use strength to suppress everything. Moreover, when two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. As an inner sect disciple of a mid-sized dynasty, Zhou Tong naturally wanted to see how strong one was. Naturally, he would be able to see more pseudo-king level experts. There were strong and weak pseudo-king levels. Of course, in the fallen dynasty, pseudo-king level experts were already very strong among the younger generation. The younger generation of the royal family. Apart from one pseudo-king level expert, Zhou Tong was indeed very happy. This was because a successor had appeared. It was worth it. Back then, he had paid a huge price to send Monday to a mid-sized dynasty. Now, it was time for him to display himself. In the fallen dynasty, the royal family was indeed slightly stronger. However, because the royal family disciples weren't strong enough, they were gradually suppressed by the War God Martial sect and the War God Martial sect. Now that Monday had appeared, the royal family naturally raised their heads. This was why Zhou Tong had the courage to say such words. Chapter 330. P.S. Thanks to Feng Yuanyuan for his 200 Qidian tip. The arena was shrouded in white fog. Apart from those who were extremely strong, no one could see what was happening on the stage. The white fog lingered, and the air itself seemed to be frozen. Everyone, be careful. Yunxiang left behind these words and shot towards Iron Mountain like a cannonball. The Autumn Moon Fairy also left. The cold air continued to linger, temporarily separating the arena into several areas, forming the perfect battleground. Lin Fei, I let you leave last time. This time, I will not let you leave again. Lin Wufa rushed up, glaring viciously at Lin Fei. He had waited for this day for so long, and now it was finally here. He could almost see the struggling expression of being trampled underfoot. From start to finish, Lin Fei's face was expressionless, except for a rare look of disapproval. Last time, you injured me with a punch. Today, we'll settle this once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei shot towards Lin Wufa like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind an afterimage. Ever since leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Lin Fei's heart had been filled with hatred. Even now, he had calmed down. In front of him, Lin Wufa was nothing more than a chicken or a dog. Lawless, heaven-covering palm. On the arena filled with cold qi, a huge hand that blotted out the sky appeared. It was a black mass that slammed down towards Lin Fei. The cold cheese scattered with this slap. Lin Fei's speed increased, even faster than Lin Wufa's attack. His foot landed squarely on Lin Wufa's abdomen. Whoosh! A layer of white armor appeared on Lin Wufa's body, but even so, blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth as he staggered backwards. Lin Wufa, this kick is a gift from me. And this is just the beginning. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are nothing but a pile of shit, a pile of rotten shit. Lin Fei moved again. No, how could this young master not be able to block a single kick? Lin Wufa shook his head. No, definitely not. Lin Bujue found it hard to believe that Lin Bujue was at a disadvantage right from the start. Heaven Covering Hand was one of Lawless's ultimate moves, but it had been useless against Lin Fei. It was a huge blow to him, especially after hearing Lin Fei's words. Wu Fei, Wu Tian. Lin Wufa roared as his true yuan burst forth. Two clumps of black and white appeared behind him, forming two black and white giants. They were about 3 zhang tall, and one was filled with the aura of lawlessness, while the other was filled with the aura of lawlessness. Two black and white giants charged at Lin Fei. Let's see how you block me, no heaven, two giants. The auras of the two black and white giants combined to form a towering mountain. The pressure of the mountain came wave after wave. Water Flame Lotus. The Water Flame Lotus, which was the size of an acre, swayed and enveloped the two giants. Lin Fei had already appeared in front of Lin Wufa, sneering coldly, "Your strength is only a so-so." In the next moment, a fist landed on Lin Wufa's chest. A green light flashed by, and numerous dragon scales appeared in front of Lin Wufa, shielding him. This is my family's Azure Dragon True Body, a true ultimate technique. Even though I've only learned the first layer, it is not something you can break. Lin Wufa laughed coldly and countered with a punch, smashing towards Lin Fei's face. Lin Fei's expression was calm as he grabbed at the air. Lin Wufa's fist landed on his hand, and with a little force, the sound of bones breaking came from his body. He kicked out. Humph, it's just the true dragon true body. It's a pity that you've only cultivated to this level. Lin Wufa's entire body was sent flying, and the pain in his fingers continued to assault him. He was shocked, because Lin Fei had actually appeared in front of him and smashed his fist down. The speed was too fast. Crash! The dragon scales formed by the Azure Dragon True Body were instantly shattered into pieces. One punch. The dragon scales shattered. No matter how good the ultimate technique is, it will never be able to display its true power in your hands. Lin Fei snorted coldly and punched again. It smashed into Lin Wufa's chest. Boom! Lin Wufa smashed into the arena with a loud boom, creating a huge crater in the sturdy arena. Rocks flew everywhere, and cracks spread out like spiderwebs. It was a ghastly sight. Pang! Lin Fei rushed down and stomped on Lin Wufa's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open, unable to believe that he had been defeated so quickly. How could you be stronger than me? Lin Wufa was unwilling to accept this. I'm a genius of the upper Lin family, and you're just a branch family disciple, a lowly native. Why did all the opportunities fall into your hands? Why? Lin Fei understood everything. Looks like you were the one who leaked the news to Tianxia. I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. Ah, it's you. Tianxia was destroyed in your hands. Lin Wufa was shocked. You're that king-level expert? How is this possible? How could you be a king-level expert? Back in Mountain River City, Lin Fei had his suspicions. Now, the truth was out. Lin Fei was already curious as to how Tianxia knew about the news. Now, It seemed like Lin Wufa had purposely shifted the blame. Looks like you know everything. Lin Fei increased the pressure on his foot. Lin Wufa spat out a mouthful of blood. Then I won't let you off. Lin Wufa refused to believe it even if he was beaten to death. The Lin Fei in front of him was the famous king-level master of Mountain River City, the one who had wiped out the entire World Gang. Even the World Gang's leader, who had ascended to the king level, had been easily killed. At that time, Lin Wufa had sighed inwardly at the other side's good luck for a king-level master to appear. What do you want? Lin Wufa was terrified. If Lin Fei had not returned in time, the Lin family would have been destroyed in a single day. As for Lin Wufa, he was obviously furious. This kind of person should not be let off. Leaving him alive was like a poisonous snake, who knew what kind of tricks he would play behind his back. You know best, Lin Fei said. You dare. I am a genius disciple of the Upper Lin family. If you dare to touch me, you will be making an enemy out of the entire Upper Lin family. My clan head will not let you off. He will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a suppressive voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Zhongwu. The head of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu, intervened. Lin Fei had not expected this at all. Lin Fei did not stop because of the other party's words. Leaving an enemy behind was equivalent to leaving a ticking time bomb. Lin Fei did not wish to see that happen. With a wave of his hand, Lin Wufa's dantian was immediately destroyed. Lin Wufa let out a pitiful cry. You dare to destroy my dantian. Lin Wufa's eyes were filled with hatred. The high and mighty genius disciple had been reduced to trash in the blink of an eye. Lin Wufa had gone completely mad. Lin Fei, how dare you? Lin Zhongwu's enraged voice rang out. Chapter 331. On the high platform, all the king-level experts were shocked beyond words. On the stage, the cold air permeated the air. Mystic-level experts could not see through it, but the stronger ones could. The king-level experts did not have this restriction, and they could see everything that happened. Lin Fei had used his absolute strength to cripple the genius disciple of the Lin family, Lin Wufa. This was beyond their imagination, and the ease with which he did it was shocking. This Lin Fei kid is really strong. Lin Wufa's strength was unparalleled. His upper yellow class martial art, Lawless, was unstoppable among those of the same level. But now, he had been easily defeated by Lin Fei. It would have been fine if he had merely defeated Lin Wufa, but Lin Fei had actually crippled Lin Wufa's dantian. This move was too vicious, and he was going against the entire Lin family. Moreover, Lin Zhongwu had been here all this while. Everyone's gazes fell on Lin Zhongwu, wanting to see how he was feeling right now. Lin Wufa was a genius disciple who had the potential to become a king-level expert in the future. But now, he had become a cripple. Lin Zhongwu's face darkened. Lin Wufa's loss was within expectations. Lin Fei's victory was still within expectations. The only thing that Lin Zhongwu did not expect was that Lin Fei would have the guts to cripple Lin Wufa on the spot, especially in front of him. Did he really think that he, the family leader, did not exist? Lin Zhongwu gave a warning. Crippling Lin Wufa on his own was a huge loss of face for him as the family leader. Especially when he retorted at the end, Lin Zhongwu flew into a rage. What a good Lin Fei! How dare you go against my words? As the family leader of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu held great authority. Even the royal family had to give him some face. But now, a branch family disciple actually disregarded his position as the family leader. This was something that had never happened before. The Lin family had a large intelligence network in the capital. Lin Fei's background and identity were all investigated in the shortest time possible. Punishment, he must be punished. Lin Zhongwu thought. This kid must be suppressed. Even if he is a genius, he must be suppressed in order to be used by the family. In an instant, Lin Zhongwu made his decision. Losing a genius wasn't important. Between geniuses, there would always be casualties. If there were casualties, then they would no longer be geniuses. Only the ones who survived were true geniuses. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was this genius. In the arena, Lin Wufa is finished. Prince Monday had been paying close attention to the movements on the stage. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so powerful and so cruel. What a surprise. Monday had witnessed Lin Wufa's defeat and crippling. Monday, the prince who had just returned from a mid-sized empire, had always looked down on Lin Wufa. He had never seen him as a worthy opponent. This Lin Fei should be the strongest opponent today. He is worthy of me personally taking action. Monday thought to himself, Lin Fei is the strongest. He can be the best foil to let everyone know that Lin Fei is the strongest. This prince's strength. Boom! Lin Fei grabbed Lin Wufa and threw him out like a cannonball. It's finally quiet now. After taking care of Lin Wufa, Lin Fei was in a good mood. As for the warning from the previous Lin family leader, Lin Fei did not even take it to heart. At most, he would just have to fight it out. Autumn Moon Fairy, I'm in trouble. Using his perception, Lin Fei could immediately see that Autumn Moon Fairy was at a disadvantage. Autumn Moon Fairy, admit defeat. A whip lashed out, landing on Autumn Moon Fairy's armor. With a clatter, the armor shattered, and Autumn Moon Fairy's face paled. Admit defeat. The arc appeared behind Autumn Moon Fairy, a victorious smile on its face. Behind it, a huge black warship came crashing down with a powerful aura. Mid-tier spirit treasure, shuttle of flying Apsara. White snowflakes fell around Fairy Qiu, forming a white curtain. As the battleship approached, the initial snowflakes were continuously crushed. The speed of the battleship slowed down and was forcibly stopped. Wrath of the wind and snow. The white snowflakes formed a long dragon, opening its mouth and spitting out cold air, crashing into the black warship. Boom! The ark retreated, and a spirit treasure appeared in his hand. The spirit treasure's power was greatly reduced. Obviously, the collision had damaged it. As expected of the strongest fairy of Bright Moon Palace. The ark said. However, that attack just now was not good for you either. Let's see how many more attacks you can block. Boom! A black battleship jumped out of the void and slammed into Fairy Qiu. The snowflakes instantly formed a shield, but under the battleship's crushing force, it shattered into pieces. Pooh! Blood spurted out of Autumn Moon Fairy's mouth, and her face turned cold. Despicable. It turned out that the ark had two mid-tier spirit treasures, one in the open and one in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack Autumn Moon Fairy. Roar! The wind beasts roared, and dozens of them rushed down. Bing Fei took the opportunity to attack. Snowflake sword technique. Autumn Moon Fairy snorted. She waved her sword, and the snowflakes fell, turning into a huge snowflake that blocked the wind beasts one by one, even heavily injuring them. Admit defeat. With a feint, Bing Fei appeared in front of Autumn Moon Fairy, and punched down. Such speed, only Bing Fei could reach this speed. Bing Fei was fast, but there were also faster. Peng! A figure jumped out from the side and landed a heavy kick on Bing Fei, sending him flying. Loser, you won't have such a good chance this time. The person who appeared was naturally Lin Fei. It's you. Where's Lin Wufa? Bing Fei was shocked. Autumn Moon Fairy was shocked. The ark was equally shocked. Both of them knew how strong Lin Wufa was. The fight should not have ended so quickly, at least for a while. Lin Fei was here, but where was Lin Wufa? Why don't you worry about yourself first? Lin Fei turned into a beam of light, and his fist landed on Bing Fei. No matter how fast he was like an ant before Lin Fei. Peng, Blightsore crashed into the arena in a sorry state. I used all my concentration, why couldn't I block it? Bing Fei was not satisfied. Flying shuttle. Fang Zhou's eyes widened, and the two mid-tier treasures turned into black warships, rushing towards Lin Fei. Now was not the time to be shocked, but to deal with one first. Destruction. The golden millstone was 100 zhang wide, and with a destructive aura, it slammed into the two warships. The warships shook, and with another crash, the warships were damaged. Fang Zhou was shocked. Concept of metal. The two mid-tier treasures returned to Fang Zhou's hands, but their power was greatly reduced, and they were dull. Fang Zhou's heart ached. This damned bastard, how dare he destroy his treasures? Does this feel good? Lin Fei laughed. Fang Zhou's face turned even uglier. The power of the treasures was greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to use them for a few months. Autumn Moon Fairy's eyes flashed. Thank you for your help. The attack from the treasures had indeed injured Autumn Moon Fairy. Although we are in a temporary alliance, we should help each other. This person has lost his treasures, Fairy, feel free to take action. Lin Fei smiled, I will deal with the person below. Autumn Moon Fairy nodded, all right. Fang Zhou and Bing Fei were both shocked. Victory was so close, but Lin Fei had ruined it. I kicked you out last time, and this time, you will be bedridden for a year and a half. Lin Fei rushed down. Bing Fei said angrily, you dare. Whoosh around Bing Fei's body, a layer of light appeared. Wind Dragon. The cyan dragon swung its huge tail at Lin Fei. This time, Bing Fei was smarter. He knew to release a layer of shield. He still had some fear of Lin Fei. Humph, you want to stop me with this? Lin Fei snorted. A black shadow flashed in front of him. The cyan dragon split into two, broke through the limit, landed in front of Bing Fei, and punched him in the chest. There was a flash of light and ripples. Lin Fei's punch was blocked. Obviously, this shield was not an ordinary item. However, this was not a problem for Lin Fei. Lin Fei's Xinyuan surged out like a long river. The Xinyuan on his fist rushed up and landed on the shield. Just as Bing Fei's smile appeared on his face, he heard the sound of water splashing. His throat tightened, and his whole body was lifted up. Slap, 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 slap. Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped him more than 10 times. Now, you can get lost. After more than 10 slaps, Bing Fei's face was swollen like a pig. He was thrown out by Lin Fei like a piece of trash and was thrown outside the arena. Without the protection of ethereal force, Bing Fei was miserable. Lin Fei threw him with all his strength. That feeling was not so good. Just like what he said, Bing Fei needed at least a few months to recuperate. If not for Bing Fei's mystic spirit great circle strength, he would have been smashed to death. Another one is eliminated. Seeing Bing Fei being thrown out, everyone was shocked. Bing Fei had mystic spirit great circle strength, but he was thrown out like a piece of trash. It was indeed unbelievable. The two elders of the sect of God of War looked terrible. Their sect of God of War had 4 people working together, but in the blink of an eye, 2 of them were eliminated. Fang was not in a good situation either. This change was out of their expectations. Lin Fei's strength was out of their expectations. Especially the Intent Realm attack. Middle-grade spiritual treasures were greatly damaged, their power reduced by more than half. Fang was also about to be defeated. Soon. Fang was also kicked out of the arena by the Autumn Moon Fairy. In an instant, the sect of God of War's alliance was broken. Only Iron Mountain was left. Shenkuin and Bai Qianqiu were in low spirits, like they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Iron Mountain was strong, but facing the attacks of 3 people, could he handle it? They didn't know what to say. They had no confidence at all. On the other hand, the 2 elders of the God of Martial's sect were in a good mood. The huge rock that was pressing on their chests was now gone after the 2 disciples from the sect of God of War lost their rights. Along with Lin Wufa from the Alliance, they couldn't do anything alone. They could finally relax. Before, they were worried, but now they could mock them. The 2 elders of the God of Martial's sect could finally relax. The 2 from the sect of God of War were now on tenterhooks. This concerned 10 million pure essence pills. Chapter 332. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really hid your strength well. An expert like you appeared in the Divine Martial sect and fooled everyone. Autumn Moon Fairy revealed a rare smile. In this dynasty selection, there were only a few people that Autumn Moon Fairy cared about. Lin Fei didn't count. As for her understanding of Lin Fei, it came from his arrogant bet. Fairy Chuyue had never thought that Lin Fei's strength would be so tyrannical. With just a wave of his hand, he had turned the situation around. This kind of strength was not something that she could do. She was completely convinced of Lin Fei's strength. Lin Fei was stronger than her. Autumn Moon Fairy, you are strong too. If you say that, I will be proud. Lin Fei smiled. As for senior brother Yunxiang, let's hurry up and help. Otherwise, Monday and the others will have to take action. Autumn Moon Fairy said. That's good too. Monday is a very ambitious person. He will be a tough opponent. In another small area on the stage, Iron Mountain sent Yunxiang flying with a punch. His ears perked up and his face darkened. He couldn't sense Fang Zhou and Bing Fei's aura. Not good. They were not on the stage. How could this be? Fang Zhou and Bing Fei are both at the Mystic Spirit Great Circle. How could they leave the stage so quickly and lose the qualification? What is going on? Iron Mountain's main task was to stall Yunxiang. Once they were free, they could kick Yunxiang out of the Divine Martial sect. Now, the plan had gone wrong. His 2 junior brothers were disqualified. Whoosh 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 Lin Fei and Autumn Moon Fairy appeared at the same time. Yunxiang saw the 2 appear at the same time. He was surprised that it ended so quickly. Iron Mountain, your junior brother has gone down. Do you want to go down yourself, or do you want us to send you down? Lin Fei said to Iron Mountain. When Yunxiang heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It ended so quickly. This was completely beyond his imagination. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to move so quickly, right? He couldn't help but wonder. Iron Mountain felt quite startled. Even though he had guessed that this was the case, when he heard Zhao Fu's words, he did not quite believe it. Even if he did not believe it, the fact that they were standing here was the best proof. I didn't expect that one of you was hiding a trump card, Iron Mountain said. But if you want me to go down, you'll have to pay the price. Senior brother Yunxiang, Autumn Moon Fairy, let's end this quickly. All right. Iron Mountain is going to lose. Monday said lightly. As expected. With the 3 of them working together, Iron Mountain was forced to retreat again and again. Having lost 2 of their junior brothers, it was already difficult for them to stand alone. They had no choice but to lose, especially since all 3 of them were extremely powerful. Boom! Iron Mountain was sent flying and landed outside the arena. The faces of the 2 elders from the sect of War God darkened. This was because the scene they were most worried about had finally happened. The disciples of the sect of War God couldn't even make it to the 5th place. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the public square and everyone was watching, they would definitely be furious. Losing the pure yuan pills would only cause them heartache. But this time, they were the ones leading the team. If the result was worse than the previous time, it would be a shameful thing. They didn't know how to go back and report the situation. The loss of the sect of war gods qualification was also a surprise to the other clans. The sect of divine might suddenly received attention. At the same time, Prince Monday also received the same attention. This was because Prince Monday had never made a move since the beginning. This kind of confidence made everyone incomparably expectant. This Prince Show, in the end, did he have the ability, or did he have a plan beforehand, so he appeared to have a card up his sleeve. Elders, you've lost again. Seeing the genius disciple of the sect of war god being thrown out, Xiao Qinggong and Fei Yong finally felt relieved. At the very least, they had won the bet again. This kind of heart-wrenching bet made it hard for the two of them to calm down. This was because Lin Fei had played such a big role in it. He had defeated 3 experts in a row and saved the situation. This time, Elder Kuan Shin and Elder Fei Yong had shot themselves in the foot. No matter what, they never would have thought that they would lose because of Lin Fei. If looks could kill, they would have killed Lin Fei many times over. The sect of war god losing the qualification to fight for first place was indeed a big blow to the sect of war god. They had lost 25 million pure yuan pills in just one battle. Don't be too happy too early for the sect of divine might. Kuan Shin threw out a bag filled with pure yuan pills. Prince Monday is still here. Who knows, you might suffer a setback. The two elders could also see that Prince Monday didn't have any strategy from the start, such as a temporary alliance. One could imagine how extraordinary Prince Monday was. Perhaps, this person was the strongest among them all. That might not be the case. Monday brought Wang Qi and frenzied blade swordsman over. This is really interesting. The 3 disciples of the sect of war god all suffered a big loss in your hands. Monday said faintly, this is good. I like to fight with experts. You are worthy for me to fight personally. Swish swish. Wang Qi and frenzied blade swordsman each attacked one of them. Although the 2 of them were very powerful, they couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 people. They were eliminated in an instant. To the 2 of them, they were satisfied with this position and didn't have any regrets. Prince Monday, now you are the only one left. Yunxiang said, do you think you can withstand the 3 of us? It's good that I am the only one left. Monday smiled. His body suddenly made a cracking sound. I heard that you are the most promising one to reach the king level among the younger generation of the Divine Force sect. Then, take a punch from me. Monday took a step forward. The distance of 1 step was more than 10 zhang. He appeared in front of Yunxiang in an instant. The black true energy turned into a fist with unbelievable speed. Yunxiang hesitated for a moment and hurriedly threw out a punch. Boom! Yunxiang's expression changed as he felt a huge force rushing towards him. A cracking sound rang out in his ears as he lost control of his body and was sent flying. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were injured as he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. Everyone was shocked. Prince Monday is too strong. Yunxiang of the Divine Force sect couldn't even withstand 1 punch. Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. Some of the clan leaders on the high platform stood up with disbelief in their eyes. Yunxiang, who was in the Mystic Spirit Great Circle, couldn't even withstand 1 punch in front of Prince Monday. He was thrown out of the arena in such a gorgeous manner. Yunxiang's mind was blank. He couldn't even withstand 1 punch from Prince Monday. How could he believe it? The difference in strength between the 2 of them was so huge. King Zhou Tong, who had been expressionless, finally showed a satisfied expression. Chapter 333. Prince Zhou Yi displayed his domineering side, completely shocking everyone and making them boil with excitement. After all, the appearance of a powerful prince in the unfalling dynasty was not a good thing. On the contrary, it would affect their interests. For those who supported Prince Monday, Monday's display of strength was undoubtedly good news and gave them enough confidence. It was like buying a stock with potential. Prince Monday was a stock with rising potential. If he kept showing off his strength, the stock would continue to rise. Yunxiang, a core disciple of the Divine Force sect, was strong and famous. However, Prince Monday sent him flying with a punch, disqualifying him and completely defeating him. Prince Shou's actions truly displayed his domineering side, causing everyone in the plaza to truly remember Prince Shou's name, as well as his domineering strike. A disciple of the Divine Force sect is only a so-so. Monday returned to his original position. You can't even block a punch from me. You're simply trash, and you still want to compete for first place. You're overestimating yourself. Prince Monday showed his strong side. Lin Fei was only surprised, and there was not much change in his expression. Autumn Moon Fairy's face turned cold. Yunxiang's strength was similar to Autumn Moon Fairy's, but he was easily defeated and did not even have a chance to attack. This Prince Monday made Autumn Moon Fairy fear him. Prince Monday, good strength. Lin Fei looked at Prince Monday. You're indeed from a medium-sized dynasty. Monday smiled and said, you're the only one worthy of this prince's competition. However, wait for this prince to deal with this Autumn Leaf Fairy first, then we'll have a good fight. He stepped forward and punched, just like before. This time, Lin Fei could see that the movement technique was different. It was far from being comparable to a yellow rank movement technique, and there was an illusion of breaking through the void. In fact, what Monday executed was indeed not an ordinary movement technique, but the low-grade profound rank martial technique, void-shattering steps. As its name implied, the void shatter steps was extremely swift, and it was capable of piercing through space and instantly arriving at its destination. It was extremely profound and unbelievable. If one's movement technique was better than others, they would gain the initiative. Snowflake Sword Art. Autumn Moon Fairy unsheathed her sword, and within the perimeter, the sword chi turned into snowflakes that fell continuously, creating a snowstorm. The falling snowflakes cut many holes on the stage. Prince Monday leisurely strolled about. When the snowflakes landed on his body, they were shattered by his true energy. From this, one could see how strong he was. He was able to ignore Autumn Moon Fairy's attack. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Once again, everything was done in one go. Prince Monday's fist landed on Autumn Moon Fairy's body. The Bright Moon Palace is only so-so. Autumn Moon Fairy was instantly injured. Just like Yunxiang, she could not block Prince Monday's punch. Monday looked at Lin Fei and said, it's finally quiet. You and I can make our move. Autumn Moon Fairy's defeat shocked everyone once again. The Divine Martial Gates Yunxiang was defeated, and they thought it was normal. Now, the Bright Moon Palace's Autumn Moon Fairy was defeated by Prince Monday as well. Prince Monday's image immediately became very tall, like a giant. Autumn Moon Fairy was defeated in one move. She was clearly injured, and her complexion paled. Junior brother Lin Fei, I cannot help you this time. Autumn Moon Fairy, go and rest first. Lin Fei said, I am enough here. Since Prince Monday thinks so highly of me, how can I disappoint him? Autumn Moon Fairy was powerless. Prince Monday was much stronger than her. The Bright Moon Palace's snowflake sword technique was useless in front of this prince. What kind of strength did this prince have? The cold chi disappeared. The arena returned to normal. At this moment, the arena was full of potholes. Prince Monday's words were heard clearly by everyone in the plaza. Many people revealed doubtful expressions. Could Lin Fei really be a match for Prince Monday? Wasn't this too much? The Divine Martial Gates Yunxiang was strong, right? But in the end, he was still sent flying. Bright Moon Palace's Autumn Moon Fairy was strong enough, but she still followed in his footsteps and lost the qualification to fight for first place. Both were defeated in one punch. Everyone knew how strong Prince Monday was. Lin Fei is definitely not a match for Prince Monday. Prince Monday has a high chance of winning. Lin Fei was able to defeat Lin Wufa, so his strength is only slightly stronger. Against Prince Monday, he will lose without a doubt. I dare to bet that Lin Fei will not be able to take a punch from Prince Monday. The crowd discussed quietly. With Prince Monday's strength, they naturally thought that Monday would obtain first place. On the high platform, Prince Shou displayed his valiant side again and again, naturally making everyone feel surprised. Your Majesty, what Prince Monday used just now should be the low-grade profound rank void step, right? Lin Zhongwu asked. Zhou Tong, the king, smiled. Zhongwu, you have a good eye. To be able to tell that what Zhou Yi used was indeed the void steps. This kind of movement technique can only be learned in a medium empire. Low-grade profound rank movement technique. Void step. The crowd was shocked again. Heavens, the movement technique that Prince Monday used was a profound rank movement technique. Too strong. With this profound rank movement technique, unless one has the strength of a king, one can forget about dodging it. No wonder Yunxiang and Autumn Moon Fairy were unable to block Prince Monday's sneak attack. It must be a profound rank movement technique. Prince Monday was already so strong that he had learned a profound rank movement technique. Just the void step alone was enough to shock him. No wonder Yunxiang of the Godly Martial Sect and Autumn Moon Fairy of the Bright Moon Palace were all defeated by it. If a low-grade profound rank movement technique was already so strong, then what about a profound rank movement technique? The difference between a yellow rank movement technique and a black rank movement technique was like the difference between a junior magus and a senior magus. No matter how strong a yellow rank movement technique was, in front of a black rank movement technique, it could not be shaken. A strong secret movement technique was enough to raise one's strength by several levels. Yunxiang and Autumn Moon Fairy, who were injured and lost the right to fight for first place, felt a sense of helplessness. They were not afraid of a yellow rank movement technique. Even if they were strong, it would be hard for them to resist a profound martial technique. Losing to the other party was nothing to be ashamed of. As a result, they were even more eager to join a big sect and learn profound martial techniques. On the stage. So the movement technique just now was a profound rank movement technique. No wonder it was so mysterious and overbearing. Lin Fei thought, since there is a profound rank movement technique, then there must be a profound rank fist technique. No wonder he was so calm and ready to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I wonder how powerful this profound rank movement technique is. Lin Fei, you are the only one this king cares about. I hope you can bring out your strongest strength. Monday looked at Lin Fei with a strong desire to fight in his eyes. Don't let this king down. Lin Fei said, since Prince Monday thinks so highly of me, I will naturally do my best. I also want to see what a profound rank movement technique is. I hope you will not let me down. Alright, this king will definitely not let you down. Monday laughed and released his aura. That aura kept rising and vaguely had the aura of a king. His strength had actually reached the pseudo-king level. Too strong. Prince Monday not only cultivated a profound rank movement technique, but his strength has also reached the pseudo-king level. Everyone was shocked again. Void step. Monday instantly rushed out from the void. The black Xin Yuan was like a black streamer, blasting towards Lin Fei's chest. It was the same attack as before, only more ferocious than before. Walala, the water fire lotus blocked in front of him, and the lotus leaves kept shattering. Very good lotus. Prince Monday laughed, this is far from enough. Xin Yuan gushed out again, and the water fire lotus was shattered. Lin Fei was not flustered. With a thought, he already knew how strong his opponent was. An ordinary early profound king was far from being Prince Monday's opponent. Total annihilation. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, and the 720 flying swords behind him turned into a huge sword formation, blasting towards Prince Monday. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to use the strongest attack. He had to make people fear him, especially a certain someone. After using this move, Lin Fei had already cast his gaze on Lin Zhongwu. An undisguised warning. The 720 flying swords all shot out at the same time, and even a peak profound king expert would be afraid. Lin Fei controlled his Xin Yuan, and at most, he could display the strength of an early profound king. A trump card that others didn't know was a true trump card. What a powerful attack. This king really didn't misjudge you. Prince Monday's eyes lit up. This was indeed a true opponent. Sacred Dragon Fist. In an instant, dozens of black dragons appeared beside Prince Monday. The roars of the dragons shook the sky, bringing with them an irresistible pressure. The surroundings were dark, making people feel oppressed and afraid. This was the profound low-grade fish technique that Prince Monday had learnt, Sacred Dragon Fist. Roar, the dragons roared. Demonic aura soared into the sky. Those with low strength immediately vomited blood and fainted under the dragon's might, or their faces turned pale. Under the control of Lin Fei, the 720 flying swords turned into a white sword river. Wherever the sword river passed, the black dragons would be cut in half, instantly eliminating most of Prince Monday's black dragons. Sacred Dragon Protection. Prince Monday still underestimated the power of this sword formation. The 720 flying swords were all superior-grade mortal weapons, and their combined power was not simple. Especially, this move, Total Annihilation, was already at the second level, and its power was no longer the same as before. Black light flashed, Sacred Dragon Protection. Boom, the entire arena shook continuously, and gravel flew everywhere, colliding with the rune's formation, turning into powder. Prince Monday, are you satisfied with this move? The 720 flying swords once again landed on the sky above Lin Fei. Lin Fei's display of this move also shocked everyone. Even with the strength of the Mystic Spirit Great Circle, in front of this move, he still felt a lingering fear, not knowing how to block it, because this move could not be blocked at all. No matter how he blocked it, he would die. Lin Fei of the Divine Martial Sect is too strong. No wonder he dared to bet on himself to get first. That move just now definitely reached the strength of a king-level attack. A sword formation and a profound low-grade fish technique, it was an eye-opener. It turned out that a powerful attack could be like this. Below, the disciples who were originally fighting for first place were now overshadowed. They were previously dissatisfied, but now they had calmed down. Chapter 334. People paid attention to Prince Monday because he was a member of the royal family. He had such strength because he was once a disciple of a medium-sized dynasty. In a medium-sized dynasty, a sect, even if it was a second or third-rate sect, was stronger than a small-sized dynasty. Their foundation was completely different. A small-sized dynasty and a medium-sized dynasty were like a child and a young man. There was no comparison at all. Things that a small-sized dynasty didn't have could be found in a medium-sized dynasty. For example, a mystic class martial art. It was incredible that Prince Monday could cultivate a mystic class martial art and reach the pseudo-king level. But Lin Fei was different. If it wasn't for the shocking bet from Gambling the World, people wouldn't know that there was such a person. They still didn't know where this Lin Fei came from. When the crowd saw this scene, they paid more attention to Lin Fei than to Prince Zhou Yi. Just how did he manage to cultivate his strength to such an extent? Pseudo-king level battle strength was incredible. They didn't doubt that Prince Monday was a pseudo-king level battle strength. But Lin Fei's battle strength was also a pseudo-king level battle strength. It was mysterious, as if he was covered by a mysterious veil. Yunxiang looked at Lin Fei on the stage with a complicated expression. He let out a long sigh. So junior brother Lin Fei's battle strength has already reached this level. To think that I wanted to join forces. Seeing Lin Fei's sword formation, Yunxiang didn't have the confidence to block it. What a terrifying attack. Yunxiang didn't want to reach this step. In his opinion, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for him to reach the pseudo-king rank. However, a nameless Lin Fei had actually reached the pseudo-king rank in such a short period of time. Yunxiang was completely convinced, and he completely gave up on competing with Lin Fei. He felt as if his strength had been wasted. Previously, Yunxiang hadn't really cared about his junior brother Lin Fei. After all, he was just a person of the same generation and didn't have the qualifications to do so. But after experiencing what had happened on the arena stage, Lin Fei's battle prowess had already caused Yunxiang to be disheartened. They were both pseudo-king level battle prowess. How could he compare? Especially since Lin Fei had hidden his strength so deeply. Autumn Moon Fairy, Iron Mountain. They were also shocked. So there was actually such a powerful opponent hidden amongst them. Thinking back to how Lin Wufa and the other disciples had been defeated by Lin Fei, the truth was finally revealed. On the high platform, the group of people could not remain calm. When the 2 elders of the war god sect saw this, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. Among the younger generation of the divine martial sect, there was actually a disciple with a pseudo-king class battle prowess. This was like a slap to the face. The war god sect had lost all face. In an instant, the disciples of the war god sect were left in the dust. They didn't know how many streets they had been left behind. The faces of the 2 elders of the divine martial sect were filled with shock. They couldn't maintain their calm. A pseudo-king class battle prowess, just one more step and he would be on the same level as them. How could they remain calm? Their divine martial sect actually had such a disciple. Zhou Tong, the king, was expressionless, but he was still unhappy in his heart. Especially the sword formation attack just now. Its attack power was not any weaker than a mystic class martial art. They didn't know where this person learned it from. Furthermore, his strength was so powerful that they didn't know anything about it. This made the king doubt his control. In the unfalling dynasty, there was a pseudo-king class battle prowess young man, but there was no news of him at all. This was very wrong. All kinds of thoughts and guesses had nothing to do with Lin Fei at this moment. Lin Fei looked at Prince Monday. In his heart, he was shocked by the mystic class martial art. Although he had deliberately suppressed the total annihilation, its attack power was something that even an initial stage Mystic King expert wouldn't dare to block. But this Prince Monday actually blocked it, even though he looked to be in a sorry state. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered a mystic class martial art. The strength of a mystic class martial art still made Lin Fei very concerned. If this Saint Dragon protection was used by a true king expert, perhaps my total annihilation wouldn't be able to break through it, right? Lin Fei thought. In the future, I'll have to use my full strength to deal with king experts. Although Prince Monday's mystic class martial art didn't affect Lin Fei much, it made Lin Fei put his guard up against mystic class martial arts. Monday, on the other hand, was in a sorry state. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Of course, Monday was also shocked in his heart. Among the inner disciples, Monday's strength wasn't considered strong. He could barely be considered in the middle. When he returned to a small dynasty, he thought that he could sweep away all his peers. In the end, he really encountered a peer with pseudo-king level strength. The other party seemed to be stronger than him. Especially the sword formation that he used was unprecedented. Even the Saint Dragon protection was blasted apart, and he suffered serious injuries. I haven't been injured in a long time. You really didn't let me down. Monday wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. I just don't know how many times you can use this move. Saint Dragon fished. Monday attacked again. A golden dragon drilled out of the void and roared. Its power was even stronger than before. The huge dragon tail directly swung towards Lin Fei. Whoosh! The rune formation, under the flick of the golden dragon, began to ripple, as if it was on the verge of shattering. The attack hadn't arrived, but the aura alone made the rune's formation react. One could imagine how powerful this punch was. If it landed on the rune's formation, wouldn't it be broken? Go! With a thought from Lin Fei, the 720 flying swords slashed down again. This time, they directly turned into a huge flying sword. Its power was increased a little. It slashed in the air, and a white light swept across. Roar! The golden dragon let out a dragon roar and was directly split into two by the white light, losing its power. Again. The huge flying sword slashed the golden dragon and slashed at Monday again. The void seemed to be split in two. Monday smelled danger and directly used Void Step, preparing to dodge this attack. But how could Lin Fei let Monday do as he wished? The huge flying sword burst out with a white light and slashed down. Saint Dragon protection. Monday's face darkened. He could even catch up with this. The Saint Dragon circled around him. Boom! The power this time was far greater than the last time. Since Lin Fei attacked, the power was naturally different. Crack! The Saint Dragon was broken. The dangerous aura finally made Monday change his expression subconsciously. He didn't have time to react. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. The flying sword hit Monday, and his stellar energy shattered. He was sent flying out of the arena. A huge hole was blasted in the rune's formation behind him, and the arena was even more shattered. Did he win? The terrifying power of the sword formation made everyone gasp. The remaining sword might leaked out, making people feel as if a flying sword had locked onto them. Their faces turned pale, and their artifacts began to tremble unconsciously. Chapter 335. P.S. Thank you to Luo Yuxuan for the reward of 200 Qidin coins. Everyone looked at the arena. At this moment, the arena was extremely dilapidated, and it was impossible to discern its original appearance. It had practically become a stretch of ruins. Prince Monday lost. At this moment, such an unbelievable thought emerged in everyone's heart. The attack of Lin Fei's sword array really frightened them. It turned out that people could be so strong that even the profound class martial arts couldn't withstand it. Cough, cough, the dust dispersed, and Monday stood up. At this time, Monday was in a mess. The holy dragon armor was smashed into pieces by the sword array, and there was a large wound on his chest. His original brocade clothes were no longer what they used to be. You win. Zhou Yi said frankly. He didn't look like he was going to risk his life to the end. He was able to pick up and let go. Of course, when he said this, he was still very disheartened. Prince Monday never thought that he would meet a young generation with pseudo-king level fighting strength in a small dynasty. Lin Fei said. Thank you. When everyone heard this, they all knew that the dynasty selection had officially come to an end, and the result was out. The Divine Force Sect's Lin Fei won first place, and it really surprised everyone. Even the powerful Prince Monday was no match for him. The strength of this Lin Fei was an unknown mystery in their hearts. Although it was a mystery, Lin Fei's strength was undeniable. Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations. Yunxiang came up to congratulate him. I didn't expect that this time, junior brother Lin Fei could defeat all the heroes, and even Prince Monday was defeated by you. Autumn Moon Fairy also came over. As Lin Fei walked down the arena, Yunxiang and Autumn Moon Fairy also came over. Lin Fei showed his strength, so they naturally had to show their appreciation and get closer to each other. Only the strong could become friends with the strong. Moreover, Lin Fei was still young, yet his strength had already reached the pseudo-king realm. His future prospects were bright, and if they didn't get closer to him now, they wouldn't have another chance in the future. Lin Fei dealt with them one by one. He was already very familiar with these things and could deal with them with ease. Right at this moment, Prince Monday walked over, causing everyone to be startled, not knowing what was going on. Lin Fei, you're amazing. Let's drink together when you're free. Prince Monday's words caused everyone to be startled. This was roping him in. Not only that, this prince had adjusted his mentality so well, there probably wouldn't be a second person like him. Drinking was nothing more than a way to get closer. Anyone could imagine that. Lin Fei smiled and said, "All right. If I'm free, I'll definitely look for you for a drink." Prince Monday also smiled and said, "Then this prince will wait for you." After speaking, he left. Everyone looked at Lin Fei, and their gazes changed again. No one had expected that Prince Monday would take the initiative to invite Lin Fei. Even though it was just a sentence and an action, the meaning that it represented was unforgettable. Lin Fei, this person, could be considered to be famous in the unfalling dynasty. Making a name for a dynasty. That had a great meaning. The dynasty selection ended. The 10 qualifications were also revealed. As the first position appeared, everyone's gaze once again shifted to the Lin family. The shocking wager of 30 million pure essence pills made people once again regard Lin Fei as an immortal. This time, the Lin family was going to bleed a lot. 90 million pure essence pills. It wasn't a small amount. Would the Lin family give it to him? It made people look forward to it. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the side hall of the palace. "Junior brother Lin Fei, you've truly given us a huge surprise." Zhao Qinggong sighed. Looking at Lin Fei in front of him, he really didn't know what to say. No wonder the divine martial arts sect leader thinks so highly of you. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, the divine martial arts sect leader thinks highly of me. Does he know something? Many questions popped up in his mind, but he didn't ask them. "I am who I am today because the sect gave me an opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have qualified to participate in the dynasty selection," said Lin Fei. He wasn't proud at all. First in the dynasty selection, Lin Fei didn't feel anything at all. As for meeting Prince Monday, it was purely an accident. In the eyes of Zhao Qinggong and Fei Yong, Lin Fei's words and expression were naturally very satisfied. It was not that they had never seen genius disciples before. However, it was extremely rare to see someone as calm as Lin Fei. First in the dynasty selection. Such an honor would make any disciple excited, but they couldn't see it on Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei would definitely have a great future in the future. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Zhao Qinggong took out a bag of runes. Lin Fei took a glance and knew that it was a bag of pure essence elixirs. After being courteous for a while, he accepted the pure essence elixirs. In the end, there were 2 million pure essence elixirs, which surprised Lin Fei. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to guess why the elders would give him pure essence elixirs. Why not take it for free? "Lin Fei, you will be heading to the royal treasury tomorrow to choose a treasure. Do you have a treasure in mind?" Fei Yong took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei had won first place for the divine martial arts sect in the dynasty selection, which had greatly increased their reputation. Naturally, the 2 elders had to remind Lin Fei. Moreover, when they returned, they would definitely be rewarded. All of this was brought about by Lin Fei. Now, it was necessary to show their goodwill and rope in Lin Fei. Because Lin Fei had the right to do so. Didn't you see the 2 elders being so polite? If it was an ordinary disciple, their face would definitely be expressionless. Lin Fei said, "Please give me some pointers, elder." With regards to the treasures in the treasury, Lin Fei was definitely tempted. However, as for what treasure to choose, he didn't have a goal for the time being. Zhao Qinggong nodded in his heart and said, "I saw that your sword formation was extremely powerful. You broke Prince Monday's profound class martial arts, so you should start with the flying swords. I heard that there was a set of spiritual treasure flying swords in the treasury. Although there weren't as many as you, in terms of power, it was far stronger than your ordinary flying swords. It would be of great help to you in increasing your strength." Lin Fei was delighted. "Thank you for your reminder, elder." Although the 720 flying swords were good, their quality wasn't that good. Spiritual treasure flying swords were completely different. Lin Fei had long wanted to find some spiritual treasure flying swords, but they were too rare. Now that he heard that there was a set of spiritual treasure flying swords in the treasury, Lin Fei was naturally elated. It saved him the trouble of finding spiritual treasure flying swords. The next morning, someone from the palace appeared outside Lin Fei's room. "Young hero Lin, this way please." The guard led the way. After a few twists and turns, he appeared in front of an underground door. At this time, the other 8 people were already there. As for Lin Wufa, he had lost his qualifications. Seeing Lin Fei appear, they all came up to greet him. The security here is even tighter than the 18 families. After exchanging greetings, Lin Fei looked around. This place was heavily guarded. There didn't seem to be any movement, but there were countless experts hidden in the dark, including king-level experts. Soon a middle-aged man in embroidered robes led a group of people over. This person looked somewhat familiar to the king. Lin Fei had already learned from Yunxiang that this middle-aged man was actually the king's brother, Zhou Xian. Within the royal family, he had quite a bit of power. "My apologies for making everyone wait." Zhou Xian was very polite the moment he appeared. The 9 disciples before him were not weaker than him in terms of strength. In fact, some of them had even reached the pseudo-king level. In the future, they would definitely become king-level experts. Being courteous was a given. Even though he was a member of the royal family, he still had to be courteous. "Everyone, please follow this king." Zhou Xian walked forward. There were a total of 10 layers of doors to the treasury. It could be said that the security was so tight that even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. Caw, the doors opened, and the treasury appeared in front of them. "Everyone can choose a treasure from within," Zhou Xian said. "This king will wait for you outside." A servant behind him brought out a plate, and everyone was given a black tablet. All the treasures in the treasury have been set up with runes formations. With the tablet, you can take out the treasure. Zhou Xian explained, "After taking out the treasure, the tablet will lose its effect." Everyone was enlightened. So there was such a trick. The crowd quickly entered the treasury, while Zhou Xian sat down outside. Lin Fei carried the little guy into the treasury. The treasury was very big, even bigger than the 18 families. Runes formations were everywhere. "Junior brother Lin Fei, I'll go choose a treasure first." Yunxiang bade farewell. Lin Fei nodded one by one. Last night, he learned from the elder that there was a set of flying swords in the treasury. Lin Fei naturally walked towards the location of the flying swords. There are so many treasures in the royal treasury. They are indeed rich and overbearing. Along the way, Lin Fei saw countless treasures. To Lin Fei, these treasures didn't have much of an impact. Of course, Lin Fei didn't believe that the royal family's precious treasures wouldn't all be here. The royal family wouldn't be that stupid. Saber-type numinous treasure. Sword-type numinous treasure. Superior-grade yellow-ranked martial arts. There were all kinds of treasures. The unfalling royal family has indeed collected many flying swords. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at the location of the flying swords. At a glance, he realized that there were a few sets of flying swords. Dark Twin Banes, inferior grade numinous treasure flying swords. Lin Fei looked over and saw everything clearly. This should be the set that the elder mentioned, right? Lin Fei's gaze landed on a set of 36 flying swords. 108 yin-yang splitting flying swords. Looking at the introduction outside the runes' array formation, Lin Fei confirmed that these were the flying swords that the elder had mentioned. It looks like my luck is pretty good. 108 inferior grade numinous treasures. Upon seeing the 108 inferior grade numinous treasure flying swords, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to obtain them so easily. Initially, he thought that there would only be dozens of numinous treasure flying swords. He didn't expect there to be 108 of them. With so many flying swords, ordinary people wouldn't be able to use them if their soul strength isn't strong. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can use them. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With these 108 inferior grade numinous treasure flying swords, my combat strength will increase greatly. Lin Fei held the token and put away the 108 flying swords. After he returned, he would completely refine them and use them at will. As for the other treasures, Lin Fei wasn't interested in them. The 108 flying swords were enough, not to mention they were inferior grade numinous treasures. Chapter 336. Outside the treasury. Lin Fei was the first to walk out. Zhou Xian was very surprised and welcomed him. Young hero Lin, you came out so soon. In the eyes of the royal family, Lin Fei was already in existence that they had to rope in. At such a young age, his strength had reached pseudo-king level combat strength. If that was it, they might not think much of it. If the royal family wanted to investigate a person, it would be a piece of cake. Lin Fei's background was quickly investigated. The information was placed in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Xian was one of them because he was qualified to see it. Lin Fei rose to prominence in less than a year. Seeing this news, no one believed it. They thought that there was a problem with the investigation. After confirming it again and again, everyone looked at him in a different light. At the same time, there was fear. A year's time. It was amazing for a genius disciple to rise to a higher realm. Lin Fei's cultivation speed was like a rocket from a low-level martial Dao disciple. In less than a year, he reached pseudo-king level strength. Furthermore, his combat strength was very terrifying. Such a cultivation speed would make anyone feel terrified and shocked. All the genius disciples of the dynasty would be left far behind in front of Lin Fei. They were ashamed. To reach such a realm in less than a year and have such combat strength, he could be called a monstrous genius. This kind of cultivation speed could only be looked up to and left others in the dust. Zhou Xian, this royal family disciple, had to be polite, afraid of offending this monstrous genius. Lin Fei smiled. It's good that the treasure is practical. Soon, in less than an hour, the other disciples came out. Yunxiang chose a sword technique. Fairy Chuyue chose a flying sword with a spiritual treasure. He came out of the treasury. Lin Fei bade farewell to the two and came out of the palace. He went to collect his debt. In addition to collecting his debt, Lin Fei also wanted to obtain the later stages of the Azure Dragon True Body. Young hero Lin, please wait. When Lin Fei walked out of the palace gate, someone immediately came up to greet him. It looked like he was waiting outside. A member of the Lin family. Lin Fei glanced over. The foreheads of the two men in black were full of cold sweat. Young hero Lin, please don't misunderstand. Our patriarch invites you to visit the Lin family. Lead the way. Lin Fei was not surprised that the Lin family appeared outside the palace. If the Lin family didn't arrange for anyone to appear, Lin Fei would be disappointed in the Lin family. This way, please. The two of them were aghast. They had never seen such a thing before. Just a single glance from him was enough to make them feel powerless, as if their lives were in the hands of another. If they were given another chance, they wouldn't dare to come up and invite him again. It was too much suffering. Cold sweat poured down their bodies. Lin Fei sat in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Less than an hour later, the carriage stopped at the Lin family's mansion. Young hero Lin, the Lin family has arrived. Lin Fei opened his eyes and got off the carriage. The first thing he saw was a huge plaque. Third brother. As soon as he got off the carriage, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw his big brother Lin Xiao. Big brother, why are you here? Lin Fei was surprised. Immediately, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Did they capture you? Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Third brother, don't be angry. They didn't capture us. They invited us here on their own initiative. Father is here too. Lin Fei's killing intent dissipated. At least they are tactful. The two men in black next to him had pale faces. They were scared out of their wits by the killing intent. Lin Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The killing intent just now made even him palpitate. Third brother, let's go in first. Lin Fei wanted to see what kind of tricks the Lin family had up their sleeves. Alright, I also want to go to the Lin family to collect the debt. The Lin family occupied a huge area. After entering, all he could see were buildings. It was like a huge maze. As he walked, he understood. After listening to everything, Lin Fei understood that this was a trick played by the Lin family. He couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. Even though Lin Xiao did not understand what was going on, Lin Fei could see it clearly. The insiders couldn't see it, but the outsiders could see it clearly. Lin Fei understood very well that the Lin family was so nice. They brought his father and the others here to make him compromise or to show off. Third brother, did we come to the wrong place? Lin Xiao asked carefully. Lin Fei smiled. How can that be? Don't you think it's good to cultivate in the imperial capital? Lin Xiao was startled. Cultivate in the imperial capital? How is that possible? Lin Fei said, if I say it's possible, then it's possible. Big brother, don't you trust me? Third brother is the best. Lin Fei and Lin Xiao arrived in front of a large house. Father. Lin Fei saw his father immediately. His father was in high spirits. A few elders were standing around him, as if waiting for Lin Fei to appear. Xiao Fei. Lin Jintian walked up quickly, his face filled with pride. In just a few days, his son had become famous in the unfalling empire. This was unbelievable to Lin Jintian, something he didn't even dare to dream of. Father, did they do anything to you? Lin Fei came up and inspected his father. With Lin Fei's current strength, some tricks could not be hidden from his eyes. Lin Jintian said. It's fine. With a son like you, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei was relieved to hear that everything was fine. Where's your clan leader? Lin Fei looked over. These elders were not all courteous as they stood there. On the contrary, some of them were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Jintian's faction, and did not have any good expressions on their faces. How dare you? You're just a junior disciple. You have no right to speak here. A black-faced elder snorted coldly, and an oppressive aura came crashing down. Third brother, he's Lin Wufa's father. Lin Xiao reminded. You're courting death. Lin Fei turned into a ray of light, ignoring the oppressive aura. He appeared in front of the black-faced elder and kicked him. The black-faced elder spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall behind him like a sandbag. Whoosh! A pile of rubble appeared behind him. If I can cripple your son, I can cripple you too. Lin Fei's gaze was like lightning. A few elders appeared in front of the black-faced elder and blocked him, afraid that he would fight Lin Fei to the death. Their faces were filled with anger. Even though it was just a kick, the elders were already fearful, and did not dare to voice their anger. When Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao had first arrived at the Lin clan, they had indeed been mocked and made things difficult for Elder Lin Luo. At this moment, when they saw Elder Lin Luo acting like a useless chicken in front of their son, they felt great satisfaction in their hearts. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight him. Lin Luo was enraged. His genius son was now a cripple. He was supposed to be a dazzling figure, but now, everything was ruined. Ruined in the hands of a branch family. How could Lin Luo calm down? Elder